Chapter 301. I can also predict. It is estimated that no matter who it is, hearing Chongnyo say such things will feel incredible, and even make fun of others. But facing Xiaoli, Chongnyo said with a slight smile, if I were to predict, your half-brother will die in 3 years. You. Xiaoli suddenly became angry. Although he was not interested in his brother and didn't even have any good feelings at all, he would actually say such a thing. In fact, her anger was just because she was unable to refute. She had already known this predetermined result from the moment when she had nothing to do and liked to make prophecies. However, when it was said from the other party's mouth, the following was still a bit difficult to conceal. Angry and shocked. What else do you want to know? You want to know how the Fishman Island will be destroyed in the future? Or what kind of turmoil will happen on the sea? Or what will your next fate be? We can also chat. When the bubble of Fishman Island bursts, what kind of dilemma will the residents of Fishman Island face? All of this may be said. What I can do is much greater than you think. For example, if I tell you a condition, as long as you put it forward, I can even make the decision to make Fishman Island appear in a world with a real sun. Surviving in this place allows you to live like normal humans without any discrimination or harm. Or you can completely accept that the future Fishman Island will become what you fabled. Chongnyo said leisurely, and every time he said it, there was always a strange smile on his face. Xiaoli was sitting next to him. Whenever Chongnyo said those words, every word pierced her heart directly like a sharp sword. From the initial anger, not even a minute passed before and after, Xiaoli's expression had completed the expression from struggle to shock to fear, all of which were reflected in her alone. The hand that was still holding the pipe now began to tremble unconsciously when it was placed on the table. Regarding this huge mermaid, no one else realized how powerful the other party was. But Chongnyo borrowed the fruit of the spiritual system, and now it has completely hit every pain point in the other party's heart, and the haze of fear directly enveloped her whole person. Your Majesty, true, Fishman Island is now under the management of my father. Please don't always say such things. Marco stood up with a serious expression. Although he never understood the purpose of this group of people coming to Fishman Island from the beginning to the end, from the words spoken by the other party, he was not sure whether they were threats or threats. Something else. Marco. Your Majesty has opened his mouth to speak. Please keep the original situation and don't interrupt at will. Moshank was sitting opposite, and his body was already burning with red flames. Brother Moshank, can you tell me in advance before doing this kind of thing? Enelo shouted directly. Because he was the closest to Moshank at the moment, and the two of them were almost next to each other, so when the flames suddenly burned on the other's body, Enelo was immediately affected. Even though it was a natural devil fruit, this kind of terrifying and panic-inducing flame still scared Enelo. Animal-type devil fruit, bird fruit, phantom beast-type phoenix form, maybe you really can't see enough here. Abena also opened his mouth directly, his expression and words were cold. Even Marco and Josie, who were sitting opposite them, were already on alert, but they had to admit that staying here to fight against these people opposite them, with just the strength of the two of them, was indeed useless. Roll. Your Majesty the King, I wonder what you just said. Yuxiao also started to ask. He was not standing in anyone's position, he just wanted to know the causes and consequences of these things. Mr. Yuxiao, do you think it is necessary for the true empire to have a dispute with a small Fishman Island? As for what will happen in the future, we can only roughly guess what it will be like. We must know the causes and consequences of these things best. Mrs. Charlie should know best, right? Chongnyo said calmly. The other party can still hear these words now. Xiaoli is still wrapped in fear, thinking about what Chongnyo said just now. What exactly do you want? Charlie asked tremblingly. Come to True Empire, I think you are very good in many aspects, otherwise we wouldn't have spent so much effort to go around to Fishman Island and enter the new world. Chongnyo directly raised his head and looked at the other person's face and said. Is this why you came to Fishman Island? At this moment, Jun stood up in confusion and suddenly asked. She really wanted to report this news directly to the Navy headquarters, and even wanted the Navy headquarters to conduct a thorough investigation to find out what kind of magic powers Aili of Fishman Island had that could make the emperors from all over the world go to Fishman Island in person. You can also invite someone to a certain place and put forward a condition that no one can refuse. But although the bubbles on the back of this flounder are hundreds of square meters in size, within this range, no matter how quietly you speak, it is impossible for these people not to hear it. Chang Nyo ignored the other party's words and kept looking calmly at Xiao Li, who was sitting next to him. He believed that this woman would never refuse what he proposed. Even if it was just a condition for her, Xiao Li would not refuse the treatment proposed by the true empire. Why does this person have to be me? Charlie asked. Perhaps you don't know. There is a saying that it's a crime to hold a treasure in your arms. You don't have the strength to protect everything you predict and know now. This is your crime. Chang Nyo said. Now a group of people have gradually understood something. Emperor True did not hesitate to spend such a high price to come to Fishman Island, but he did not expect that he only came here for a woman. But they are right to have this idea. When Chang Nyo originally planned to come to Fishman Island, it was for this woman. At the same time, if possible, he would not mind directly building an army of fishmen, but now it seems that time is running out. A little early. Chapter 302 The Future Ownership of Fishman Island. King Neptune of Fishman Island understood this situation, and so did Whitebeard, who was staying on the sea. Both parties now know that they are just using the name Whitebeard to scare past pirates. Once any problems arise with the Whitebeard pirates, the first to suffer will definitely be the new world of Fishman Island and the Great Road. The first half is where it connects. By this time, a group of people were chatting, and the following things were almost over, and the entire banquet hall once again returned to a quiet atmosphere. But this banquet obviously could no longer go on. King Neptune and Jinbi stood below and looked up at Flounder. As a type of mermaid that can live in the water, they can still hear clearly even if they are chatting above the water. The two of them still thought that it was because of the banquet that the people above had such serious expressions, but they did not think about other aspects at all. On Flounder. Xiao Li looked at Chang Nyo quietly. After staying for a long time, he seemed to have made some decision. He sighed deeply and said, I accept your invitation and will go to the True Empire next. And I can do things according to your instructions, but I hope His Majesty King True can fulfill the condition you just promised. No problem, but I'm curious, how will you put forward this condition? Or what kind of conditions will you put forward? Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. Perhaps it's too early to say this now. I'll mention it to you later when I think I can take it out. Charlie relaxed and took a slow drag on his cigarette. It seems that we have a new member joining. It's such a joyful thing. Shouldn't we have a drink to celebrate? Enelo picked up the wine glass and asked everyone with a smile. It's just that none of them are in the mood to go drinking with him now. Even though the atmosphere has calmed down, the tense situation just now is still imprinted in their hearts. The entire Fishman Island is currently under Whitebeard's jurisdiction. However, the True Empire has not notified anyone on Whitebeard's side that it will pick up people directly from Fishman Island. In some respects, it is not possible at all. Don't give them any face. Both parties are the top forces in the world, so these details should be done in place. Marco sat there glumly, and Jose next to him had the same expression, but so what? Chang Nyo raised his head and looked at the two of them sitting there, tapped the table with his fingers, and then said calmly, in the future, it may be better for Fisherman Island to be under the jurisdiction of the True Empire. After the New World, I will go up and tell the old man personally. This is indeed a good point, but should we communicate with King Neptune first? Abena asked suddenly. King Neptune will not have any objections. He understands the stakes involved. As for the next question of whether he will agree to it, Xiao Li, I will leave this matter to you. And in the short term, there is no need for you to go to the Toru Empire. You can stay on Fishman Island and wait for you to finish the things at hand. When the time comes, just notify the people of the Toru Empire to come and greet you. Chang Nyo said, and then slowly looked at his right hand. A blue-black light suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. Then, he directly placed his palm on Xiao Li's fish tail. Touching the fish's tail itself was a great disrespect to them on Fishman Island, but at the moment, Xiao Li didn't mind because he could clearly feel that the other party must have his own purpose in doing so. But it was not only the people of the Toru Empire who heard all this, but also Jun, who was currently sent by the Navy to supervise them. She listened to all the conversations and had a preliminary understanding of why the True Empire took a detour to Fishman Island. She didn't expect that such a group of people came to this place with their hearts in mind, just for a woman. Although Jun couldn't understand the kindness and ability of the other party, during the chat, she also got a preliminary understanding that the greatest ability of this woman named Xiao Li sitting here is prophecy. She can predict what will happen in the future and make predictions to 100% accuracy. In this way, once this woman falls to the side of the true empire, the impact she may have on the navy and the world government is almost self-evident. After all, if he only predicts the true empire, then no matter what the true empire does in the future, he will be able to do it before others for who knows how long. Even if there is a war between the two sides, the other side can prepare in advance according to the actual situation. Let's not talk about whether the current true empire has the ability to compete with the navy, but this way of predicting the other side's actions is completely possible. It can be said to have the eyes of God. Of course, Jun was not the only one to understand the situation this time. The two members of the Whitebeard Pirates also understood it. Although they had known about Xiaoli's prophecy ability before, no one knew about this kind of thing. Attention, now it seems, reveals that the empire has taken all the advantages and has not even given others time to consider. Knowing that someone with such ability joins our country, not to mention the generals like Yu Xiao, even the people in the entire country will probably not put forward any opinions. On the contrary, they are full of confidence in the two races of mermaids and fishmen. Feel. But it would be great if things went as smoothly as they predicted. The banquet was over. Regardless of whether we were full or not, things had become like this. But as the king of Fishman Island, Neptune still needed to come out and express his attitude on this matter. In the main hall of Dragon Palace City. Now in the entire hall of Novo University, there are several chairs on both sides. Neptune is sitting on it with a bitter look on his face. Although he has tried his best to find out the mastermind behind this incident, the key is to be involved in this incident. Everyone involved in the matter has been prepared in advance. Before they could ask any questions, they were all dead. Being so smart and targeted, and inviting Chongnyo to the banquet, not many people knew about the whole process, let alone such careful arrangements in such a short period of time. Chapter 303 Cooperation. The atmosphere in the entire hall once again fell into silence. Jinbei stood alone next to Neptune, his face drooping, and he could clearly see a slight frustration and anger from this incident. But as a king, Neptune's endurance is relatively large. He walked slowly down. When he was about 2 or 3 meters away from Chongnyo, Neptune bent down and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this wonderful banquet. It will eventually evolve into this result. All this is because Fishman Island did not deal with it in advance. I hope His Majesty True can forgive me." King Neptune, you don't need to be so polite. No one from any country can serve this country wholeheartedly. There will always be a group of black sheep, so why bother? Chongnyo said with a slight smile. He didn't even stand up, just looked up at the huge mermaid in front of him. Yet, Neptune felt relaxed after hearing this, but he still asked quickly with some doubts. The Fishman Island is your internal affairs. It is not convenient for us to participate in any way. However, I can remind you of some things. It is time to check the guard troops of your kingdom. Your Majesty True means that there is a problem with my kingdom's garrison. As soon as Chongnyo finished speaking, Jinbei hurriedly stepped forward and asked respectfully. Is it possible that our king will still deceive you? You must know that among the current major forces, if any of the other 4 emperors' forces stay here and encounter this kind of situation, then what will happen to your fool's island? I'm afraid there's no need for us to say more about your current state, right? Yu Xiao opened his mouth and said. Jinbei had no doubts. What they said was indeed correct. But if another big force stayed here, it was self-evident what kind of result they would receive. Just thinking about it for a moment, Jinbei's head started to break out in cold sweat. Then he once again bent down and said to Chongnyo, "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty Taru. This time, Fishman Island will definitely deal with it for you as soon as possible." An answer. No need. As for your country's affairs, you can just solve them by yourself. What happened is in the past, but we have agreed before that after the banquet here, you will take me to visit the entire Dragon Palace City. For this reason, I still want to go take a look. Chongnyo said with a slight smile. There is absolutely no problem with this. As long as His Majesty True is willing to go, we can go anywhere in Dragon Palace City. King Neptune said quickly. They don't have the slightest intention of being dissatisfied now. Now that they are encountering this kind of situation, they can still talk about such topics with people like themselves, which proves how broad-minded the other party is. Furthermore, Chongnyo is the king of the only country in the entire sea world who came to enter the Fishman Island. For the royal family of Fishman Island, isn't this the result they most want to see? By the way, King Neptune, if possible, the South Sea True Empire can establish a permanent cooperative relationship with Fishman Island in the future. Chang Nyo dropped a bombshell before the other party could completely relax. Neptune and Jinbei were completely shocked and stood there looking at each other. Even the slimy mermaid and Minister Zhou were also full of disbelief. This kind of thing is completely a good thing for Fishman Island, but from another aspect, if this matter is not handled well, it may be another kind of disaster for this place. So King Neptune was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he turned around and looked sideways at the two captains of the Whitebeard pirates sitting over there. Especially Marco's expression now, he can completely represent the current attitude of the Whitebeard pirates. The other party can say such words directly in front of him. I don't know whether it is because of fear or other things. Marco was just drinking his own wine at this time and didn't even pay attention to the conversation between them. However, after all, Fishman Island now falls under Whitebeard's jurisdiction. Even the King Neptune did not dare to do so, making too big a decision rashly. I will tell Mr. Whitebeard. If you are worried that after the Whitebeard pirates retreat, it will cause security problems on Fishman Island. By then, the Toru Empire can establish a military base here. All isn't the matter solved perfectly. Chang Nyo also looked at Marco. The other person's current state was obviously pretending not to know about this kind of thing. He didn't want to participate, and the key was that he had no idea of participating. This. I wonder if we can be allowed to discuss it. Neptune asked cautiously. This is natural, but what I can tell you in advance is that if we reach a cooperation with the South Sea Empire, then in the future, whether it is a fishman or a mermaid on Fishman Island, I can go to the sea to see the real sun. Moreover, all residents of Fishman Island will be protected by the True Empire whenever they go out to sea, but the prerequisite is to stay in the first half of the Grand Line as much as possible. Chang Nyo spoke slowly, which could be regarded as creating a dream for them. After all, seeing the world above the sea is the lifelong wish of most residents of Fishman Island. Although this place is under the protection of Whitebeard, many pirates or other forces can only proceed secretly in the end. The damage to Fishman Island is not particularly great, but once they leave Fishman Island, they will be greeted by most of them are dead or missing. After all, the price of a fishman is almost equivalent to the price of a devil fruit. The terms of this negotiation are not unreasonable, and just this one item can completely sway King Neptune. In fact, the moment the other party proposed cooperation, Neptune could no longer suppress his inner restlessness. He wanted to directly agree, but he could not imagine the consequences of this matter. There was no reply from the Whitebeard pirates. Marco sat there completely ignoring this matter, so that he had no idea what the Whitebeard pirates' thoughts were. If the two forces do not deal with each other, and the True Empire does not realize what it said by then, Fishman Island will completely fall into darkness. Chapter 304 Viewing Dragon Palace City. Chang Nyo said that what he proposed was just a condition, but this condition contained too much content. For the residents of Fishman Island who have been under the deep sea for a long time, the temptation of this condition is not unreasonable. But Neptune and Chang Nyo had just met for the first time, and the contact time between the two was only about 2 or 3 hours, so based on this situation, he did not dare to agree rashly. Not to mention whether the Whitebeard pirates have expressed their opinions, as far as the situation in Ryugu City is concerned. They are looking forward to the future life in their hearts, but they are also full of fear of the sun above the sea. Your Majesty King True, Fishman Island is still under the jurisdiction of my father. Is there anything wrong with what you did? King Neptune led Jinbei and Minister Zhou into the main hall. At this time, Marco, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth to ask. Don't worry, the old man won't have any objections. After all, haven't you said everything? I will explain the situation to him personally after I get to the New World. Chang Nyo said calmly. He was very confident in this matter, and even knew that Whitebeard would not care too much about this Fishman Island in the deep sea. If it were not for the kindness in his heart of compassion, the Whitebeard, a place of right and wrong, would not Beard didn't want to get involved at all. The main reason why Chang Nyo knew that Fishman Island was under Whitebeard's jurisdiction but still wanted to cooperate with the other party was because he saw Fishman Island's ability to live in the sea. It will play a crucial decision in terms of the military development of the Lu Empire. From a military perspective, Marco is the only person other than Whitebeard who can control the Whitebeard pirates. It is impossible for him to be unaware of this situation. But as a pirate group, they do not have the time, energy, or ability to use Fishman Island to do anything. On the contrary, the situation of the true empire is completely different. Can I know why the true empire did this? Or what is your purpose in cooperating with Fishman Island? Jun continued the topic and asked. As a navy, you should not get involved in the affairs of the true empire. Another point worth reminding is that you are just a person sent by the navy to follow us, and you are not here to tell us what to do. As soon as Jun asked a question, Abena responded coldly. Regarding the situation and plan of Fishman Island, during the next sailing time, Moshank, you have drawn up a plan. The specific situation can be communicated and coordinated with Jun He. Chang Nyo said. You haven't discussed this matter with Dad yet. Isn't it inappropriate to say this? Kiazi, a naive guy, also cast a look of disdain and asked helplessly in his tone. Your Majesty the King, should we go back and discuss this matter carefully? Yu Xiao asked. It should be discussed carefully, but we don't have much time left for us now. We can only leave the conditions here, and the remaining decisive issues can only be dealt with by King Neptune himself. Chang Nyo said. I understand. Fishman Island can be said to be a very secret and necessary place in the current world. Geographically speaking, it is just below the Red Earth continent, connecting the New World and the first half of the Great Line. The core place. At the same time, it has 10,000 meter deep sea water as a natural barrier. Unlike the empty island, they have absolute self-protection conditions on the seabed. We can even put it another way, after the fishermen on Fishman Island undergo large-scale training and become an army, their combat effectiveness will not be inferior to that of any country's army in the world. In the main hall, it fell into a quiet atmosphere again after a while. Everyone had their own concerns, and everyone was waiting for the answer that Fishman Island could give. Nearly half an hour later, King Neptune and Jinbi finally came out. As king, Neptune did not step forward to answer the conditions that Chang Nyo had just proposed. Instead, Jinbi came over. He tidied up his clothes, stood not far away from Chang Nyo with some respect, and said, His Majesty King Tru, after we had a discussion just now, we feel that there is no way to agree to His Majesty Tru's request for the time being, but our King His Majesty feels that His Majesty Toru or the Toru Empire in the South Blue Sea will become Fishman Island's best ally at any time. Oh! Chang Nyo raised his head and smiled slightly, as if he was not too surprised by the other party's reaction. After weighing the pros and cons, they still chose the former. I guess Marco had already thought of this, so he didn't think much about this topic. Go ahead and say any other objections. Now that it's been decided, let's do it. Just pretend that I haven't mentioned it before. However, I'm also interested in Dragon Palace City next. I need you to take me for a walk next. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile, but the expressions of Mo Song and Abena next to him were not as good as expected. Enelu still maintains that mentality so far. Anyway, he doesn't know much about the things involved. He can do whatever His Majesty the King of this family tells him to do. It is estimated that the only person who could understand what was going on was a smile. He did not say a word or show any expression during the whole process. However, as everyone has been following Chang Nyo for such a long time, they already know a little bit about His Majesty the King. He would not ask to see a place like Dragon Palace City, even in a luxurious building. It may arouse the other person's curiosity so much. So for everyone, there may be a place that they don't know about. The topic Jinbi just mentioned made him a little scared. He was afraid that the other party, King Toru, would suddenly have some bad emotions. However, after he said these words, the other party's behavior was almost completely different from what he thought. Chapter 305 Mermaid Princess. Although they were all a little surprised, Jinbei still remained calm. His face changed from slightly frightened to a smile in an instant and said, Since His Majesty King Toru has this heart, Jinbei should guide him. Although Dragon Palace City looks huge on the surface, it only has a few places. Most of the places are almost in the sea, just like the banquet hall. If you want to get there, it's almost impossible to see the scene without taking a flounder ride. But there are still many places in Ryugu Castle that are within the bubble. As long as you are willing to go there, you can reach them directly without any problem. Even though Dragon Palace City is such a big place, there is only one place Chang Nyo wants to go to. This time it was not just Jinbi who took the lead, but Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, also followed, introducing every place in detail. Even the king's treasure house was directly displayed in front of everyone. Although they often come to Fishman Island, Marco and the others have never visited Dragon Palace City. They have already seen it anyway, and it doesn't matter if a few more people visit. Along the way, Dragon Palace City looked like this, nothing special, but until we reached the end, it was a completely different area. A building with a height of almost 50 meters has an oval shape on the top, and the overall outside building is also cylindrical. The height of the door alone is almost 10 meters high. But this place feels different to everyone, because there are now almost a dozen weapons of various kinds inlaid on his door, and even the scars left on the wall are clearly visible. Emperor True, this place is called the Hard Shell Tower, and it is where my daughter lives. Neptune said, but the negative and depressed feeling in his words could still be clearly displayed. But why are there so many axes on it? And what are these scars? Enelu asked curiously. This kind of thing needs to start from a few years ago. Princess White Star has not left this room for several years since she entered it. There is a guy named Dakin on Fishman Island. I don't know where he came from. After obtaining a devil fruit, whatever he throws it will can fly towards the person he touches, no matter where they are. It is for this reason that there are so many scars here. Jinbi said. How can there be such a person? It's really too much. Jun stood behind and muttered quietly. I wonder if I can meet the mermaid princess you talk about. Chang Nyo asked, looking at King Neptune with a smile. This. Neptune was obviously not happy. He looked at the scars on the wall, fearing that something similar would happen again later. Are you worried that the mermaid princess will be injured when so many of us are present? Abina asked suddenly. Jinbei also glanced at the other party, and then nodded to His Majesty the King. That is to say, as others said, so many powerful people are staying here, no matter how bad it is impossible for a mermaid princess to be injured. Once this situation spreads, how will the Toru Empire go? As the huge door slowly opened, the scene inside the entire room began to gradually appear. This huge room does look very high, and the interior space is also quite huge, but it is just a place with only a bed in the middle and nothing else. But after the door was fully opened, a little girl hiding behind the bed slightly raised her head and looked outside. At this moment, she was completely displayed in front of everyone. Her fair and pink face looks like she is only 11 or 12 years old. Father! When the little girl in the room saw the door open, the first thing she saw was King Neptune, and she immediately got ready to fly out with joy. But the fool moved relatively fast in the water. In this situation without water, he could only stagger over slowly like a child. At such a young age, Shirahoshi has already completely inherited the height of a man as big as Neptune. Even now, the opponent has reached a height of at least 5 meters. In fact, such a big body and cuteness are already a little bit different, but in terms of appearance, Shirahoshi does look pink and cute. Baxing, father is here to see you. Neptune's face was full of kindness at the moment, and he walked inside with a smile on his face. Princess Shirahoshi. As soon as Jinbi walked in the door, he bowed respectfully and shouted respectfully. It was also the first time for Marco and the others to see the mermaid princess, but their impressions were almost the same. That's how such a small girl grew to such a big size. Although she looks very cute, compared to the other mermaids on Fool's Island, this little girl seems a bit out of place. They met. Yes, they finally meet. We met. I'm already looking forward to it. In the Hard Shell Tower, the moment Chong Nyo first saw Bai Xing, the Neptunes in the sea began to communicate with each other one by one, and some of them started to get excited. The communication between them may be very simple, but no one can hear it at this moment. In the Hard Shell Tower at this moment, Bai Xing had just greeted his father Neptune cordially, and then looked at the group of people standing at the door. For a man who had been staying in this room almost since he was 5 or 6 years old, for the little girl among them, she seemed a little afraid of these strangers at this moment. Father, Boss Jinbei, who are these people? Bai Xing asked in a low voice with some curiosity. She didn't dare to speak too loudly, for fear of disturbing the people standing at the door. Hearing what his daughter said, Neptune also glanced at the door, and then said with a slight smile, these are the people of the True Empire in front of me, especially the one in the front is Emperor True, who is currently above the entire sea. One of the most powerful forces. What about the old man with the white beard? Can't be so rude. As soon as Shirahoshi said these words, Neptune frowned slightly and scolded him with a smile. Chapter 306 The sense of familiarity between strangers. But even if the two people heard it, it didn't seem to matter. After all, they were standing at the door at the moment. They all listened to what Bai Xing said, but no one would really come out to argue with the child. Although the mermaid Shirahoshi is a bit huge physically, after all, he is just a child in age. No matter which direction you look at it, what he shows is nothing but weakness and cuteness. Does it feel familiar? Chongnyo said, and then started walking inside. Because he found that Bai Xing's eyes were always on him from the moment Neptune introduced him, and the emotions revealed in his eyes were not completely unfamiliar. The reason why Chongnyo said this was because he had already felt the other person's thoughts through his mind fruit ability. Neptune looked confused. It was clear that his daughter almost never went out when she stayed here. Why would King Tru say such a thing? But what surprised them even more was that Bai Xing did not refute what Chongnyo said, but instead nodded seriously. What's happening here? Enela stood behind and asked in a low voice to Moshank, who was standing next to him. Don't ask me, I'm still wondering. Moshank's expression was almost the same as that of the others, and none of them showed surprise. His Majesty King Tru, on your side. Neptune wanted to ask something, but the key was that the words were on his lips but he didn't know how to ask. He could only pause in mid-sentence, and then looked at Chongnyo with doubts. Can I have a few words with you alone? Chongnyo walked up to Bai Xing and faced the other person's huge height. He stood below and didn't even reach his waist. But just like that, he looked up at Bai Xing and asked. The little girl did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked directly at Neptune, trying to get an answer from him. But as the king of Fishman Island, Neptune is now completely confused. He can't give any better reply at all. His eyes are full of doubts, and he can't figure out what the true empire wants to do. Your Majesty the King, I think we can let them chat for a while first. Jinbei said seriously. Although he didn't understand the true emperor in front of him, he believed that such a huge force would not be able to do anything to a mermaid princess on Fishman Island. Anyway, the moment he got the affirmative answer, Chongnyo immediately emitted a faint blue light, which just wrapped him and Bai Xing together, making it impossible for outsiders to hear anything they said. People outside were watching nervously, but they could only see the two people opening their mouths, and more importantly, the smile on the lips of the little girl Bai Xing, but no one could hear what they were talking about. Even if they use the haki of knowledge, their perception range is completely blank. Only 10 minutes passed, and the two of them returned to their normal state. However, there was nothing abnormal in the words they communicated during this period. After Chongnyo was released from the space constraints, he still smiled and said to Bai Xing, in the future, maybe when you have an idea and want to take a look at the sun outside, you can call me through the thing I gave you, and I will come to take you in person. How was your outing? I really want to go, but there is a very dangerous guy outside. I really want to see my mother, but all this. Don't worry, that guy is dead, and there won't be another threat to you in this world. Chongnyo's voice was very soft and calm, and he spoke slowly and directly. After all, when he was in the sea before, Chongnyo had used his space ability to instantly dismember a ship, and the person on top was Vandidikan who had the target fruit. Although it was just an accidental encounter, the two main purposes of coming to Fishman Island this time were to directly help one of them solve the trouble. Although the location of Fishman Island is very good, it is definitely not what Chongnyo wants. Compared with Sky Island, Chongnyo may even prefer the latter. Your Majesty King Tru, can what you say be true? Jinbei asked doubtfully. I think it should be the ship that His Majesty the King directly obliterated when he was at a depth of about 7 kilometers under the sea, right? Yuxiao recalled what they had seen and heard at that time. It was only when His Majesty the King mentioned it just now that he thought of a ship that had been solved not long ago. Because after that, none of them had seen His Majesty the King take action, let alone help the little mermaid princess solve the trouble. The only thing they could think of was the time before entering the bottom of the sea. So you're talking about the ghost ship? There seems to be a guy with 4 arms on it. Enel said. The natural thunder fruit spreads much faster in sea water than on land. So from another aspect, for this guy who has had the domineering power of seeing and hearing since birth, his perception may be better when he is on the seabed than when he is on land. It's even clearer on land. That's him, Vandidikan. I didn't expect that he had been dealt with by His Majesty King Tru. Jinbei said with some gratitude. Really? King Neptune was still a little unbelievable. Why did the other party just come to Fishman Island and help him solve such a big trouble? Whether this was intentional or unintentional, the rest needed to be understood too much. Perhaps it's also because of the fate between Bai Xing and I. We happened to meet each other on the way here, so we solved it directly. Changniu said with a slight smile. Then can I go out? Xiao Beixing asked still a little timidly. Of course you can go out. From now on, you can go wherever you want to go and see the world you want to see. No one can stop you anymore. Changniu said. But I really want to see my mother. According to what you said, I can go directly. Should be. Listening to what little white star said, Changniu nodded and said, King Neptune is still in disbelief. He doesn't understand why Vandadekan, who has always been afraid of Fishman Island, was so easily solved by the other party. In that case, I really appreciate His Majesty King Taru, otherwise Shirahoji wouldn't know how long he would have to stay here. Chapter 307 Leaving Fishman Island. Changniu looked at the other party quietly and did not reply. At the same time, he raised his head again and looked at Bai Xing standing there, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The plan to come to Fishman Island this time has been completed perfectly. Not only has he obtained Xiaoli, who has the ability to predict, but more importantly, he can gain a good impression in front of the future Sea King. However, Changniu was a little confused as to whether Bai Xing was the king of the sea or not. After all, through conversation and other methods, the possibility of Shirahoji being Neptune is not as great as imagined. But it doesn't matter now. Everyone has been on Fishman Island for such a long time and has done almost everything they need to do. Now it's time to leave. After staying for nearly 2 hours again, Fishman Island now has no idea of cooperating with the true empire. Although Changniu didn't mind this matter, he also knew that this time period was not a good opportunity. When major changes occur in the world of pirates, Changniu has every reason to believe that by then he may not need to mention this matter again. Fool's Island will naturally consider the issue of his own safety in the future. You can only rely on time to see everything again. What should happen will always happen. It's just that this time the person who poisoned him at the banquet still didn't give a result in the end, but as Changniu, who knew the development of this matter, he could only smile slightly at this situation, even though he knew what was going on behind the scenes. Who did it, but there was no need for him to point out at this time. The excitement of the future can only be put in the future. It doesn't make much sense to solve everything now. On the main street of Fishman Island, of course, it can also be said that it is on the passage leading to the outside. There are not many fishmen or mermaids that can be seen here, except for King Neptune, Jinbi and Shirahoji who are seeing each other off. Apart from the princess, the only other people sent off were a group of soldiers from Fishman Island. They were sent to the outside. Neptune kept saying words of thanks along the way, but Bai Xing seemed to have known each other for a long time, and stayed by Changniu's side like a sister. Of course, one was walking on the ground and the other was walking in the water, and they were chatting happily. I really want to go out with you and see what the world on the sea is like. Bai Xing stayed in the water, leaned out half of his body, and said reluctantly to Changniu who was about to leave. However, Neptune was watching from the sidelines. He looked nervous now, fearing that his daughter would be abducted by the other party if he was not careful later. Changniu naturally knows what Neptune is thinking now, but now everyone has been sent to the outermost edge, and if he goes further, he can reach his ship. Others had already boarded the ship and had been waiting there for quite some time. Perhaps there will be a chance in the future. I can promise you that after 3 years, I will take you to the sea and see the outside world for yourself. Changniu said. His Majesty King True, I don't know if the two of us can go to the new world with you. I'll just go to visit my father and then get off the ship. As soon as Changniu finished speaking, Marco, who was standing behind him, stepped forward and said embarrassedly. Hey. Why did you say it so casually? Now take our boat and go up together. But how did you two get here? Enilu suddenly asked with some dissatisfaction. Haha, there are only 2 of us staying here. The others have already started to set off. I was originally thinking of taking a pirate ship and going aboard together, but now I have met you. Isn't it okay to just drop by and go together? Marco said with a laugh. King Neptune, I am going to the New World next, and I just happen to accompany them there. Since there is no problem with the safety of Fool's Island now, and Princess White Star has also walked out of the hard shell tower, I have been waiting to leave for a while. Jinbei said the same to Neptune. What? Jinbei, are you leaving too? Neptune suddenly asked in confusion. There are some things that need to be dealt with in the new world. I will tell you the details when I come back. Jinbei said respectfully. Okay then. Neptune did not say anything else to persuade him to stay. Jinbei was now the captain of the Shishibukai and the Sun Pirates. What happened to him was indeed not something Neptune could understand. But at the moment when everyone was about to leave, Chang Nyo quietly handed Princess Bai Xing something similar to a bracelet. This thing was similar to iron, but it was surrounded by a circle of iron, and the top it is filled with many carving patterns, but its interior is bright red, and at the same time it is always emitting a faint red light. What is this? Bai Xing asked curiously. Remember, you are not allowed to take it off under any circumstances. This thing will activate its self-defense mechanism the moment your life is threatened. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. Bai Xing was now in the water, and his exposed height was almost exactly the same as Chang Nyo's, so Chang Nyo looked at him calmly. But how can the other person understand so many things? He is just a child. Even if he understands a little more than others, she is still a child. Just because Bai Xing can't understand many things doesn't mean that others can't understand it either. The importance of a thing that can automatically activate a defense mechanism when it is in danger is self-evident. Although it is not known to what extent it can defend against attacks, the fact that such a thing can appear in this world is already considered a miracle. So precious. However, this thing is also not from this world. Chang Nyo just thought of such a thing and redeemed it from the system space. His defense ability can almost prevent the 4 emperors from getting close to this little girl, and the defense time is enough for Chang Nyo to rush to Shirahoshi's side. A group of people were chatting with each other, but the moment Chang Nyo gave out the gift, everyone's eyes were still attracted by this thing. Don't worry, brother Chang Nyo, you gave me this thing. I will never take it down no matter what the circumstances are. That's good. I have to leave first. When you think about what I said, just speak directly to this bracelet. I can hear you. Chang Nyo said, then smiled at Bai Xing. Are we going to leave like this? We obviously just chatted for a short time, so we can't stay for a few more days. Bai Xing's tears welled up in his eyes, and he asked with a rather reluctant look. Just think that I'm sorry this time. I can't stay too much time. I will pick you up and take you to the South Blue Sea. Then we can have a good chat. Chapter 308 Declaration of War on the Navy. The moment he started to set off, Shirahoshi's tears also fell when the other party turned around. Marco, Jinbei, and the others also followed behind the other party immediately, heading towards the luxurious-looking cruise ship. Go up. He will come back. From now on, can't we just stay here and wait? Neptune stepped forward and said to Bai Xing, who was still in the water and looking eagerly in the direction of the infinity. Well, he will come. Bai Xing said seriously. Neptune could only stay and watch until the infinity began to slowly move out, and then when it opened the defensive barrier, it broke through the protective bubble of Fishman Island at a very fast speed. As of now, the trip to Fishman Island is completely over. They have not visited too many places, and they have only visited 2 places that they targeted. After all, this place is not particularly big. Although the population living there is relatively large, it is more because the place where they live is too crowded. On board the Infinity. The moment Marco and the 3 of them came up, their expressions were almost the same as those of many people who came to the ship for the first time. That was how far the true empire had developed to be able to build such a high-end cruise ship. But this kind of surprise is not reflected on his face, it is just as he puts it in his heart and takes a good look at the ship. Your Majesty, please eat some fruit here. Gagoya walked up to Chang Nyo, who was sitting there admiring the beautiful scenery of the deep sea, then elegantly placed a fruit plate next to his seat, and said elegantly with a smile. When he put this thing down, Gagoya laughed consciously. Because the only people sitting on this deck are those from the Taru Empire, and the 2 members of the Whitebeard Pirates, including Jinbei, are all staying in the cabin to admire it. Your Majesty the King, there seems to be something we don't know about during this trip to Fishman Island, right? Yuxiao opened his mouth and asked. That's right, I also think that Your Majesty, your visit should not only be for Mrs. Charlie. Moshank also said. They had all had doubts about this from the beginning, but they were always embarrassed to ask when outsiders were present on Fishman Island. You know what you should know. Even if you inform the Navy directly, there is no problem. It's just that there are some things you shouldn't know. I hope you can stay in it honestly. If you know everything at that moment, what do you think will happen to you? Chang Nyo did not answer the questions from the people on his side. Instead, he calmly looked towards the direction of the room. This woman. It's really troublesome to follow us. Arbon said. What's the trouble with me? I was originally sent by the Navy to monitor you, and I got your consent for this. Now what are you saying that I can't hear? The moment Abena finished speaking, Jun walked directly out of that shadowy land, and then looked at Chang Nyo with an unconvinced face and asked. Until now, Jun has never remembered those reminders about Lieutenant General Tsuru, and even still looks a little superior. This is actually not in line with her character. Take out the phone bug in your hand and communicate directly to warring states. Chang Nyo said calmly. What do you want to do? Just get through and I'll tell him the rest. No, Marshal Sengoku has already given the order, not to communicate without a specific time. Jun said. Ignorance. Abena was a little angry and took a phone bug with a crown directly from his hand, then handed it to Chang Nyo and said again, Your Majesty the King, this can communicate directly to the Navy headquarters. As a first-level member country of the world government, the true empire naturally has the right to communicate directly with the Navy headquarters, but they have never used it. But this time, what Jun said and did was indeed a bit excessive. In any case, he was just on the ship alone. If it weren't for the support of the Navy behind him, he might have died countless times by this time. Poor Looper. As the phone bug started calling, Jun's expression on the side did not look so natural. She did not expect that the other party actually communicated directly to the Navy headquarters about this matter. She didn't even think about what she had done wrong this time. Wow! A clear voice, the phone bug communicated directly, and a voice came directly from the other side and asked, Navy headquarters, who is on the other side? King of the Taru Empire, let Admiral Sengoku get through. Chang Nyo said in a calm voice. Marshal Warring States doesn't have time now. They are holding a meeting. If you need to communicate with Marshal Warring States, you can call back later. With that said, the other party began to prepare to hang up this communication, but Chang Nyo would never give him such an opportunity. Even though they were thousands of miles away, Chang Nyo instantly became cold and said, If you don't want the Toru Empire to go to war with the Navy, and you can't hear the voice of the warring states within 30 seconds, then in the next 3 months, the whole sea will be in chaos. Stand up. You actually dare to threaten the Navy headquarters. I really don't know where you got the courage. After the other party finished speaking sarcastically, he still hung up the contact without any hesitation. However, at the moment of the endless number, as the phone bug communication ended, a monstrous momentum instantly rose. Chang Nyo was on the verge of anger, and his eyes instantly turned sky blue. All the people within 1 kilometer of the deep sea where the creatures all rolled their eyes collectively at the next moment. Although there was no impact on the ship, at this moment everyone could see the anger in the heart of His Majesty the King. Even with a smile, he didn't know what words he should use to suppress the emotions of His Majesty the King at this moment. Jun-hee, communicate with the Empire, summon battleships, and notify the World Economic News, announcing that the Trudeau Empire will not accept any naval jurisdiction from today on, and no naval forces are allowed to station in the entire South Blue Sea. And solemnly declared to the Navy that war would begin. Especially the last 2 words, Chang Nyo almost couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and roared. At this moment, no one dared to refuse. Jun-hee stood up directly and solemnly replied, Yes. With the courtesy of a general. What exactly do you want to do? Is it possible that you want to see the now peaceful sea fall into a state of war again because of your anger? Chapter 309 The Turbulent Navy Conference Room. The movement on the deck immediately attracted Marco and others who were staying in the cabin. Everyone gathered on the deck as soon as the incident happened, but when they saw the atmosphere at the scene, the group of people all fell into a daze, completely unaware of what happened. The king of the country is in such a state. This is the Navy headquarters. The guy who had just hung up the call with Chang Nyo still kept a look of disdain on his face and continued to play with his toys in his hands. Who called just now? At this time, a marine who was not far away, wearing a robe of justice, came over and asked curiously. It turns out to be Colonel Pemo. Just now it was a guy who claimed to be the king of the true empire. He insisted on letting Marshal Warring States come over to communicate. He also said that if he didn't communicate with him within 30 seconds, he would directly declare war with the Navy. I didn't know this guy. Where does the confidence come from? The naval soldier was still speaking in a mocking manner, but the next second, the colonel named Pemo punched him directly in the face, and then roared with some anger and shouted, You bastard, just wait for the sanctions. With that said, Pemo could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly ran towards the Navy headquarters conference room as quickly as possible. In the conference room at this moment, Marshal Sengoku is sitting at the head and starting to discuss other things, and almost all the vice admirals and admirals of the Navy headquarters are here, all discussing the New World and the pirates on the Grand Line situation. But at the moment before they started talking, the door of the conference room was instantly knocked open, and even a door fell directly to the ground. Faced with this sudden situation, everyone stopped talking. No one showed anger at this moment, and looked at Pemo, who ran in from the direction of the door with a surprised look on his face. "Colonel Pemo, if you can't give a reasonable explanation this time, then you will be punished." Akainu was standing, probably reporting something or something. Faced with this sudden interruption, he shouted angrily in a rather low tone. "Warring States, Marshal Warring States, something big has happened." Emperor True of the South Blue Sea communicated directly to the Navy headquarters for some unknown reason, but was ridiculed by the operator. Now the other party has threatened that if you don't communicate and reply within 30 seconds, then we will wait for the True Empire to declare war directly with the Navy. Pemo spoke breathlessly. He knew how urgent the matter was from the moment he opened the door. But when these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room stopped breathing, completely unable to believe what they heard. "What happened?" Sengoku asked with a serious expression. "I'm very sorry, Marshal Warring States, I don't know about this," Pemo said. "It seems that there must be something wrong with Daoto, please contact me quickly." Lieutenant General, he was the first to be anxious. He stood up suddenly and stared at Warring States angrily. "The Toru Empire has such a strong tone. How dare you challenge the Navy with this little strength now?" Akainu said disdainfully. "Shut up. The most important thing now is to figure out what happened. Why did the True Empire make such a statement? Once the war starts, not only will the authority of the Navy be seriously affected, but more importantly, the stability of the New World. Once a war breaks out over the four seas, the New World will be completely out of control." Sengoku also looked at Akainu with some anger and said, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and get through to King True and ask what happened." Garp also said sternly. What happened this time completely disrupted the rhythm of this meeting. Although they have controlled most of the situation in the True Empire, this time it is completely different. They can blatantly declare war directly. They just know that the Navy will not be able to do so at this moment. Dare to prepare for war blindly and directly. The New World needs stability. None of the four emperors are good at it. Nowadays, most of the Navy's forces are too scattered. Once a large group of forces starts to declare war, the entire world will be in turmoil. Warring States was also quite helpless, and then other operators hurriedly connected the phone, and under the witness of so many people, began to call Changnyo. The original meeting had to be interrupted because of this. Now on this sea, although most of everything is still decided by the world government, the world today has indeed been divided into several parts. Even though the True Empire's current strength and the Navy is still far behind, but if problems arise in the current situation, the status of the world government may also be seriously shaken. The Navy is even more worried. After all, judging from some of the situations reported by Jun, it seems that the True Empire has already been in contact with Whitebeard, and some unknown relationship has been established between the two huge forces. Cooperation. It is precisely because of this that Marshal Warring States had to pay attention to what the other party said. Being able to directly propose a decision to go to war is enough to prove the seriousness of the situation this time. As the phone call started, everyone stood up and watched nervously, and even some of the weaker ones did not dare to take a breath. From the time Changnyo showed this attitude to the present, there have not been 30 seconds from beginning to end. Just when the time was approaching, and even Yu Junhee had begun to prepare to notify the True Empire, the phone bug originally wearing the crown, at this moment, it started to ring. "Your Majesty the King, this is a call from the Navy headquarters." "On the Infinity," Abena said in a low voice. Jun could only stand aside and watch. Seeing that the other party suddenly showed such a serious attitude, she immediately didn't know how to tell what happened next. She didn't even think about communicating with the Navy headquarters again. "Don't dare!" Because from the moment Changno burst into anger, Jun finally understood what the purpose of the Navy headquarters asking him to come over. It was not the so-called supervision of the other party's actions, but to report the other party's whereabouts to the Navy headquarters at any time. That's it. Connected, I would like to see what Senguo wants to say at this moment. Changnyo said in a still cold voice. Chapter 310 Personal Communication between the Navy and the Warring States. Period. Abena did not refuse and rang the phone with the crown. At the moment the call was connected, no one opened their mouths to speak, and they all remained quiet. The same was true on the other side. The two sides were in a stalemate for about 30 seconds before the other side's voice began to be heard from the phone worm and said, "I am Marine Sengoku. Is the other side King Taru?" "His Majesty." Abena shouted, then took a step back respectfully, keeping no one within 1 m of the phone bug from touching it. Chongnyo walked forward slowly, a devilish smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Instead of being angry just now, he said calmly, "I thought your navy was so powerful that you couldn't even make a phone call. Don't get me wrong, I will definitely give you an explanation about this matter later. Now can you tell me why you asked me to communicate with you?" The voice of the warring states marshal on the opposite side came over and said, "Oh? You want to get down to business so soon? But before talking about this matter, can you tell me who your Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit came with and what is the purpose? Exploring the military secrets of the true empire? Or do you want to do something shady? If you don't mind, we can help you train it." Changyo said. "I wonder what happened. You dare to say that you don't know? I won't tell you how many messages he has conveyed to you along the way. But is it possible that staying on this ship and not obeying the rules is the style of your navy? If you insist on doing this next time, if so, then it will be revealed that the Empire will not mind causing chaos in the entire sea." Saying this, Chongnyo unknowingly began to enter a state of anger again. The Navy's behavior is disgusting no matter how you look at it. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman like Jun, who didn't know what kind of ecstasy was given to her by the Navy people, was willing to take such a big risk to do such a thing. This guy dares to threaten our Navy now. I really don't know where the confidence comes from. In the Naval Conference Room, Sakisuke's voice spoke directly and without hesitation, and Chongnyo who was standing opposite could naturally hear such words. Even other people heard it clearly. He always wanted to smile steadily. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back his body sitting there. Then he stood up suddenly and said in a cold voice, "So, since the Navy does not believe in the true empire with this strength, if Jun and General still do what His Majesty just ordered, we, the true empire, will be reminded of the war that belongs to the sea." "Yes." Junhee shouted in response seriously. At this moment, it was the call from those on the opposite side who were once again surprised. Without warning, they began to directly want to start a war. Regardless of their strength, this situation was indeed enough to give the warring states marshal on the opposite side a headache. "King True, is it possible that you really plan to do this?" The voice of the warring states marshal came over and said. "All this depends on your attitude. Don't always make yourself superior. There are many people in this world who are dissatisfied with the Navy. I would like to know how many people there will be after the war between the true empire and the Navy begins." All forces besieged the Navy at the same time. Chongnyo frowned and his words were very cold, as if the matter was settled directly. "Oh, tell me, what do you want?" The atmosphere in the conference room at the Navy headquarters once again dropped to freezing point. Although Sakisuke clenched his fists in anger, he had already realized from what he just said that the true empire was not joking. Everyone knows what the current situation on the sea is like, and no one dares to say what will happen. So no one in the entire conference room dared to open their mouths at this moment, because they still don't know what the specific situation is. What exactly caused these senior leaders of the true empire to make such remarks? "I don't want to ask for anything, I just want to tell you that there are some things that your navy should not touch, my bottom line, otherwise the true empire really doesn't mind starting a world war," Chongnyo said, and then hung up the phone. The atmosphere on the ship and the atmosphere in the conference room fell into a state of silence, especially in the conference room of the Navy headquarters. Almost all the people stared at each other and dared not open their mouths. "What do you think about this matter?" Warring States stood there with his two fists clenched and pressed directly on the rectangular table in the conference room. He raised his head and looked at everyone, exuding unparalleled domineering power. But those people standing behind were almost staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Even Lieutenant General he didn't speak at this moment, but at this time Sakisuke turned to look at Warring States and said, "I think it should be it's something that happened on Fishman Island, and according to the characters of the people in the true empire, it's definitely not because of Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit." "Fishman Island?" Captain suddenly asked. "Akainu is right this time. King Taru must have come to warn us because of the problem of Fishman Island. It seems that we need to seize the time to investigate this Xiaoli. What is the identity of the other party?" How can Tou let Taru the Empire is willing to start a war to divert our attention? Sengoku also shouted seriously. In this conference room, there are almost all senior leaders of the entire Navy headquarters. Everyone who can sit in this position is not only outstanding in terms of strength, but of course everyone is not a fool. Some topics only require a little digging for everyone to understand. Chang Nyo is indeed smart enough, and the key is that people in high positions like them also understand. This meeting itself was held to study the situation of True Empire's trip to Fishman Island. From beginning to end, they mentioned several key names, the most important of which was Xia Li. Just an ordinary resident of Fishman Island can actually allow the most powerful force in the world to travel thousands of miles to bypass Fishman Island. There is definitely something hidden in this that they don't know about. Although Jun has reported the detailed process and even told the story of Xia Li, a woman who can understand the problem of prediction. Facing them in the middle of the meeting, the Toru Empire suddenly used the Jun issue as a warning and threat. However, according to the mind of Marshal Warring States, a wise general, he was able to quickly separate out the most important point from these things. At the same time, he also understood that what the Empire said was nothing more than a warning to them, so that they should not stretch their hands too far. Chapter 311 The Purpose of Emperor True. On board the Infinity. The reason why Chang Nyo was angry was actually to use Jun as a topic to warn the Navy. He knew that this kind of thing must have been reported to them, so the only way to make them feel better was in this way. But only one of the people who could guess what was on His Majesty's mind smiled, and the others were confused. They really thought it was all because of the woman sent here by the Navy. As a lieutenant general in the Navy, Jun now looked aggrieved, with tears already welling up in his eyes. He looked quite touching. She felt that she really couldn't communicate with the people in the Toru Empire, so she just glanced at everyone, and everyone still maintained the same look and appearance. In desperation, Jun's lips trembled twice but did not say anything, and then he suddenly turned around and started walking towards the cabin. Gagoya and everyone else on the ship were all afraid of waiting for His Majesty the King to be angry, so they hurried to the cabin to do their own things, and the entire deck suddenly became quiet again. From this moment on, no one dared to eavesdrop at this time. Now they are still at a depth of several thousand meters under the sea. Except for the lights on the ship, everything else is in a dark world. All other irrelevant people have left, and now only the 6 of them are left here. They were quiet for a while, and then they smiled and then frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, are you not worried that the Navy will still go to Fishman Island to check the situation?" "It doesn't matter. Xia Li is not the ultimate goal of our trip to Fishman Island. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who knows about the secret," Chang Nyo said. "What on earth is going on?" Enelu asked curiously. "Your Majesty the King, Fishman Island has obviously rejected our cooperation. How should we redefine this issue in the future?" Mo Shank said suddenly. Junhee didn't say much during the whole process. After all, he didn't follow him in the end. Instead, he went to the sea forest alone to print the historical text of Fishman Island. So he didn't know what happened throughout the whole process, and what kind of person could attract such attention from His Majesty the King. Chang Nyo was not willing to tell these things, but he could feel that General Yuxiao must also know something. Everyone else was in a state of confusion. This time they entered Fishman Island in such an upright and open manner, it was actually for the purpose of making a dangerous move. The only information recorded that Princess White Star is Poseidon, the god of the sea, is currently in Chang Nyo's own space. Apart from him, the only person who can know the content is probably the original Roger. Those people from the pirate group. But he also had enough reasons to believe that except for Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King at the time, who could know the news, it was impossible for anyone to know about the other pirate walls. A weapon that can save or destroy the world, or even a person who can communicate and summon people like Neptune, such an existence is definitely not allowed by the world government. But so far, Bai Xin has not shown any signs of being Poseidon, the god of the sea. I am afraid that all of this will take a relatively long process to develop. This time when we entered Fishman Island, we had already met the people and established a relatively good relationship. From now on, we only need to do this step by step, and everything will naturally fall into place in the end. Your Majesty, there seems to be a huge guy 2 kilometers ahead. Enelu opened his mouth and said. Chang Nyo simultaneously conducted self-perception, and within this range of perception, he immediately imagined a huge figure. This guy was almost 200 meters tall, and with his huge size, he was completely walking on the seabed. I didn't expect it was him. Chong Nyo suddenly smiled, and then said to himself leisurely. Is it possible that His Majesty the King knows him? The great entrance to my engine, the legendary god of the sea. Chang Nyo said in reply to this smile. That said, I'm a little impressed. Said with a smile. They didn't seem to be surprised at the appearance of this guy. After all, it was not surprising for anything to happen in the underwater world. The last time Chong Nyo killed Vanderdecken, he didn't feel the existence of this guy at all, but he didn't expect that in the process of ascending to the new world, he would be able to see him in this place. Although this big guy is clumsy and has no use at all, but if he can be called the god of the sea, then he must have something that he doesn't know about. At this moment, Mian Jinjian was walking forward slowly with his huge body. His eyes, which were almost as big as a small boat, looked around from time to time. As he walked, he was still shouting, Master Dakin, where are you? But as the infinity began to slowly approach, the great deist Mianjin also showed no fear at all. After all, staying at such a deep seabed, there were probably not many people who would be his opponents. So even if he saw a huge cruise ship approaching, not only did he not panic at all, but he began to block the ship directly in front. Even though he was blocking it there, the great Mianjin didn't even have the slightest intention of destroying the ship. Instead, the moment the infinity stopped, this guy lay on the infinity's defense barrier with his huge mouth open. Asked, have you seen Lord Dakin? The docking of the ship also attracted the attention of the people in the cabin. Moreover, the ship had more than one deck. Chang Nyo and the others were on the third floor of the cruise ship. However, there were two decks directly in front and one behind. But the functional areas are different in each place. The huge face of Derudeo almost covered half the size of the ship. For those who have never seen this guy before, seeing this face for the first time is indeed a bit scary. Have you seen Lord Dakin? I can't find where he is. Derudeo Mianjin opened his mouth again and asked. Your Majesty the King, do you need your subordinates to go up and kill him? Moshank raised his head and looked at the huge face, then turned to look at His Majesty the King and asked. But at this moment of Chong Nyo, everyone felt differently, because at this moment, his eyes had begun to emit a faint red light. This was something that no one had ever seen before, and at the same time, they could not understand it. What exactly did he want to do? Chapter 312 Meeting the Sea God Mianjin. Chang Nyo began to activate his psychic devil fruit ability. After all, in this world, the power of this devil fruit is completely a bug, and if it is handled well, it can even become invincible. With a faint red light in his eyes, he raised his head and stared at the great entrance to Mianjin Mi. The moment the other party saw him, the originally dark eyes began to glow with a faint red light. Master Dakin is no longer here. Please stay with me from now on. I will give you what you want to eat and also give you safety. How about that? Chong Nyo raised his head and asked in a gentle voice. Several other people watching this scene could no longer sit still. They stood up one by one to see what happened to their king and why such a big guy said such words so calmly. When Mianjin heard this, he felt like a friend he hadn't seen for many years. He quickly stood up straight and began to nod slowly. However, the faint red light in his eyes at this moment still did not dissipate. Is it really possible? But why would Lord Dakin leave me alone? Mianjin asked curiously. The other party's current mind is just like that of a child, and he doesn't even have any opinions on many things at all, but his strength is beyond doubt. Derudeo Mianjin saw that a sea god who could control the existence of sea water could definitely become the overlord of the sea if he could be cultivated well. It's just that so far, all his deeds have not been reflected at all, and all that is left is such a big shell. Facing the other party's question, Chong Nyo slowly smiled, and then continued to say calmly, Master Dakin is dead, so you just need to follow me from now on. He asked you to listen to me whatever I say. From now on, he is your only master. Master? I'm just hungry. Can you give me something to eat first? Mianjin said a little aggrieved. He no longer seems to be interested in Dakin's death at all, and his mind is already thinking about how to eat. But as the other party's thoughts began, the red light in Chong Nyo's eyes and the light in the other party's eyes began to disappear. Even so, Mianjin did not show any strange look, and still felt that Chong Nyo was already his. The owner is average. What's happening here? Moshank asked Abena next to him in a low voice with some doubts. Now he is not the only one who is confused. Others are even more confused and can't figure out what happened. Long ago, Chang Nyo had already used the ability to create a special chain with the palm of his hand. Even if they already knew that His Majesty the King possessed the power of 2 devil fruits, they would never bring this matter up again. Think about this. So this is what makes them more confused. Can you find the South Blue Sea? Chang Nyo suddenly asked. Nanhai? There should be no problem. My engine answered immediately. After you finish eating, you can go directly back to the South Blue Sea from the Fishman Island. I will arrange for others to pick you up there. Chang Nyo's tone was similar to an order, not even the slightest hint. Give the other person objections. This time Chang Nyo used one of the abilities of the psychic devil fruit, which was to change the other person's inner thoughts and at the same time change his thinking and memory, making the other person feel like he should be like this as quickly as possible. In such a situation, there is no weakness, and it is impossible for the other party to return to his previous thoughts no matter what state he is in the future. My engine stayed there and scratched his bald head with his hands, and then did not say a word of rejection. His big eyes were still staring at the ship. After a while, he began to ask leisurely, I can't follow you. Let's go together. No, we still have important things to do. You can either choose to stay around Fishman Island, and we will ask you to go back with us when we return, or go directly to the South Blue Sea, and someone will pick you up then. Chang Nyo said. Okay, then I'd better wait for you here. I don't know how to get to the South Blue Sea. My engine said with a grin, and then gradually began to smile. Hai Ling, let's continue setting off. Chang Nyo said something out of thin air, and then the infinity started up again and started to leave forward. The only person left at the scene was the gigantic My Engine Mian. He stared with big eyes as the infinity began to slowly leave. He did not follow him, but had a look of anticipation on his face. Even though they had gone a long way, they could still vaguely see the huge figure of My Engine Jian when they looked back. Everyone on the ship was still wondering, what on earth happened? Your Majesty, what is that big guy? Junhee finally couldn't help the doubts in his heart and started to ask. Several other people were also waiting for answers. As for those standing on other decks, they could not hear the chatter above and could only stay below and watch curiously. Even Jun did not come closer. Although everyone my heart is full of doubts, but there are probably only 5 people who can know the answer at this moment. Orido My Engine is a legendary sea god who has the ability to control sea water. Chang Nyo spoke calmly without explaining too much. Others just want to know what's new. Even if they know so much, what's the use? But this trip didn't give them the feeling of peace after all. The main expectation of everyone at the moment was to see what the new world was like. For My Engine Me who was so big in size, these people felt nothing after being fresh. Anyway, it won't be long before we forget about this, and by the time we meet again, we will probably start to get to know each other better. In this deep sea, Chang Nyo and his party did not encounter so many things in the same sea like the protagonists in the later period. Now they just surfaced very calmly, and did not encounter any bumps or special events during the process. Situation occurs. It should be said that the only difference is that the undersea currents in the New World are obviously much stronger than those in the first half of the Grand Line. The sea water around the hull is flowing very fast, and the infinity is almost entirely swimming against the current, and always maintains if there is a slight mistake in precise control, then his ascending position may not be ideal. In the cabin. Chapter 313 Only listen to one person's orders. Jose was sitting on the chair next to him, and Marco was lying on the bed, but their eyes were very consistent, and they were all looking at the TV screen that was being played. Marco, did you notice the behavior of that big guy just now? Jose asked curiously. Although the ship has been far away for a long time, the doubts in Jose's heart have never dissipated. After all, when My Engine first came into contact with the ship, a faint red light emitted from his eyes, which obviously did not feel normal. It may be the devil fruit ability. I don't know what kind of devil fruit it is, but it can actually allow Emperor Toru to control such a huge guy. Marco frowned and said, he had already discovered this kind of thing, but some things were not easy to ask. Until now, everyone is curious about what abilities the legendary Emperor Toru has. Even if he is standing next to him and can see him perform it, in the end, all this is still unknown. Jose stood aside with some surprise. In his understanding, he really couldn't imagine what kind of devil fruit Emperor Toru had eaten. Not only from the first time he saw it, but also from what Marco said, he had even doubted whether the abilities of the devil fruit he knew were real. What exactly is going on? Jun was also a little stunned. Even after these things had passed, she still couldn't hide the surprise in her heart. After all, I have seen Chongnyo use his ability before, twice. Each time it gave people a different feeling, and this time it was even weirder. From her status, she could naturally tell that Chongnyo used the power of devil fruit on Ayatsumi this time, but she didn't know exactly what kind of power it was. But this group of people in the true empire seemed to have taken this weird thing completely seriously. No matter what His Majesty the King did, they would all think it was absolutely normal. Therefore, in this deep sea, no one will raise objections. As for the four outsiders, how they understand it is their business. Jinbei, you should know that big guy just now, right? Marco asked with some confusion as he saw Jinbei frowning. Because from the moment the big guy showed up, Jinbei had been acting extremely abnormal. He even wanted to go up and say something directly many times, but in the end he was stopped by the entourage on the ship. Meet, the great Poseidon. Jinbei said calmly. Is there something you haven't told us yet? What exactly is this great entrance path? Marco asked. Oh, I'll tell you again when I get the chance. Jinbei shook his head. He didn't want to say these words, but he was very curious about the things that happened in Myanjin at the Great Entrance Road. These things basically only existed in the secrets of Ryugu Castle. In addition to the kings and ministers of Ryugu Castle in the past, it was almost impossible for outsiders to know, but he could see just now that Emperor True seemed to already know the identity of the other party the moment he saw him for the first time. It wasn't just these that made his expression change, but the fact that the other party was able to control this guy, Oindo. For those devil fruit users above the sea, as long as Myanjin can listen carefully to one person's orders, and in the future when their strength reaches a certain level, they can even create a nightmare of their own. Others may not know these things, but Jinbei knows this big guy very well, but since that is the case now, Jinbei doesn't want to get too involved in these things. None of the people at the top came up with any ideas. Anyway, it is not unusual for a monster to appear in their own country. Even if it appears in the South Blue Sea, it is estimated that no one will have any special problems. Sense of fear. The infinity is still slowly rising towards the sea. Now every inch it walks is already several times more dangerous than staying in the first half of the Grand Line. The ocean currents here are not like what they have experienced before. Calm, but there are invisible risks. The sea water washed away quickly along the entire defensive barrier, so fast that everyone couldn't see clearly what was ahead. Rows of air bubbles completely blocked everyone's sight. Before reaching the sea surface, they have already begun to encounter such a strong ocean current. In fact, the speed of the infinity is already quite slow. After all, it is completely upstream for them. They don't even know the weather in the new world above their heads at this moment. What kind of climate they will encounter is completely like a lottery. Although the entire ship is now moving against the current, the rising speed is still very fast in comparison. Although it is not rising in a straight line, for the pressure of the ship, this willow disease will not cause any substantial harm. As long as it does not touch if it encounters a reef, it will hardly cause any problem damage. Although separated by a defensive barrier, the sound of the rapid collision of ocean currents from the outside world is still particularly noticeable inside. Let alone staying in the boat to have a good rest, even the sound of two nearby people communicating is completely lost. Covered, the sound is not harsh, but it can be completely deafening. Fortunately, this situation will not last long. The ocean currents on the seafloor last for about 5 minutes, and the overall situation has entered a relatively gentle interface. Staying at this depth, although the field of vision is still greatly obstructed, you can still vaguely see a glimmer of light. At least you can be sure that it is only about 2,000 meters away from the sea surface. After the deafening sound disappeared, everyone suddenly sat there relaxed. Changyo sat leisurely, and then pressed his finger on a button at the front of the seat, and the entire chair began to slowly move backwards. Come on. At the same time, Changyo said somewhat leisurely, wait a while for everyone to get ready. The new world is still about 15 minutes away at most. Use your abilities. The sea may not be calm. Although I have only been to the new world once, the weather changes in the new world are really incredible. Some things are even impossible to see twice in this life. But according to guesses and estimates, the weather above our heads was not as good as imagined. Chapter 314 Phoenix Fruit. While they were still expressing doubts, General Yuxiao was sitting there and said in the same leisurely voice, you should really follow His Majesty the King's instructions. You may encounter something later. What on earth are you talking about? Even if we reach the surface of the sea, is it possible that there are still people who dare to do harm to us? Anilu asked curiously. It will definitely not be people who are disadvantageous to us, but I guess you must have heard of the weather in the New World, and we are waiting to welcome the baptism that the New World brings to us. Abena also said with a smile. Is it that mysterious? I don't believe it. Anilu pouted and said with a nonchalant look on his face. But at the moment when he finished talking to himself, a mechanical voice began to sound on the infinity, saying, Everyone, please prepare, we will appear on the surface of the New World in 5 minutes, please be prepared. He was reminded 3 times in succession, and the infinity also began to move towards the sea at an extremely fast speed. For those who have never entered the New World, they are almost full of curiosity and expectation for it, but it is estimated that only those who have been people in the New World understand that this place is really a place of survival of the fittest. 10, 9, 8, 7. The system's beep began to sound as it approached the sea. At the moment when it finally reached 1, the ship was being retracted and was directly pushed to the sea surface by the huge sea pressure. The entire ship was even thrown up to a height of nearly 2 meters. But the moment they came up, the scene displayed in front of everyone could be described as terrifying. Because hail is falling on the sea at this moment, but this huge hail is simply unimaginable. The diameter is at least 1 m away. The moment the huge gravity falls into the sea, layers of water splashes are also built on the sea. Could this be the legendary New World? Anilu's eyes widened, looking at the situation in front of him in disbelief. What's happening here? Everyone on the deck was in disbelief when they saw this. This huge, dense hailstone no longer looked like falling from the sky. Instead, it looked like it was thrown directly towards them from a distance. The entire sky was pitch black at the moment, and I was completely enveloped in their sight, but in the farthest sight area, there was still a clear sky, as if these hailstorms existed just to welcome their arrival. Hai Ling, remove the defensive barrier. Chang Niu lay there leisurely and shouted. Now that we have arrived at the New World, why do we still need to use the infinity to stop these attacks? There are obviously so many people on the ship, so it would be nice to let them deal with it on their own. The moment his words fell, the transparent barrier on the entire ship dissipated invisible in the next second. However, facing the dense hail, everyone could only deal with it by themselves. Your Majesty, are you not afraid of damaging the infinity? Junhe shouted with a speechless expression. Instead of saying this, it's better to deal with it quickly. Your Majesty is testing your abilities. When you arrive in the New World, you will naturally use your own body to adapt to the weather in the New World. You can't just rely on the system on the ship for everything. Abena said with a smile, his whole aura now changed into something else. The hailstones in the sky seemed to be heading towards them. The huge ones fell densely one after another, and each one looked quite big. If an ordinary person, just one would be enough. Can be smashed directly into meat patties. The next step is the task assigned to you. Don't let any of these hailstones touch the infinity. Just treat it as a game that we came here to complete. Chang Niu still spoke leisurely. As if watching the excitement is not a big deal, there are countless dense hailstones in the sky, and they are still falling one after another. I'd better do it first. Mo Shank walked in the middle, and the moment his voice fell, his body started to burn with flames. In less than 3 seconds, Mo Shank completely turned into a bird with red flames burning on its body. With a cry, Mo Shank flew directly up. This is his devil fruit, the animal-type phantom bird fruit phoenix form. An ability that can be even more powerful than nature-type fruits, with complete and absolute immortality, can be regarded as the top category among animal-type devil fruits. A phoenix burning with red flames flew into the air. As he raised his head and screamed suddenly, the flames on his body suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Wherever the flames went, all the hail that fell in the sky turned into rain, and even at the moment after melting, all the rainwater is directly evaporated. Ouch! Marco, if I remember correctly, this should be the phoenix form of the bird fruit, right? Josie asked, his eyes widening. Indeed, I didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. Marco said with the same emotion. It seems that the Toru Empire is much stronger than imagined. Jinbei said. The 3 people have their own emotions. After all, it was previously revealed that although the Empire is equally classified as the 4 emperors and 1 emperor, the Empire is originally located in the 4 seas. Not many people think that their strength can be very strong, but as they see from what I heard, the true empire now reflected in front of me is definitely worthy of this title. Everyone stayed below and was stunned to see it. Even those who followed the true empire themselves raised their heads and looked up with interest. Hey! Mo Sank, come down quickly and let us show you. Enelo shouted loudly, as if he was afraid that the other party would steal his title. But it is true that even Junhee feels eager to try. After all, this trip to the New World requires him to prove himself no matter what. The flames emitted by the phoenix still swept half of the sky. Although it could directly destroy all the hailstones, it also created unimaginable high temperatures. Staying on the ship felt like being burned on a fire. This scene seems so exciting for everyone, but a general level strength to deal with these falling hailstones is somewhat overkill, but it is indeed very efficient. Chapter 315 The Temperature of the New World. The dark clouds above the head were slowly dissipating, and not a single huge hailstone fell, but it is estimated that the people below were not thinking as much as these hailstones falling. Moshank's ability was too powerful, causing the entire place below to be burned by him. Even the powerful flame light made the people below unable to lift their heads. Moshank, you guy, come down quickly. Do you want to roast us to death? Junhee shouted loudly upwards, and Enelo next to him also shouted in agreement. This time, the other party finally heard it, and the flames that filled the sky began to slowly return, until they finally disappeared on a phoenix. Moshank hovered in midair for a while, and then began to return towards the infinity, but the hail in the sky also fell immediately at this moment. The huge size does not appear to be any smaller even when it is close to the edge. The moment Moshank recovered his body, the huge hailstone above his head fell directly, but this time no one went to smash it directly. Instead, the smile that had been sitting there was just in his hand. The crutch hit the ground, and the huge hailstone that was about to hit the infinity suddenly floated only about 1 meter away from the hull. The same thing happened with the densely falling hailstones. At this moment, everyone felt unprecedentedly comfortable. At least they were still in the heat just now. At this moment, because of the suspension of the hailstones, they felt an instant sense of coolness. General Yuxiao only shook his hand slightly, and the hailstones that were originally suspended there suddenly left the range of the infinity and fell into the sea. Such a scene also immediately attracted the interest of others. Shunye did not turn into a werewolf form, but his right hand was now a furry wolf claw. Part of his body began to use the devil fruit ability, and his hand began to wave continuously. Those in the sky, the huge hailstones that were about to fall turned into snowflakes and began to fall downwards with a series of claw strikes in mid-air. As the hull began to slowly leave the range of the dark clouds, there were still huge hailstones behind them that continued to fall towards the sea. However, the place where they were now was already clear, and within the surrounding perception space, not even a single person could see them. None of the birds. So this is the new world? It seems that except for the changeable weather conditions, it is no different from the world around the world. Junhee said, leaning on the edge of the fence. The reason why the new world becomes a new world is not just because of its weather problems, but more importantly, it is where all the powerful people gather. Almost half of the powerful people in the world stay in this world, which is suitable for the survival of the poor is his eternal law. Arbon said. I don't think it's anything. Most of the powerful people you mentioned don't include us. Junhee said with a grin. Let's talk. The weather is too hot. I'd better hide inside the house. While chatting, Chongnyo stood up slowly, stretched and said. The outside is indeed not a pleasant place to stay, and I have to return to the cabin. I feel the same. Moshank said the same thing, and the three of them seemed to agree on the same thing. Junhee and Enelo looked at the performance of these three people, and they were also speechless. It doesn't matter that His Majesty the King and General Yuxiao say it's hot. The key question is, what qualifications do you, Moshank, have to say such a thing? But even if they thought so, a group of people had already begun to walk into the ship building one after another. Staying on the deck now, it is true that you can only get the blazing heat of the sun. As long as there is nothing wrong with your brain, you probably won't stay on the deck, but the two of them don't know whether it is because of the devil fruit's ability or other problems. Anyway, I still feel a little happy staying here, looking at the surrounding scenery. The new world is actually similar to the land of the four seas. When there is no wind, the water is still sea water. It is the same color and stretches as far as the eye can see. There is no difference at all. But it's just because of the word new world that it feels a bit fresh to them. Everyone else who was staying on the deck also returned to their rooms. At least there was air conditioning to cool them down. It was hot outside anyway, and the temperature was probably at least 60 degrees. At this time, the sea water on the sea surface began to smoke continuously because of such a high temperature, as if it would boil in the next second. As for the place where they appeared in the New World, they probably don't even know it themselves. The Infinity has an automatic navigation system. Before the next destination is determined, it will only move in the direction of Raftru. In the room, Marco, Josie, and Jinbi were chatting in a room, but at this moment, a light curtain was projected into the room instantly, and the three more vigilant people suddenly showed their alertness. But when they saw a projection-type figure, their wariness began to slowly dissipate. Mr. Marco, His Majesty the King invites you to the living room on the top floor, and you can arrive in time. The sudden appearance of Hai Ling really startled the three grown men, but it was not that they had never seen it before. As a system on the ship, although these people could not understand it, they at least knew that this thing could be used at any time. Appear anywhere next to any of them. Did you say why? Marco said, still wearing his pineapple head. I'm very sorry Mr. Marco, His Majesty the King didn't say anything specific. Hai Ling said. I think you should go over there. It seems like I have something to ask you. Jinbei said. Okay, I'll go over now. Marco said, although he was a little confused, he quickly put on his clothes and started walking outside while shirtless. When he arrived at the top floor, it was a place surrounded by glass. Except for some supporting steel frame structures, the rest of the internal structure was also made of tempered double-layer glass. Even if he stayed here, I'll have a pleasing feeling. You can have an unobstructed view of the sea outside in this kind of room. The living room is almost surrounded by sofas, with a relatively large coffee table in the middle with fruits and other drinks piled on it. Chapter 316 Sudden Attack. It is almost impossible to navigate on this sea, and the water in some places has begun to boil due to the high temperature. I really don't understand what the weather in this new world can be like. In this area, it is almost cloudless at first glance, and the sun seems to be close to the sea. Even if you stay in the cabin, with the cooling effect of the air conditioner, this sultry atmosphere still makes people feel difficult to maintain. The Infinity was already sailing forward at the fastest speed, but even so, being in such a hot environment still made everyone feel bored. Marco pushed open the door to the living room on the top floor. The environment here was much more comfortable compared to the one below, but it still couldn't stop the scorching heat from the outside. At least the moment the door to the room was opened, the heat from outside the room also swept through the entire room immediately. His Majesty King Tru, are you looking for me? Marco asked with a smile as soon as he came in. Chongnyo was the only one here, and he was still sitting leisurely on the sofa, quietly looking at the scenery of the sea outside. Tell me where the old man is and we can go directly there. Chongnyo said. Dad, they are currently on Mokya Island. From here, at the current sailing speed, it will take at least 5 days to arrive. Marco said. Mokya Island. Chongnyo muttered. He had never heard this name in his memory. It was obviously a strange and unfamiliar place. But all he knows is the things that the protagonist group has experienced. It is normal to be a little unfamiliar with places that he has not experienced before. Chongnyo sat on the sofa, with his thumbs crossed and tapping the other hand, and he fell into a state of thinking. In terms of size, the New World is much larger than the first half of the Grand Line. But on the other hand, the New World is full of crises. Hai Ling, divert to Dressrosa. Let's go over there and take a look. Chongnyo suddenly sat up straight and began to shout orders. According to the specific situation en route, Dressrosa is only about 2 days away from them. The reason why they want to go to that place is because there are people who need to see it next. This time, there was no sound from the endless ship, but after determining the route, the entire ship began to quickly change direction, completely turning a 90-degree turn in another direction. Dressrosa? What are we doing there? Marco asked doubtfully. Sit down first, let's chat for a while, and then I'll tell you what the purpose of the past was. Chongnyo said. Marco was also not polite and sat directly on the sofa opposite Chongnyo. On the coffee table in front of them, a glass of ice water appeared directly as if out of thin air. After Chongnyo finished speaking, he continued to immerse himself in thinking. The New World was a very unfamiliar place for him. Although he would not worry or consider safety matters, he still needed to have other things to do. But if everything goes smoothly like them, then the development of this plot will be absolutely meaningless. In this hot weather, there is no one on the deck outside. Fortunately, the ship has an automatic scanning system, which will report immediately if it encounters a dangerous situation. Marco, you! Bang! Before Chong Nyo could finish his words, the entire ship suddenly shook violently, and a huge red alarm of woo-woo began to erupt on the ship. It had been less than an hour since they arrived in the New World. Unexpectedly, even though they had sensed the surrounding situation with Haki, they still didn't find any clues. Hailing, what happened? Chong Nyo quickly stood up and began to question loudly. Your Majesty the King, the Infinity was attacked inexplicably. According to the attack trajectory, it should have come from a position 15 kilometers to the left. The specific attack object was a huge stone. Hailing's figure suddenly appeared, and he began to report anxiously. First report the damage to the ship. Dear His Majesty the King, the port side deck of the Infinity is currently severely damaged, and it has not yet threatened the nuclear power generator behind the deck. As soon as the voice fell, other people were already running over quickly, everyone wanted to see what happened. Even though the weather outside was still above 60 degrees, there were already more than a dozen people standing on the deck. Especially that huge stone, which has now directly smashed through the entire deck, creating a hole with a diameter of at least 3 meters, which looks really shocking. Standing in the living room on the top floor, Chong Nyo could also see the huge hole in the plywood. The darkness extended directly to the innermost part, and lightning sparks appeared from time to time in the hole. What happened? On the deck, he could not see anything with a smile. He could only roughly perceive this situation, but he could not understand the more specific content. General Yuxiao, it seems we are under attack. Mo Shang said with a serious expression. The New World is so weird. Did rocks start falling from the sky? Anilo asked. Stop talking and be careful. After saying this with a smile, the whole person instantly pulled out the staff and knife, and a powerful force of gravity surged instantly. Then in their sight, a huge stone with a diameter of at least 10 meters was moving towards it at an extremely fast speed, even sparking. Then they fell over. This scene is almost like General Yuxiao's meteorite attack, but everyone can clearly see the direction of the trajectory of this attack. It was because they had all relaxed their vigilance before, and the defensive barriers on the Infinity were also being lifted, so this time unknown people took advantage of the loophole. But the 10m huge stone with sparks on it was coming towards them like a meteorite. At this moment, everyone really started to prepare for the battle. The gravity of a smile directly caused the stone to float about 50 meters above the entire ship. But then, more and more meteorite-like things flew towards this side, and there were already nearly 20 or 30. Block shape. Chapter 317 Unperceived Attack. While everyone was on guard, they were all curious about what kind of person actually dared to attack here. They had no idea what they were thinking. But who dares to think about such a thing now? Everyone is already on alert. Even Jinbei, Josie, and Jun who are on the boat have begun to assist them in their defense. The defensive barrier on the Infinity was also opened immediately, but facing so many attacks has completely exceeded everyone's imagination. What is even more difficult to imagine is the two people standing in the living room. Marco listened to what Hailing just said word for word, especially because it was unimaginable that he could throw such a huge stone directly for more than 10 kilometers and attack at such a fast speed. This kind of strength level no longer requires any imagination, you can completely guess what level the opponent has reached. This power may not even be achieved by the four emperors. However, facing the attack at this moment, Shunye directly activated his full devil fruit ability. He ran in the air and used his sharp claws to directly attack those who were attacking. The meteorite was chopped into pieces, and as it fell into the sea piece by piece, it also caused huge waves. Such an attack is even more violent than any cannonball attack, and for ordinary ships, just such an attack can turn a large ship into powder in an instant. What are you still doing? The Infinity's defense barrier can't withstand such a big impact, so everyone goes all out to stop those attacks. Standing in the conference room, Chong Nyo smashed the glass in front of him with an angry punch, and then shouted to those who still felt a little idle. As soon as these words came out, several generals instantly moved to the outside of the defensive barrier. As for the remaining people, they also did what they should do to resist. Josie also activated his own abilities and wanted to use his shoulders to carry the falling meteorite, but as he jumped into the air to block a piece of it, his whole body was directly hit by the huge force and hit the pure steel interface of the ship. Josie a dent was made by the force of the smash. Hailing, position your attack. Chong Nyo said with a frown. I'll go over and help too. As Marco spoke, he suddenly transformed into a phoenix wearing glasses and flew out. The strength of the attacker this time can be guessed by everyone. With such a powerful force, and the courage to attack so blatantly in the New World, in their impression, in addition to the Yonko Kaido, there are also it's really hard to imagine how anyone could do such a thing. After all, the power of being able to throw stones is definitely not something ordinary people can possess. Even the four emperors Kaido and Changno have reason to believe that he cannot do this. Navy? Or world government? Changno raised his head and looked at the meteorites flying over one after another, and unconsciously began to think about who was targeting them. But from the current point of view, the Navy definitely has no reason to do this, and the world government may not dare to do so, but how many of the pirates in the New World know that they are here? It's just that no matter which angle you look at this matter from, the first thing you need to do is to avoid the situation in front of you. Since the other party can have such a strong strength, they don't know why they are here. Your Majesty the King, we have determined the location of the attacker. What we can determine so far is that he came from 16 kilometers southeast. Does the Infinity need to go directly? When Hai Ling appeared, she immediately stood next to Changno and spoke respectfully. Accelerate and start moving towards that direction with all your strength. Changno said, his expression looked very solemn. He was quite curious, who would attack them and for what purpose? It is estimated that all this can only be determined after seeing the person. If you cling to this place and fantasize about it, you probably won't even be able to imagine what kind of person he is. 16 kilometers in the southeast direction, this distance is actually within Changno's perception range. But what makes people a little confused is that at this distance, they did not sense any abnormal existence. When this happened, Changno himself began to have doubts. The moment this group of attacks first came out, he had quickly expanded the range of attack perception. But these sights and sounds seemed to be gone forever. There is no abnormal situation within 100 kilometers around, not even an island. But it was precisely because of the emergence of this state that he felt that the opponent's strength was not as simple as imagined. What kind of ability is it that can actually block the perception of seeing, hearing, color and domineering power? Even if you put this on his side, he can only imagine his ability to use space enchantment. This can indeed block the direct perception of seeing and hearing the Haki. But in this new world, it is indeed difficult to imagine what kind of existence can do this. The moment the Infinity received Changno's order, it quickly turned again and began to move toward the southeast. Others are still busy dealing with the meteorites that continue to fall from the sky. It has experienced almost hundreds of attacks before and after, but it is still relatively good until now and has gradually disappeared. Although these attacks were handled properly by all of them one by one, this time they vividly taught everyone a real lesson. When everyone returned, most people's eyes were still focused on the deck of the ship that had been smashed through, a hole that looked so shocking. This can also be regarded as the first time that the true Empire has been actively attacked, and it can also be regarded as a severe slap in the face of all of them. The outside temperature is still over 60 degrees, but none of these people have begun to dislike it. They collectively stand on the deck and look into the distance, everyone is gearing up, and they are angry and confused. Seeing that everything had been settled, Changno jumped down from the broken window in the living room on the top floor. He also personally took a look at the hole on his beloved ship. All of this could only explain one thing in the end, and that was that he had never shown the world the true power of the true Empire from beginning to end. Chapter 318 The Despised True Empire. For a long time, the Toru Empire was known as the Four Emperors and One Emperor. It even has the strength to completely match the navy, but for most people, all this is not clear at all. None of these four emperors in the New World were paved with their own hands and countless lives, so they are the strongest pirates in the minds of all pirates. But the true empire is almost the complete opposite. They have only demonstrated their own powerful strength. They have never had a large-scale battle or the ability to demonstrate their existence. They have become an emperor who scares others only by relying on the current strength of the country. Like existence. It's not just now that people can be provocative. For a long time, Changno of the Toru Empire became the emperor. This kind of thing has been criticized by others. After all, this existence that can be on par with the four emperors, so far, no one knows how powerful he is. Everyone on the Infinity had very solemn and angry expressions. Jun, who was standing aside, quickly hid behind him and took out the small black phone bug in his pocket to report to the Navy headquarters. The New World area they are currently in is not particularly far from the Navy headquarters. If we go all out and head here, in terms of time, we can probably reach it in just one day. But if they had waited until they arrived, things here would probably have been over by now. Your Majesty the King, why can't I confirm the other party's location? Yuxiao said with a more solemn expression. He could know where the attack was coming from, and could even see the approximate distance. But he just couldn't confirm the identity and appearance of the other party. What was the obstacle? Even Yuxiao, a person who has seen a lot of the world, couldn't figure it out. The infinity is still moving forward, but everyone can still fully feel the anger emanating from their own king. So among these people, no one dared to open their mouths except for a smile. The distance of 16 kilometers didn't take long for them, but what everyone looked forward to and wanted to see the most was who was attacking them. However, before they even got close, the people attacking them here were probably even beyond their imagination. On a boat that was either big or small, there was a woman sitting on the shoulders of a huge tall man. To be precise, she is an old woman. Their image is even a bit unflattering. This guy of huge height has a white beard that curves upward in the shape of a crescent moon on his face, but is thinner and longer. He is tall, fat, ugly, with mucus always flowing from his nose, and has thick lips. He is taller than Whitebeard, has a lot of flesh on his upper body, but his legs are very thin. His hair grew to his legs, and his hair on both sides was tied into braids. He had 3 shocking scars on his body, as if Weibull had experienced that his entire left hand and head had been chopped off, but it looked like he had been chopped off again. It was rough and sewn up. The appearance of the other woman is even more difficult to look at directly. She looks to be at least 60 or 70 years old, but her clothes are simply more coquettish than those young girls. Even though he is so old, he still wears dark lipstick and heavy makeup. The biggest feeling when people look at it at first glance is probably disgust. My good son, keep throwing. As long as we deal with these guys, we will be famous in the whole world, and then we will have countless wealth. The old woman sat on the tall man's shoulders and said in a stern voice. Especially her expression, it can be said to be a perfect interpretation of what exaggeration means. Mom, I'm hungry, can you eat something first? This huge guy said naively. While he was talking, the mucus in his nose was almost flowing into his mouth. No matter how you look at this person, you feel something is abnormal, but the ship they are standing on at this moment is still full of stones. The ship doesn't look particularly huge, but it is filled with rocks and feels like it will sink to the bottom of the sea in the next second. The old woman on the shoulder gave this huge guy a sharp look, and asked with some dissatisfaction, don't just eat and drink all day long. Throw all the stones under your feet at them. After this is over, old man. Mom will take you to eat delicious food. Really, Mom? Of course this is true, you are my good son. The expression on the old woman's face suddenly changed, and she spoke with an evil smile, but it felt so disgusting and exaggerated. This woman's height is only about 1m6, but with such exaggerated expressions and words, the big guy under him has no objections. So after the old woman finished speaking, the guys quickly got up and continued to pick up the stones on the bed and threw them away. When each stone was thrown out, the force was astonishing, and sparks even started to appear in the air. So what we saw on the infinity was caused by their operations. When all the stones under his feet were thrown away, the big guy looked at the old woman naively and asked, Mom, all the things have been thrown away, can I eat something? You're a useless piece of trash, you just know how to eat. The old woman said with an angry look, because in his perception, he had clearly sensed the situation on the other party's ship. Gee, an old woman, never dreamed that the people in the legendary Truel Empire, which had always existed, would be so powerful and be able to defeat such an attack so easily. But this kind of strength is just a first try, and it has not achieved the final showdown. Wilb, those guys will come over in a while. You are responsible for dealing with them, because these guys are going to kill your dad. You haven't seen your dad yet. If it happens at this time, wouldn't that be bad? Mom took you to so many places just to meet his old man. Now I heard that the other party is going to challenge your father, and he is very powerful. If he succeeds then. As the old woman said this, she immediately started to perform appropriately, with 2 tears streaming down her face. The old lady at this time really looked pitiful. I have to say that the acting at this moment is really quite spot on. Is that so? I'll kill them later. Chapter 319 Edward Wilbur. When Wilbur said this, he didn't have any murderous intent, and he didn't even show any state that a strong person could show. But no matter what, the other party is indeed an extremely powerful person now, so powerful that it is completely unimaginable. For the infinity, the distance of 16 kilometers is just a place that can be reached in about 10 minutes under full acceleration. However, due to the damage to the hull, he could not sail at the fastest speed as before, and it took him about 15 minutes to get to the same place. But no matter how slow the infinity is, it will definitely be much faster than Wilbu's ship. But after sailing such a long distance, the weather was still at a high temperature of 60 degrees. At this moment, the weather began to feel comfortable again. After all, the weather is the biggest feature of the New World, and the strong are nothing more than an afterthought. Your Majesty the King, a ship appears in the sight ahead. I can see it. As soon as Junhee finished speaking, he was directly pushed back by Chongnyo's deep voice. We have already reached this point, how could we not see it? Because although the ship in front of them is not particularly big, it is not very small either. Almost all the people on the ship are frowning, because even though these ships are in front of them, from a perceptual perspective, they are still unable to perceive the haki. Anything on this ship? Obviously everything is already in front of you, but the key thing is right there, but it is still blank in perception. What exactly is going on? Enelu also asked with some confusion. They were not the only ones at the scene, there were also Jun and 2 members of the Whitebeard pirates from the navy who came with them. Wilb. Marco was the first to speak, and he even couldn't believe what he was seeing. It can be said that he is not too familiar with this guy. Even he had known the other party's identity many years ago and had always claimed to be Whitebeard's son. However, only he and Whitebeard knew the specific facts. Marco, do you think that if I kill him, what will Mr. Whitebeard think? Changyo turned to look at Marco with a half-smiling expression and asked. In fact, he had already recognized the other person when he saw him for the first time. After all, Wilbu's expression was too obvious and conspicuous, and the 2 white beards hanging on his face were indeed clearly visible. And the most important thing is the old woman who is following him next to him. These 2 people have always been in cahoots with each other. But I have to say that the opponent's strength is indeed strong, especially this guy Wilbu. As early as more than 10 years ago, he was able to severely injure Navy Admiral Iron Fist Zifa and even break one of the opponent's arms. No matter which angle you look at it, Wilbu's strength will definitely not be as naive as what you see in front of you. Chongnyo's words instantly made Marco frown, and he could only say helplessly, is it possible to reveal that His Majesty the King knows about this person? I didn't know it before, but when I heard it from your mouth, I already remembered it. There are not many people in the New World who can claim to be Whitebeard's son. This guy can severely injure the Admiral of the Navy headquarters many years ago. I'm afraid there won't be many of them in the New World. Chongnyo calmed down at this time and spoke in a leisurely tone. But at this time, he was no longer allowed to continue chatting. Will, who was staying far away, patted his chest, and then spit it out from his mouth. A huge fireball quickly hit them. Wherever the fireball went, even the sea water began to evaporate a lot, and even the smoke was not seen. On the originally calm sea level, just because of the attack of a fireball, the sea water under his fireball instantly disappeared to a depth of nearly 20 meters. If such an attack lands on a ship, it can dismember the ship in an instant. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. Since the other party dares to have an idea to take action, then you need to be a witness. Even if the old man with white beard has any ideas, I am afraid it will be of no use today. Chongnyo said, looking at the attack with a fierce expression. Then blue light emerged directly from both hands, just at the moment when the fireball was about to attack the hull. A blue protective shield immediately appeared in front of the entire ship. The next second, a huge fireball flew directly through the hull to the rear and fell into the sea water. As the fireball fell, a huge vortex immediately formed in the middle of the sea water. Obviously, all the sea water immediately began to gradually evaporate under such a high temperature, and formed a vortex there at an extremely fast speed. What a powerful flame! Moshank was a little surprised by the other party's performance, and even began to sigh with emotion. But the next second, Mo-sank took the lead to rush out of the infinity, and his whole body suddenly turned into the form of the original phoenix. He was flying in mid-air, and as his wings flapped, countless fire feathers on his body began to shoot towards the ship where Wilbu was sitting. Each plume of fire began to be mixed with scorching heat, and the 2 parties began to use fire as an attack. But Chongnyo knew very well that Mo-sank would never be his opponent. How could a guy who was able to severely injure an admiral many years ago act so naively? Mr. Bajan, who had been sitting on Wilbu's shoulder, jumped off Wilbu's shoulder as quickly as possible when he saw the opponent starting to attack, and then shouted to Wilbu in a commanding tone, "Be good. Son, kill him quickly, and after that, I will take you to find your father." "Okay, Mom." As Wilbu spoke, he raised his head and looked at Moshank flying in the air. His originally naive expression and eyes suddenly became sharp at this moment. It was as if his previous performance and status were all disguised. "Moshank, retreat, come back!" Marco shouted quickly. Everyone looked at the current battle situation with a look of urgency. But obviously the two of them haven't officially started yet, but the fire feather in front is just a test. Because the moment these flaming feathers swarmed towards Wilbu, they were stopped directly about 50 meters in front of him. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around him, directly blocking everyone's attacks. Chapter 320, Strength Beyond the Four Emperors. Wilbu's strength was something that no one had expected, even Chong Nyo, who was standing here watching the battle. Moshank has the strength of a general, and in terms of fire attack, there are probably only a handful of people in this world who can surpass him. But right here, the attacks of the flame feathers emanating from his body were unable to touch the opponent's body at all in the end. There was a sharp contrast between Moshank in midair and Wilbu who was blocking the attack. The attack and defense between the two parties also directly caused a powerful explosion scene. The surrounding seawater also directly formed a vortex shape. The attacks caused by Moshank directly formed a vacuum zone, and the surrounding air seemed to have begun to solidify. But Wilbu seemed to deal with these attacks extremely easily, and he didn't even use his full strength or strength at all. The attack level of the flame feathers is almost continuous. As long as Moshank's physical strength can support it, the attack power of the flame feathers can even continue until his strength weakens. But at the moment when the attack continued, Wilbu, who was defending, directly held up the defensive barrier with one hand, retracted the other hand and clenched it into a fist, and then volleyed directly towards the mid-air. Moshank punched suddenly. Although this punch seemed unremarkable, even a little funny on this fat man, anyone with a discerning eye could see that a wave of air quickly swept through Mosank's whole body. The Overlord's domineering aura envelopes the attack. Chang Nyo's eyes have reached the edge of extreme anger, and he can directly attack with domineering aura. Currently, there is only one person he knows in the entire pirate world, and that is the Vice Admiral with the strongest navy at present. Cap. But probably no one expected that such a powerful guy would appear in this world. After being swept away by the entire attack, Moshank's figure in the air immediately began to become unstable. As his wings waved twice again, his whole body instantly returned to its original state, and he quickly fell towards the sea. Go! It was easy to see from his falling form that blood had slowly begun to seep from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body seemed to be out of control at all. Mosank! Junhee and Enelo shouted together. They even wanted to rush out and bring Moshank back, but the current situation did not allow them to make any unnecessary moves. But at the moment when everyone's eyes were red, Moshank, who had already touched the sea water, fell directly onto the infinity in the next second. He struggled twice, stood up with difficulty, and covered his chest with his hands. A trace of blood from the corner of his mouth continued to flow out. Silla, take General Moshank back and get him treated properly. Chong Nyo shouted in a low voice. Sorry, Your Majesty the King, I couldn't. There are some things you don't need to say anymore, I can see them. Chong Nyo directly stopped what Mo Sonk wanted to say next, and the replier with the same deep voice said. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the legendary Emperor True and his group were like that. It seems that there is a huge difference compared to my son. The old woman standing next to Wilbu said with a sinister smile on her face. At such an old age, her voice was so high-pitched that it made people feel goosebumps falling off her skin. Mom, I'm hungry. Can we go eat something first? Asked Wilbu, standing next to him. You bastard! We are doing the right thing now. When we get it done, we will be able to eat whatever we want in the future. Really, Mom? It's really my fault. This matter should be settled first. Wilbu nodded and said. Well, even if you are wrong, Mom won't mind. After all, Mom is the one who loves you the most. The old woman next to Wilbu said. While talking, he pretended to love and protect his son, as if he had everything in mind for him. But when Will heard this, he was moved and his nose ran down. When he turned his eyes to the infinity again, his eyes were no longer as honest as before, but more ferocious and domineering. "These two bastards, I'm going to kill them!" Enelo shouted directly. The lightning on his body had already shot out, and the next second he started to prepare to find him in a desperate posture. "Return!" Chongnyo roared directly with a solemn expression. He is not angry now, but if these people come up, they may not even be able to hurt the other party's skin. The former Navy Admiral, Zifa, had one of his arms broken without touching the opponent in the end. This was more than 10 years ago, let alone the opponent's current strength. "Your Majesty King True, you don't have to care about anyone else's thoughts. Just go ahead and do it. Even if Dad knows about it, he won't say anything." Marco lowered his head slightly and said. He knew the identity of these two people very well. The old woman Miss Bajin had always claimed to be Whitebeard's favorite woman. And he also called the guy with the same beard shape as Whitebeard's son, Edward Wilbur, who is currently known as Whitebeard too. The reason why Chongnyo waited for so long without making a move was because he wanted Marco next to him to nod. No matter how others didn't know, he and Marco both knew that this guy was probably Whitebeard's own biological son, although nothing has been confirmed, but even under this situation, Chongnyo still does not hope that because of this incident, the entire True Empire will fail to carry out other plans in the future. No matter what the situation is, the Whitebeard pirates can only maintain a friendly state in recent years. This is already a question that Chongnyo has already thought about. Even if the guy in front of him wants to get rid of him, it will be an easy task, but it may not be possible in terms of face. But once word spreads that this guy succeeded today, the risks that the True Empire, as the Emperor of the world, may face will be beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 321 Fight in Person. Chongnyo called Enelo directly, and closed his eyes helplessly. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and a light of blue and red suddenly appeared in them. Then, in everyone's sight, the true Emperor slowly floated about 5 meters high on the infinity, staring at him with a serious face. This guy is estimated to be the most powerful opponent he has ever encountered in his life. Based on the strength he has shown so far, he can at least determine that the opponent has reached the level of a Yonko. From the beginning to now, Emperor Chongnyo has never shown all his strength to the outside world. Even the generals who are following him only know that His Majesty the King is very powerful, but how powerful it is, no one dares to judge. Jun itself has always been standing behind him. When seeing Wilbu's current strength, the true Emperor still directly started preparing to fight in person, which already showed that the other party was ready. Originally, her biggest task when she came to this ship was to investigate how powerful Emperor True was, and who they would come into contact with in the new world. This has just begun. In less than 2 days together, God has directly given such a good opportunity to judge the strength of Emperor True and whether he is worthy of his current title. Junhee, during the battle later, find a way to get the shining red thing placed on their ship. Chongnyo was suspended in midair and spoke calmly. Things have come to a point, and now that you need to show your strength, you naturally need to maintain a calm mind. This is not only a demonstration of the strength of one's own country, but also a demonstration of one's own capabilities. He knew that many people were watching, but he didn't mind. He even wanted to use the people left here in the navy to spread his strength, so that at least everyone would no longer despise the true empire in their hearts. Your Majesty! Don't worry about this. Even if you die, you will definitely get the things on the other party's ship back. Junhee said with a serious expression. General Junhee, what His Majesty the King is talking about is probably the thing that causes everyone to use the color of sight and unable to sense their movements. This thing is a great hindrance to us. Yuxiao, who had been standing there with a serious expression, also started talking. After all, this matter involved something beyond their imagination, the item on the other side's ship that was glowing with red dots. No matter from which point of view, it is definitely not a high-tech product, but I am not sure what kind of substance it is, but in short, it can hinder the progress of everyone next. Don't worry, General Yuxiao. Enelo and I will assist General Junhee later. Arbon said. 3 general-level people besieged Miss Bajin, an old woman. If they couldn't do this, they would really have no shame in living in the world anymore. Wilb, my good son, just go up and kill them. The old woman standing on the boat opposite shouted directly to the big guy Wilbu. Don't worry, Mom. Wilbu said, and then directly picked up the big knife on the bed. The shape of this thing was almost the same as the big knife in Whitebeard's hand. Then, as Wilbu clenched his hands, a black aura emitted from his hands, and the domineering aura swept over the big knife in his hand in an instant. There is also a hint of red domineering on it. If you are not strong, you will not know what this means at all, but Chang Nyo, who is suspended in mid-air, knows very well that this should be an attack mode mixed with overlord-colored domineering. So far, in the entire pirate world, it is also only Garp controls it. Although it is a bit surprising how this guy learned about this situation, for a person with system capabilities, although it is a bit difficult to deal with him, it is not impossible. Wilbu picked up the big knife in his hand and started slashing in the direction of the infinity. He didn't know if he was just relying on strength or other abilities, but at this moment the entire sea seemed to be cut open. Even a swordsman like Abena who specializes in swordsmanship couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. The opponent is obviously not an expert in this field, but he can already achieve the level of a great swordsman just by relying on ability or strength. The art of space infinite folding. While the opponent was slashing with the knife, Chang Nyo was suspended in mid-air, his hands crossed directly, and then he clenched them with all his strength. The next second, blue transparent light swept across the entire sea surface instantly. So at the moment Wilbu launched his attack, the furthest distance of his attack was only about 1 meter in front of the infinity, and he could no longer move forward. The moment the first attack was blocked, Chang Nyo disappeared in mid-air in an instant. The moment he appeared again, with the same form of domineering on his feet, he kicked towards the opponent. This kick is also an attack pattern accompanied by armed color haki and entangled with overlord color haki. Even without using any abilities, this kick can probably break a mountain into pieces. The reason why Wilbu is as strong as he is today is not only because of his powerful attacks, but also his powerful defense and reaction capabilities. This strong contrast does not match his somewhat naive and silly appearance at all, as if he is a genius or machine born specifically for fighting. With a kick, Will immediately stopped him with his right hand holding a big knife covered with domineering energy. However, the impact between the two directly caused the surrounding sea water to drop nearly 20 meters in an instant, thus forming a wave similar to tsunami waves began to spread in all directions. Even though the infinity was 200 meters away from the battle site between the two of them, the impact of the attack between the two of them at this moment caused seawater to pour directly into the hull. Fortunately, the infinity has system self-awareness, and this can only be achieved by self-draining. Even when faced with this kind of attack, others still stared intently at the battle ahead. On the ship where Wilbu was on, Bajan 4 didn't know whether it was because of fear or hiding. He hid in the cabin as quickly as possible. Even if the attack was so powerful, it did not have any impact on the ship. It can be seen that in terms of physical fitness, Wilbu has definitely become the pinnacle existence in this world. Chapter 322 The Art of Space Folding Barrier. Chang Nyo was not surprised at all by being able to have such attack and defense strength. After all, a person who can directly apply the domineering power in an attacking state, how could his strength be so small? This time the collision did not produce a state of thunder and lightning that filled the sky like the previous collision of the two overlord-colored domineering auras. But there was an invisible wave that instantly began to sweep through the surrounding area. However, at this moment, the battle between the two people was no longer just watched by people from both sides. The Whitebeard pirates also started projecting this live broadcast, but this time the real-time picture was produced by Marco. It didn't even matter whether they saw it or not. I don't know since when, two seagulls began to hover above their heads. This incident is probably not going to get rid of the status of a big news. The collision between the two parties itself had caused the seawater to sink nearly 20 meters, but now the surrounding seawater began to quickly gather towards them. Now that we already knew that the other party was a devil fruit user, we could just get him into the seawater and almost everything would be done. But such a naive Wilbu seemed to already know Chang Nyo's thoughts and intentions. His right hand continued to block the attack brought by Chang Nyo. His left hand had begun to clench his fist and punched him in the direction. With a wave of air rising into the sky, Wilbu even wanted to imitate the previous attack on Mo Sang. The method of defeating him, but to his surprise, this attack penetrated directly through the opponent's body. Spiritual Thorn. Chang Nyo drank it gently in his mouth, and then a mental power attack headed towards Wilbu's head. He couldn't dodge this kind of attack at all, but when the attack entered the opponent's body, Chang Nyo realized that his thinking seemed to be too simple. Mental attacks had almost no effect on Wilbu. Although he was a little surprised, thinking about it, he could understand that it was normal for the opponent to be in such a stupid state that he could not attack. Although it has no effect on Wilbu's attack, it can also delay the coordination of his entire body. So Chong Nyo immediately withdrew his leg, then turned around in the air and kicked the opponent directly in the abdomen as fast as possible. Even though it felt like even a kick to his fat belly wouldn't have much real effect, the kick still sent Will flying nearly 10 meters away in an instant. However, this kick can also directly make him fall into the sea, and he will see the moment he breaks away from the hull and falls towards the sea. Wilbu once again exceeded everyone's imagination and floated above the sea. Under his feet was a white cloud-like thing. In other words, this thing directly supports him and floats above the sea. At this moment, everyone on the Infinity was dumbfounded. After leaving the ship he was on, Yuxiao could clearly sense the figure and situation of the other party. Marco, I have heard all the things His Majesty told you just now. I hope you can tell the truth who the other person is. Yuxiao asked in a cold and heavy tone. I really hope you can tell the truth. According to the communication between His Majesty the King and you, it means that His Majesty the King and Captain Whitebeard must have a friendship that we don't know about. The matter is of great importance, and the strength of the other party has obviously exceeded our imaginations. Abena also turned his face and asked. Gu la la la, guys over there, Boitaru, what do you want to do? Just do it. You don't need to care about what I, an old man, think. Just as they finished asking, a man with a white beard on the phone that had been placed in Marco's hand opened his mouth and said. They didn't expect that Marco was actually communicating with Whitebeard about the situation in real time, and what the two said was heard by Whitebeard. With your words, it will be much easier for us to do things. He said with a smile, and then his expression suddenly turned serious, and he ordered and shouted, June and General, what are you still doing in a daze? Go and destroy or take the things on the other party's ship. Wilbu, who is currently relatively powerful, has been driven to other locations by His Majesty the King of their family. Only one old woman, Ba Jin, is left on the entire ship. Especially the items placed on the other side's ship can completely isolate the perception of seeing, hearing and color. If this thing is here, For the true empire, the man with the strength of a general, Yuxiao, was almost lost. Yes. Junhee shouted loudly, and Abena and Eniro nodded at the same time. Marco, my dear son, if necessary, you can also assist the true boys. The phone bug with a white beard expression opened his mouth again and said to Marco. Although his tone sounded a little vicissitudes of life, in the end he still made such a decision. At the same time, Junhee, Abena and Anila flew towards the ship where Ba Jin was in an instant. Their main goal is to capture the red thing on the top of their ship. When Wilbu saw someone heading towards his mother, he was instantly angry and prepared to go back to support, but Chong Nyo was now standing between him and the ship. The whole person was also suspended above the sea, looking at each other's every move seriously. If you dare to hurt my mother, I will kill all of you. Wilbu said viciously. The art of space folding barrier. Chong Nyo's arms spread out instantly, and a blue light instantly swept across the entire area, just in time to isolate Wilbu from the ship. Although it is not clear so far how strong this guy is, and it is not sure whether such a space defense solution can stop the opponent. But Chang Nyo directly used the highest spatial barrier that it could use. The folding barrier could have unlimited range. Even if the opponent's ability was really higher than that of the four emperors, he still believed that at least in a short period of time, it would not be possible at all. It is impossible to rush out of this enchantment space. Confinement. Chang Nyo once again released the power of space. In just an instant, the space around Wilbu completely solidified. From the outside, a transparent square could be seen trapping Wilbu inside. You bastard! Go to hell! Wilbu shouted angrily, and continued to exert force. But Chang Nyo didn't just do nothing there, he immediately started the next attack. Wilbu in the transparent block began to struggle with all his strength, and you could see cracks beginning to appear in the space, and his arms were fully mobile in less than 3 seconds. Chapter 323 The Phantom Beast Kirin Form. A man who can tear apart space just by relying on his strength. This kind of power is probably impossible for Whitebeard to do when he was young. But the guy in front of him is doing it, and the space to imprison the other party is only for a few seconds, but these few seconds are enough for Nyo to carry out the next operation. The art of space blade. Chang Nyo opened his mouth and shouted softly again, then kept his hands in the same position, clasped his hands together and slashed towards him. Suddenly, a transparent light blade began to move towards the opponent. During the process, the space was almost cracked, forming a dark hole. Ah! Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Will roared loudly, and his body immediately began to burn with orange flames. The sword in his hand was no longer used at this moment. Instead, relying on the ability of the flames, it actually burned all the power of the space that imprisoned it. Of nothing. Behind them, June and a few others were quickly preparing to snatch the things placed on the roof of the boat, but Miss Bajan, who had always been timid, walked directly to the top of the boat with a weird smile on her face. Originally, they were not wary of this old woman, and she did not look like a very powerful being at such an old age. But the moment he stood up, Marco on the ship in the distance immediately shouted, "All of you, be careful." Although I have never seen Miss Bajan take action, he and his father are from the same period, and they are also Locke. The crew members on the SI pirate ship must be stronger than you think. So it's Marco? I didn't expect to see you here. Miss Bajan turned his head and glanced at him after hearing the other parties shouting, and said with a slight disdain on his lips. As soon as these words came out, the three of them immediately understood that people who were at the same time and in the same boat as Whitebeard should not be underestimated in any aspect. Chenier has almost always listened to His Majesty the King telling about pirates. Especially when he learned that 3 of the 4 emperors were still on the same boat, he had already endlessly thought about the strength of the opponent's ship. How powerful she was, but she didn't expect that this woman was once on the same boat as the 4 emperors. Miss Bajan would definitely not be as relaxed as it seemed. You two be careful, I'll test it first. As the most powerful among the 3 of them, Abena instantly pulled out the dawn in his hand. He just blinked and saw that Kung Fu had disappeared. He reappeared and slashed directly at the old woman's neck. At this moment, Abena showed no mercy and wanted to directly kill the opponent with one strike, but the next scene made them truly feel the gap between themselves and the strong man. Miss Bajan didn't even move an inch, he just stood there, his hands suddenly filled with armed domineering energy, and he caught Abena's fatal knife with just one hand. Abena hadn't landed yet, but looking at the other party's calm look, he realized something was wrong. Not even the 4 emperors could follow his attack so easily, but they still didn't know what kind of abilities the woman in front of them had. Thunder Sword. Seeing that Abena's first attack had been frustrated, Aniro reacted instantly. The lightning on his body suddenly gathered in his hand, forming a long sword about 3 meters long. In an instant, he started to move towards the opponent. Physical attack away. Junhee also began to besiege. In this way, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Even if the strength of these 3 people individually was not as strong as this old woman, the 3 of them together could carry out cyclic attacks at 3 distances, far, middle and near. Even though it is impossible to say that there is a 100% chance of winning for a person with the strength of a general to deal with a Miss Bajan, it is possible to at least delay their schedule at this moment. However, what Chong Nyo encountered here was almost the same as them. Wilbu's strength was already so strong that it made people feel abnormal. Even the space blade with super strong attack power had no effect on the opponent's body. I don't know how he grew to such a large size and how he cultivated. The wounds caused by the space technique on the opponent's body had returned to their original appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye in just a few seconds, without even a drop of blood falling. Chong Nyo kept frowning and went all out during the continuous attacks. The so-called Whitebeard too in front of him is different from any opponent he has seen before. The opponent does not have much brains, and the psychic devil fruit cannot cause much harm to him. But his powerful recovery ability and endurance, and more importantly, the flame ability that the opponent can exude, almost always feel despair to ordinary people. The animal-type devil fruit, the unicorn form of the giant deer fruit of the fantasy beast type, not only has super recovery ability, but more importantly, it also has super attack power. Seeing that his mother was already involved in the battle, Wilbu was completely in a state of confusion. At this moment, he probably couldn't tell the difference between friend and foe. A large amount of flames began to emerge from the palm of his hand. The orange-red flames caused the surrounding sea water to boil instantly. He could float above the floating clouds under his feet. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a different look. At this moment, scales slowly grew on the huge body starting from the feet, until finally 2 unicorn horns appeared on the head, and the white beard now seemed to have turned into a flame-shaped beard. Hailing, start staying away from this sea area immediately. Gagoya shouted loudly. Although he had no strength, he had been following His Majesty the King for so long, so he could clearly understand the form of this attack. Moreover, she was the only one on this ship who could order the Infinity to start. People who do it. Moshank, who was already injured, also came up when the ship started sailing. He still looked a little weak physically, but at least it did not affect his actions in a big way. Although I don't know what the final outcome of this battle will be, but this incident directly attracted worldwide attention. Chapter 324 Space Dharma. The Space Devil fruit is like this, it's very easy to defeat and trap the opponent. Wilbu's eyes were red, and the saliva from his mouth had begun to slowly flow out, looking completely like a demon. But the opponent's strength has almost skyrocketed at this moment, but facing this situation, this is the result Changnyo really wants. What a disgusting form. Changnyo sighed and looked around. The other party had already started to be serious, so naturally he couldn't fall behind. Immediately afterwards, Changnyo showed an unprecedented seriousness, and the surrounding space seemed to have begun to be changed by him. Changnyo, who was standing in front of Wilbu, was growing rapidly in height at this moment, and his body shape had transformed from being only about 1 or 2 meters tall to being almost the same as a giant. Space Dharma. Changnyo shouted with a serious expression. This thing was still based on his own impression of the method of cultivating immortals, but it has never been applied in actual combat. After all, no matter what kind of danger he encounters, no matter how bad the situation is, these generals in his lifetime will always give priority to blocking him. But now his general has his own thorny problems, and the guy he can face is a powerful and abnormal figure. How does Wilbu exist? And how he cultivated to such a powerful state, even in the pirate plot in his impression, he is still a mysterious character. Just relying on his own strength in the early stage, he was able to break the iron fist of the most powerful general in the navy, the iron fist that he relied on for survival and pride. This has confirmed the strength of the opponent and how powerful he is. Changnyo, who is more than 30 meters tall, is actually almost the same as the protagonist in the later stage when he turns on the third gear. He is many times stronger in terms of attack power, but many times weaker in terms of reaction speed. All attacks were carried out almost simultaneously, but in any case, Changnyo did not intend to end the next battle in the fastest way. It is rare to find a very good training opportunity. This kind of combat experience cannot be learned at any time. It is not only the training between life and death, but more importantly, finding an opponent who can match it in this world is really too difficult. Disaster. No matter which one of the 4 emperors who can rival him moves, it will cause turmoil in the entire sea, which is completely different from this guy in front of him. But then, the defensive strength generated by the opponent directly exceeded his imagination. Those black scales on Wilbu's body can be said to be invulnerable. Coupled with the opponent's terrifying recovery ability, this person is simply terrifying and perverted to the extreme. Sometimes I really don't understand that a woman with Miss B.A. Jin's character would not instruct this guy to do something more extreme. Of course, more extreme things have already been done. Wilbu had turned into a beast at this moment. Without any sense, he started to rush towards Changnyo quickly. He wanted to resolve the battle as soon as possible and then help his mother. But the battle on Miss Bajin's side was not ideal. Even if 3 people besieged an old woman on the other side, the strength of the 3 generals seemed to be a bit difficult. Fortunately, the other party may be a little older, and June and the others now have sufficient fighting experience. 3 people versus 1 person does not seem to be very easy, but it is not too complicated. Miss B.A. Jin has not yet shown his demonic fault ability. It is still unclear whether he has it, but from the perspective of this domineering force, it is enough to prove how powerful the opponent is. No one in the Rocks Pirates is simple. 3 people in 1 ship have become the most powerful Yonko on the sea. So what can the strength of the remaining people be like? And at the beginning, these 3 people were not the most powerful on this ship, but they have still achieved such results so far, and the others can naturally take care of themselves. How could Changnyo be in the mood to take care of them now? Wilbu on his side had already rushed over with all his strength, with black scales on his body, auspicious clouds under his feet, and the surrounding sea water seemed to give way to him. Today, let the people in this world see the power of the true empire. Changnyo roared angrily, and then his right hand immediately turned black, and was also wrapped in the overlord-colored domineering energy, except that his side was black and blue. With the arrival of Wilbu, the 2 fists suddenly collided together. Bang! The sound of the collision resounded directly through the sky, and the sea water on both sides quickly began to spread towards the surroundings. The sound of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and countless domineering lightnings began to emit from all around them. The fist collision between them seemed like a volcanic eruption, causing the sea water to instantly form a tsunami and start to spread rapidly in all directions. What a heavy force! Chang Nyo frowned and began to think inwardly. Although he has not taken a step back so far, and the other party has done the same, in terms of strength, Chang Nyo is already completely at a disadvantage. After all, people can shatter space just by relying on their own strength, let alone using fists to collide directly now. Space Faxiong was nearly 30 meters tall, but even so, he still couldn't compete with the guy in front of him in terms of strength. Chang Nyo was also quite shocked. Immediately afterwards, the two of them retracted their hands at the same time and began to prepare for the next wave of collision. Chang Nyo raised his fist high, twisted his body into an arch shape, and began to attack him again with his deep fist. The powerful speed even caused flames to appear on his fist. Not only that, the space around the fist has begun to gradually break up, forming fragments. The entire space seems to be still, and slowly begins to break apart. Wilbu did not retreat at all, and there was no rationality in his eyes. He also welcomed the fists and started to collide with them again. Bang! Bang! The two of them directly engaged in close combat, clashing fists with each other. No one could count how many times they fought. Even the weaker ones aboard the Infinity, who were several kilometers away, had already begun to cover their heads. He closed his ears and lay on the ground in some pain. Chapter 325 A Powerful Practitioner. The originally calm sea surface was no longer calm at this moment, and the noise caused by the battle could be heard even dozens of miles away. But not only that, the battle between the two has even begun to spread to the surrounding sea areas. In a place like the New World, the war between two such powerful people has become the focus of countless people's attention. Newspapers were also printed one by one, and the Navy was also rushing towards this side quickly. Even many big guys in the New World wanted to come over to see what was going on. Except for the Whitebeard pirates, who had no movement, every other big pirate group wanted to come over and join in the fun. However, the battle between the two will definitely not be resolved in a short while. Although no one knows the extent of Chang Nyo's strength. Of course, he himself also wanted to confirm. Although Wilbu is a relatively good practitioner, there is no need for Chang Nyo to spend too long in such a remote place in the New World and cause too much noise. However, the other party is now completely like a demon. He has completely lost his mind, and his powerful power is constantly venting out. It is precisely because of this that Wilbu does not have strong logical thinking ability, and all fighting seems to be just instinct. Mr. Yuxiao, who do you think will win in the battle between the two of them? Marco emitted blue flames and stood in front of Gagoya, but Wild Mountain looked at the man standing next to him with a curious expression and asked with a smile. It's hard to determine the outcome yet. His Majesty the King's strength, even though we have been in contact for so long, we still don't know how powerful he is. Yuxiao said calmly. It's really hard to say. The Devil Fruit Phantom Beast possessed by Wilbu not only has powerful attack capabilities, but also has powerful defense and healing capabilities. In addition to being abnormal in governance, it can be beaten in this world. I'm afraid not even a single hand can get past him. Marco said. It seems that you know this guy very well. Gagoya asked curiously from behind. Beyond the Yonko, how strong do you think he is? Marco didn't turn his face, but directly answered Gagoya's question. But what can we do now? We can't keep watching like this. Gagoya asked with a smile. Let's leave it like this for the time being. We have no way of interfering with His Majesty the King. Wilbu's strength has indeed exceeded all of our imaginations. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful defensive capability. Yuxiao was quite emotional. Although he couldn't see what was in front of him, he could still sense the aura exuded by the opponent's strength. In the ocean of the New World, you can meet any kind of people. Wilbu's reputation actually shocked all the powerful people many years ago. After all, he could have severely damaged the Admiral more than 10 years ago, let alone his current opponent. The reason why not many people know about it is mainly because the Navy and the world government have almost completely suppressed this information, although no one knows what their intentions are. Coughing a guy is almost like a ticking time bomb. For such a powerful guy, not to mention the equally powerful Miss Ba Jin, it has been so long since the battle started for this woman. 3 generals have dealt with her alone, and she still looks like she is not falling behind. It's really disappointing. People have some doubts, how did the Rocks pirates select these people? But the battle is still going on. The only difference is that Wilbu and Chang Nyo have begun to gradually move away from this area. Chang Nyo even kept guiding this guy to leave quickly in other directions, just to prevent him from causing serious harm to his people when he breaks out of the space barrier. In the struggle between the two of them, every attack can even destroy a small island. Even if they stay on the sea, all the creatures in the sea under their feet can disappear. Even though Wilbu has such a large body, no matter his movement speed or defense speed, every item looks staggering, and all offense and defense are completed in the blink of an eye. The scales emitting black light on the body, even if they stand there motionless, make some people with weaker strength helpless. Roar! At this moment, Wilbu looked like a human or a ghost. He had 2 huge horns on his head and his body was covered with scales. He yelled directly in the direction of Chongnyo. At this moment, the opponent's space distance was still around 30 meters. The two of them did not suffer any injuries during the attack and defense. On the contrary, they became more and more energetic as they fought. Immediately afterwards, 2 huge guys were like streams of light on the surface of the sea, and the impact of each collision could cause the greatest ripples. But what is the true extent? What stayed outside was just a mirror battle. The real Chongnyo was hiding behind this space at the moment, sitting on a transparent chair under his buttocks, quietly watching the battle outside. All this is like a bystander. I'm afraid if you give him a handful of melon seeds and sit here, he can slowly eat them. What has always been shown in front of people is the problem of spatial mirroring. Even those who are around them, no one understands it. After all, this is his last life-saving trump card. Although his strength in this world is comparable to those on the top tower, no one knows what is hidden behind. While the two of them were fighting, the battle between the other party had already begun. Miss Baejin is just an old woman, but her strength should not be underestimated. Although she is not very tall, this woman moves faster than anyone can imagine. Even Enel, who is already known as the god of thunder, in terms of movement speed, even the sight and sound haki can no longer keep up with the opponent's movement speed. But until now, the other party seems to be playing hide and seek with them, and they have never dealt with it seriously. Chapter 326 I appear. When the battle between the two parties had lasted for nearly 2 hours, Miss Baejin finally began to show signs of fatigue. At the same time, Enelu also began to give up the fight. He instantly arrived at the top mast of the ship and took away a red-colored crystal ball-like object placed on the top at an extremely fast speed. The moment this thing broke away from the ship, Yuxiao, who was on the Infinity, could directly perceive the specific situation on the ship the next second. Miss Baejin Zhongshan is so powerful that it is impossible to directly block the simultaneous attacks of 4 generals. Gravity Knife Meteor. The moment he could sense the opponent, General Yuxiao didn't hesitate at all. He quickly pulled out the knife in his hand and began to summon meteorites to attack. Moreover, the attack speed this time was obviously much faster. In less than 5 seconds, 3 consecutive meteorites began to appear in the sky. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, whether it is Wilbu or Miss Baejin, the strength of these two people is definitely at the pinnacle of this world, but their mistake is that they underestimated the strength of the true empire. It always felt like this country had no combat experience, yet in the end it was able to compete with the most powerful forces in the entire sea. But at least this battle can make them clearly see that the reason why the Toru Empire can become the emperor among the 4 emperors and 1 emperor is not just a gimmick for others. Miss Baejin sensed the meteorites that were about to fall from the sky. The old woman no longer maintained her previous appearance, but gave people a ferocious look. "You bastards, my son is the biological son of that guy with white beard." Miss Baejin roared loudly, but at this time June and the 2 who were fighting with him had already begun to retreat in other directions at an extremely fast speed. After all, both of them have seen Yuxiao use this ability before. There is no need to explain how powerful the attack power is. Wilbu, who had been staying far away, also discovered this situation. He was already like a demon, but now he behaved even more terrifyingly. "Mother!" Wilbu maintained his last bit of rationality and looked at Miss Baejin in the distance and shouted softly. But then, his eyes, which had already become somewhat silent, once again glowed red. But this time it was completely different. Orange flames began to burn all over his body, and sharp claws began to grow on his hands that were originally just covered with scales. He just waved suddenly at Chongnyo, who was more than 30 meters tall not far away, but with the powerful force, the surrounding space began to shatter layer by layer like lens glass. This feeling is almost the same as Whitebeard's shock fruit, the only difference is that he uses pure power. Chongnyo was not to be outdone at all, and his entire huge height stood directly above the sea. Then his 2 arms suddenly straightened, and all his fists began to turn into pitch black. Armed colored domineering combined with the entanglement of overlord colored domineering, the two fists suddenly collided in front of the chest, but in the mouth, he shouted power of space distortion. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to have transformed into another form. Wilbu's powerful attack flew directly over Chongnyo and towards the sea beyond. The claw's attack directly caused 3 deep cracks to instantly appear on the sea surface. These marks were not slowly covered by the sea water until more than 10 seconds later. I have no interest in playing with you anymore. Next, I will let you feel the strength of the true empire. Chongnyo's expression was serious, but then, this huge body of more than 30 meters suddenly disappeared, but at this moment, a black crack appeared in the space. This crack is about 2 m high and 1 m wide. Then from this dark crack, a figure slowly walked out. However, who could this person come out if not Chongnyo? But the image he came out this time was completely different from before, because at this moment Chongnyo was wearing a formal king's costume. The beige clothes, the collar and cuffs were all made of gold rims, and the shirt on the chest belonged to with the collar pulled up, except for the fact that there is no crown on the head. The matching clothes in this life are completely like a king. It seems His Majesty is angry. On the infinity, Gagoya watched intently and said, "Why do you say that?" Jun asked suddenly curiously. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, the meteorite summoned by General Yuxiao fell directly into the sea. The fall of the meteorite this time was completely different from the previous ones. The powerful impact instantly caused the small boat they were on to disappear into nothingness. Fortunately, Jun and the 3 of them ran relatively fast, and they were already running towards the infinity as fast as possible before Yunshi fell. If it were later, we still don't know what the outcome would be like waiting for them. But even so, the 3 people were still affected by the impact of the falling meteorite. Although they don't know whether they killed Miss Ba indirectly, they also have no such illusion. The weakness of the powerful attack power is that the movement speed is too slow. When this kind of attack arrives, people will not know it for a long time. Ran somewhere. The shock wave caused by the meteorite directly caused a new wave of tsunami to form again, although it is not known whether it will have any impact on normal people in other places. But now no one can care about such considerations. In the already unstable sea of the New World, disaster-level situations occur one after another. Anyway, no more people care about the life or death of the old woman now. All eyes are focused on Chongnyo and Wilbu who are further away. After Chongnyo appeared, he walked on the ground with a long sword more than 1 m long. This one was the demon sword Muramasa that had been silent for a long time. In recent years, his figure has been hidden in Chongnyo's space. However, in the situation encountered this time, Chongnyo also did not want to expose all his strength. The entire blade of demon sword Muramasa seemed to be in a state of excitement at this moment, with the dazzling red light shining from the handle to the blade. At this moment, he looks extremely evil. Even from a long distance, these people can feel the intelligent aura on the sword. The key is that the demon sword Muramasa has not been pulled out of the scabbard. What's happening here? Marco asked curiously. Is it possible that you have done so much research and still don't know that our king was actually a very powerful swordsman in the beginning? Gagoya asked a little confused. Swordsman? Jun can't believe his ears now. But in his impression, he really didn't know who he heard mention that Emperor True was a master of swordsmanship. Chapter 327 The Great Swordsman. In fact, when a person becomes stronger, everyone's focus is on what kind of devil fruit ability he uses. As for the things that were not surprising before, or the abilities that were not very outstanding, others seemed to be shielding themselves and no longer paid attention to them. But even so, these people are still confused. Even if Emperor True has achieved success in swordsmanship at his age, how powerful can he be? Such a powerful spatial ability can't do anything to the opponent, let alone just rely on swordsmanship. Wilbu's strength is obviously higher than that of the 4 emperors. Even if it is Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, I am afraid that under such circumstances, the slash from his hand will not be able to hurt the opponent at all. The aura of King True seems to be different from before. It seems to be more powerful now. Josie opened his mouth and said doubtfully. Its ability. The Taro boy you saw before was not him. This one is the real him now. As soon as Kiyoshi finished speaking, Whitebeard, who had been watching the situation here through the phone bug, opened his mouth and said directly. Just through projection, when Whitebeard saw Chongnyo walking out of space, even he was a little unbelievable. After all, the two of them had fought each other once. Although they were a little confused at that time, they didn't take it too seriously. But when I saw it this time, even though I was not present, I could still judge some of them. Clues. Chang Nyo's momentum at this moment is indeed much stronger than before, and his entire expression has become much colder. There is not much emotion on his face. Even facing a person as powerful as Wilbu, he still maintains a very strong expression. Peace of mind. I've been playing with you for so long, it must be time to end it. Chang Nyo spoke calmly, with a slightly evil smile on his lips. Muramasa, the demon sword, no longer needed him to pull it out, and he instantly soared into the sky uncontrollably. The powerful evil aura instantly enveloped the entire barrier space. Even people outside can feel this fierceness. Wilbu took a step back instinctively, his two blood-red eyes still staring closely at Chang Nyo, who was standing over there. And the other party was still walking towards him calmly, step by step on the sea. Even though the body is exuding the ultimate orange-red flame, the temperature is so high that even the surrounding space can be burned and distorted. But now he was facing the real Chang Nyo, and the beast-like evil aura slowly began to disappear. The next second, the demon sword Muramasa, which had been hovering around Chang Nyo, fell directly into his hands. In an instant, the sword and the person seemed to merge together. Chang Nyo's eyes suddenly glowed red, and his body began to exude a coquettish red aura. Every time he took a step forward, Xiao Wang's sea water dispersed automatically as if he felt fear. Although it has been suspended above the sea water under its feet has formed spiral whirlpools. Wilbu's savage aura that had been silent seemed to be growing crazily at this moment. The flames on his body suddenly began to spread, and even the sea water burned at the same time. The surrounding air has formed a scorching high temperature, and the space has become distorted, as if General Yu Xiao was using the gravity sword tiger. Flying sword style dragon nest flash. Chang Nyo borrowed the power of space and took a step forward, and his whole person disappeared in an instant. The moment it reappeared, it didn't even take a second. In almost the blink of an eye, an attack had already been slashed out. The black slash struck from bottom to top, and when it hit Wilbu, there was a dull sound of hang. The opponent did not suffer much damage, but the black scales on his body moved towards him. 3 or 4 pieces fell from the sea, and blood began to slowly drip down from the chest. However, in the sky behind at this moment, the originally sparse white clouds have been directly divided into 2 parts by this slash. The huge traces can be clearly seen almost hundreds of miles away. Great swordsman! Jun's tone was already so shocked that he was speaking incoherently. Who would have thought that Emperor Taru not only had such a powerful devil fruit ability, but that his own strength was actually at the level of a great swordsman? It is really unimaginable that even if this guy started cultivating from his mother's womb, it would be impossible for him to achieve such achievements by now. At a little over 20 years old, Jun could imagine that the two were similar in age, but they were actually very different in terms of strength. Jun has entered the Navy since she was 6 years old, and starts endless hard training every day. Despite this, so far, she is still just a swordsman. But even so, being able to become a swordsman has already made him a leader. How many people in the entire Navy can compete with him? But now when he saw the man in front of him, he could completely crush him in terms of devil fruit abilities, status, and current swordsmanship. This can really make people think that he is a completely abnormal existence. Such a powerful slash only left a moderate scar on Wilbu's body in the end. It could even be said that it only cut off a few of his scales. But even so, Wilbu's face instantly began to show a painful expression. Muramasa held the demon sword in his hand, perhaps because of the unprecedented pleasure he felt with this weapon. The blood-red color on the sword became even more intense, and even Chang Nyo himself looked extremely weird. But this knife is just the beginning. The flames on Wilbu's body made it impossible for ordinary people to get close to him. Even Chang Nyo could only approach from another space. The scales on the opponent's body are already much more powerful than the defense capabilities of anything. Even if it is an artifact like the demon sword Muramasa, coupled with the blessing of such a powerful space force, in the end these attacks are still powerful for the opponent. It's pitifully weak. After every battle, Chang Nyo immediately hid his body in a different space, not because he didn't dare to face it directly, but mainly because even he couldn't bear the flames emanating from Wilbu's body. Roar! Chapter 328 The Power of Space Seal. Even though the domineering power of knowledge in this guy can achieve the effect of predicting the future, his biggest shortcoming at present is that he has no sense. If he were smarter, Chang Nyo would still not be his opponent even if he had super powerful space power. Chang Nyo himself can clearly understand this. If the other party has a high enough IQ, it would be extremely difficult to find someone who can deal with him in the entire pirate world. But precisely because of this, the spiritual devil fruit, such as the psychic system, has little effect on the opponent in the end. On the sea, because of the battle between the two people, every time the demon sword Muramasa struck, the scars left behind could be considered shocking. The traces of white clouds in the sky could not be more obvious. The battle continues, even if Muramasa uses the demon sword to attack, it's just that this time it's much better than before. At least it can completely make Wilbu start to get hurt, and the blood flowing out of his body falls on the sea drop by drop. The flames burning on his body started to cover a large area, but now they have gradually begun to dissipate invisible. Wilbu was also like a ferocious beast, struggling in the end. When Chang Nyo could not be found, he used his sharp claws and began to attack randomly without any target. The opponent is now at the end of his battle, posing no threat at all. The power of Space Seal. Chang Nyo once again walked out of a space crack, but this time the attack was different. He directly put the demon sword Muramasa back into the scabbard, and then slowly put the sword into his waist. After walking out this time, blue light began to flash in his hands. The power of space and the diamond chains spread from the palm of his hand against the sea towards the direction of Wilbu at an extremely fast speed. But at the moment when they were about to make contact, a black crack also began to appear on the sea surface under Wilbu's feet, and the other party fell directly into it without any resistance. Immediately afterwards, the sea continued to return to its original calm appearance, but there was no sign of the other party. This time the attack had completely failed. Chang Nyo didn't even show any surprise, feeling that everything was normal. Miss Ba Jin did not use any devil fruit abilities from the beginning to the end. Even in the face of such a large attack from Yu Xiao, in the end everyone thought she was wiped out in the sea. It didn't take a second thought to know that this situation must have something to do with her. The sea surface once again returned to its original calm state, and the repairs on the sea surface made it seem like this had never happened. Except for the white clouds in the sky, which still retain the traces of the battle just now, the rest is almost like a dream, without any records. Chang Nyo was suspended in place, and slowly retracted the diamond chain he had released. He just waved his left hand towards the sky, and the folding space barriers originally arranged also dissipated invisible in the next second. This time can be regarded as a victory or a defeat, but no matter what the situation is, the strength displayed by the true empire is enough to be recognized by any force in the world. I'm afraid no one will ever think that a country located all over the world is just a power in name only. Although it won't be live broadcast around the world this time, even so, it is estimated that tomorrow's headlines in all newspapers will be about dominating the screen. Although they were only fighting on the sea and did not have much impact, the problem of tsunamis caused by the aftermath of their battle will definitely become the main situation they will face next. After the battle with Chang Nyo, he didn't have the slightest nostalgia. Wilbu leaving or staying had no effect on him. In this world, Wilbu was still the one who stood at the top of strength. Whitebeard, who was thousands of miles away, also saw all this. Even though there was no one else on the boat at the moment, Whitebeard still frowned. He knew very well the character of Miss Ba Jin, but all this had not been announced to anyone. Back on the ship, the fighting style displayed by Chang Nyo this time directly taught everyone a complete lesson and demonstrated the majesty of an emperor. Strength is always the most important thing in this world. If you are strong, even if you are wrong, you will probably be right. When Chang Nyo returned to the ship, he appeared in his true form. It was not the same as before. What always remained in front of the stage was a spatial mirror, and he was only hidden behind the scenes from beginning to end. Even if someone wants to do harm to him, no matter what the circumstances, it is impossible to cause any harm to him. This situation has been the same since Chang Nyo ate the second devil fruit. Chang Nyo has almost always maintained this normal state. In the past few years, almost no one has actually seen me, even the people around me. Your Majesty the King. As soon as they got on the boat, headed by Junhee, everyone lowered their heads, bent their bodies, and saluted Chang Nyo respectfully. How are you doing normally? You're doing just fine now. There's no need to act so strangely. The corners of Chang Nyo's mouth raised slightly and he spoke calmly. But even so, the imperial domination he exuded still made them afraid to raise their heads. What exactly is going on? Jun also felt inexplicable pressure. From the moment Chang Nyo boarded the ship, she was basically like everyone else, keeping her head down and unable to lift it up for some reason. So based on this doubt, Jun gently tugged the corner of Gagoya's clothes next to him, and then asked in a low voice. "I'll tell you later," Gagoya said. But her voice was very low, as if she didn't dare to speak. The other 3 people on the ship who were not part of the Taru Empire, Marco and Jinbi, all swallowed their saliva inexplicably. This sense of oppression was something these people had never experienced before. Opposite the phone bug at this moment, Whitebeard was also watching all this. After Emperor Trunyo appeared, he always felt that this person had changed a lot. Although it is clear that this is not the one I have encountered before, the relatively big changes in their personality or other aspects still make everyone a little surprised. Chapter 329 The Power That Shocked the World. Chongnyo, who originally appeared in front of everyone all the time, seems to be relatively quiet, but overall he feels relatively easy to get in touch with. But the one who appears now is more indifferent, so indifferent that he doesn't even have the courage to let others look at him. The ability of the psychic devil fruit not only increased Chongnyo's personal charm, but also allowed him to slowly release his domineering aura. These people have either been in contact for a long time or are relatively powerful. If some strange ordinary people were staying next to him, I am afraid they would have been kneeling on the ground by now and would not be able to get up at all. From the very first moment he ate the heart devil fruit, he had already begun to experience an uncontrollable and rapid increase in his domineering aura. In this world, when cultivating overlord's haki, the most powerful ones are only attacks that cause substantial damage. But now the Emperor True in front of him can build on this to a higher level. Although the coercion of the overlord's domineering energy is not used very often, the overlord's domineering energy released invisibly can still make many people feel inexplicable pressure. Among the people at the scene, except for Yu Xiao, who was invisible and relatively powerful, they were not affected in any way. Others more or less all felt the fear caused by this invisible pressure. His Majesty King Taru, now that the matter at hand has been resolved, if it is convenient for you, you can just find a small island to put us down. At that time, we can just go back to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco stepped forward and said. It doesn't have to be like this. I'd better go with you next time. I also want to ask the old man something. Chongnyo said, and the moment he finished speaking, he began to walk towards the hole on the deck of the Infinity. If this thing relies on the people of the current true empire to repair it, it is basically a fantasy. Although such high-tech things have not had much impact on the Infinity so far. But at least it makes people feel very unhappy in terms of appearance, so the next way to proceed can only be repaired through the ability of the system space. Walking to the side of the damaged hole, Chongnyo stretched his head slightly and looked inside. The inside was still the same as before, with a huge hole displayed in front of everyone. Chongnyo shook his head, and then waved his right hand in the direction of the hole. The hole that was still flashing with electric light returned to its original appearance in the next second. Although the others were shocked by such a performance, no one opened their mouths to speak. Hailing, start setting off. Chongnyo shouted indifferently, then raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance. In fact, his stay here made everyone feel uncomfortable. At least this inexplicable pressure always lingered on their heads, making them maintain a respectful and serious attitude at all times. The ship began to move slowly, but the group of people on the deck remained the same as before. At least compared to the situation when we first set out, the atmosphere here was obviously much more serious. Chongnyo didn't say anything, he just stood there quietly watching the sea in front of him for a while, and then touched the space in front of him with his right hand. Then a black space crack appeared again, without taking into account everyone's thoughts. After Chongnyo walked in, as the space crack closed, another mirror image appeared in front of everyone. But this time, what appeared was the same as before. The feeling of pressure that originally made everyone feel disappeared in an instant. In fact, this situation is also very troublesome for Chongnyo, who is the main body. The domineering overlord color is too powerful, causing things beyond his control to begin to leak out. Anyone who stays around him will be affected by this. At first, he stayed in the space. The purpose of using the mirror body to appear to the outside world is to prevent the day when one's emotions may not be out of control, and the overlord's domineering energy is too powerful and directly affects other people. Even if he stays in the space, although the external mirror's practical abilities have been reduced to a large extent, Chongnyo's strength is still at the level of the 4 emperors. According to the current strength classification, Emperor Toru's strength has long been above that of the 4 emperors, and has even reached the king stage. However, in the entire pirate world, although the navy and the four emperors are seemingly the most powerful, but everyone who knows that there may be a more powerful person hidden in a certain corner of this world. This time Emperor True walked out of the space he had been hiding in and faced the relatively powerful Wilbu. With this piece of news alone, he was able to dominate the headlines of the news page. The facts were as expected. In less than half a day, the whole world had been refreshed by this piece of news. How terrifying is the strength of the Emperor of the Four Seas land! Just such a newspaper has fallen into the hands of countless people at this moment. Everyone is observing today's situation with relish. Many big forces also expressed silent sighs. The strength of the Toru Empire was based on the strength of this country from the very beginning, which made it possible for them to become the four emperors and one emperor. However, at the beginning, this title was indeed only a blessing to the identity of this country. But from this time on, no one will dare to question the fishery involved. Whether it was Emperor Toru or the generals under him, their extremely destructive aggressiveness instantly calmed down all the people who were eyeing the Toru Empire. The only one who is not surprised at all should be the group of people belonging to the world government. For them, these things happening are simply a matter of course. So from beginning to end, for them, surprise had no effect at all. After all, among those who invested in the investigation of the true empire, the world government ranked second, and no one probably dared to claim the first place. Even if so many people are dispatched to investigate, the royal palace of the true empire will always be a forbidden area for their CP investigators. No matter what, in the end no one could come out after entering. Regarding this point, people on both sides almost tacitly acquiesced that this kind of thing would happen, and no one would mention it to the outside world. Chapter 330 Pero's Concerns. After the Infinity Voyage, newspapers all over the world have been snapped up, and everyone is paying collective attention to this matter. After all, just one day ago, they had just received the latest newspaper, which was still about the situation of the true empire. The only difference is that the last time the Toru Empire was the hard steel Draco, this newspaper was printed again and again, and all the versions almost fixed the headlines of the newspaper on this picture. As long as the common people or other forces who know the existence of Tianlong people have different opinions on this incident, the image of the true empire to others was completely different from the moment the celestial dragons appeared. Even when many pirates saw this newspaper, they had already begun to take down their pirate flags and wanted to join the Toru Empire in order not to live a humble life in front of others. Many pirates do not join this group voluntarily. The reason why they live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife is simply to survive. Many people have similar experiences on this point, unless they are just willing to take risks on the sea, so they hang the pirate flag. But the more reason is actually that I have no choice but to embark on this road because I can't survive. When the first newspaper came out, everyone was still carefully savoring the grievances between the true empire and the Tianlong people, but they had not finished reading the newspaper. The second one came right after, just one day later. The true empire showed everyone the strength of this country. The level of surprise in the previous era has not increased yet. When the popularity is rising, all newspapers are still publishing the previous photos and the scene of the entanglement between the true empire and the Tianlong people. The previous ones haven't even been printed yet, but the big news time comes again. This time, although there are no more pictures to describe it, for others, it is considered that Emperor True has been completely remembered. The country located in the land of four seas is not as weak as imagined, and has even become stronger than everyone imagined. Mama, this Emperor True really likes me. I didn't expect that the previous things haven't fallen into place yet, and a new wave of big news has started later. The huge cake island once again heard laughter that made everyone cheer. The flowers, plants, and trees outside the room were all dancing happily because of this laughter. Big Mom was lying on the ground enjoying herself, smiling unscrupulously, still holding the latest newspaper in her hand, and she couldn't bear to miss any of the words on it. She had read it once, laughed once, and then picked it up again. Those who taste carefully. But as he smiled, his expression gradually began to solidify. He really couldn't bear to miss any of the content in the newspaper, but he found a name on it that she would probably never forget. I didn't expect it was him. Big Mom said with some surprise. Mom, did you find something wrong? Asked Charlotte Katakuri, one of the men who had been standing next to him. That's right, Mom, did something happy happen? Charlotte Defu, who was standing next to him, also asked. This is a man who calls himself Edward Wilbur. He is so powerful that not even Kaido dares to confront him head-on. Is there really such a thing? Katakuri asked in disbelief. You don't understand this. As early as more than 10 years ago, Navy Headquarters General Iron Fist Zifa had his arm broken directly by this man. At that time, his strength could be said to be so powerful that it surpassed all of us. It's just that I didn't expect that this guy, King True, could actually surpass him. Big Mom said seriously. I also noticed that the newspaper mentioned that Toru used the Devil Fruit's space-based ability, and at the end, he also said that he would be a great swordsman. This is indeed a bit incredible, at such a young age. Being able to do so much is really unimaginable. Charlotte Smoothie, the tallest woman standing among the people, said. You can never imagine the achievements of some people. Katakuri, have you ever investigated what Emperor True's goal is when he comes to the New World? Big Mom sat up directly, looked at his son and asked. Sorry, Mom. There are no specific investigation results on this matter yet, and few people in the True Empire know much about this matter. Katakuri lowered his head slightly and said. Ah, Mom, no matter why the other person came to the New World, I think we should invite each other. Charlotte Perros stuck out her big tongue and licked the lollipop on the crutch in her hand. This one is the eldest son of Big Mom, but this image does make people feel a little strange. Hearing this, Big Mom suddenly became interested, scratched his face, and then the smile on his face suddenly increased, and he immediately said to Perros, Perros, I leave this matter to you, invite Emperor True to come. Attend Cake Island's annual tea party. Katakuri, you are responsible for selecting the daughters who are not yet married. When the time comes, Emperor True will choose. No matter which one the other party likes, even which ones he likes can be taken away by him. Mama. Big Mom started to get excited just thinking about it. She completely ignored the feelings of the children standing in front of her, and even started to drool over the tea party she was preparing for next. Okay, Mom, let's get ready. Katakuri and Perros nodded together and said. After saying that, a group of brothers and sisters began to walk out of Big Mom's room. Standing not far from the door, Perros still stuck out his long tongue and looked at Katakuri walking in front and asked, Katakuri, you are the only person on our side who has come into contact with Emperor True. Can you tell me how you feel first? It will also help me figure out how to get in touch with you in the next step. When Big Brother said this, I became interested. I wonder if I can listen in. Smoothie walked over and said with a smile on his face. A very scary guy, and this was 4 years ago. It is not difficult to see from the newspapers this time that even the Navy and the world government are very afraid of him. My mother's expression just now said it all. I want to know what his character is like. Perros opened his mouth and asked again. Chapter 331 Reactions between Major Forces. To be honest, Perros may be stronger in Cake Island, and he has no scruples no matter what he does. But now they were facing someone who had just experienced a battle before, and was so powerful that even their own mother was a little scared. So even if he goes to invite him this time, Perros needs to at least know enough about the other party's situation before he can go. Katakuri thought about it for a moment. He secretly went to the South Blue Sea countries a few years ago and followed the merchant ship there. At that time, Katakuri's strength was far behind what it is now, but even if in this way, when he faced Emperor True, he still felt inexplicable pressure, lingering around him. In fact, a few years ago, the Toru Empire was far less powerful than it is now, but its strength was comparable to that of the 4 emperors. At first, Katakuri did go according to Big Mom's order, hoping that he would choose one of his sisters to marry him, but at that time, Changnyo immediately recognized Katakuri when he saw her. And even made it clear directly what the other party's purpose was. This idea of being able to see through everything gave Katakuri a chilling feeling. Changnyo still had a pretty good impression of this guy, whether it was from Katakuri in the original plot or after meeting him now. This guy probably has a remarkable personality except for his ugly mouth. In terms of strength, it can be recognized by everyone. If it were not for the effect of the protagonist's halo in the original plot, Katakuri would probably be able to defeat 10 Luffys. He stood there for a moment, recalling everything about their first meeting, and then looked at his brother and said seriously, Emperor True is different from other people. You don't need to play any tricks in front of him. He seems to be able to check it's the same as our inner thoughts. In his eyes, everything seems to have been known in advance as to the purpose of the visit. At least this is my feeling, and it is not difficult to see from the newspapers this time that the opponent's strength has become so strong that we are desperate. At the same time, those who followed him into the New World also include several generals from their kingdom. Human strength is, by every estimate, superior to that of you and me. But if I just invite the other party to the Cake Island Tea Party, I think there shouldn't be any problem. What kind of person is he that can make you give such a high valuation? Smoothie asked with a puzzled look on his face. He had never seen his brother who could make such a big comment to outsiders, but her knowledge of Emperor True was only limited to newspapers. What kind of person do you think a person who has reached the top of the world in his 20s will be? Katakuri said this calmly without any expression. Perros didn't speak for a long time, and kept twirling his tongue in front of him, which seemed to make the others extremely uncomfortable. I've already told you the matter. It's up to you to decide how to do it. Anyway, no matter what, just give your mother an explanation. Katakuri said, then continued walking forward with a cold expression. Brother Perros, it seems that Emperor True is not a very easy to get in touch with. Smoothie said. It doesn't matter. We'll discuss the details after we meet. Perros said, but he was actually already panicking in his heart. Even when facing other people in the sea, Huang would not show such an expression. After all, for these people, Big Mom has enough strength to compete with them, but it is different when facing this other one. Mr. Emperor True, not to mention the strength of the country, even the strength of the individual has made their mother fearful, let alone the strength of a country, even the navy does not dare to act rashly. But everything still needs to be done, and even if he doesn't do it, there will always be other brothers and sisters who do it. On the other side of the New World. This is just a lonely big ship sailing on the sea. There are also so many people on the ship, more than 20 people. Although it is not a lot, it is not too few. Everyone on red-haired Shank's ship was gathered together, looking at the newspaper held in the hands of their deputy captain. After all, others were eager to know about such a sensational matter. As for their captain Shanks, he was lying there drunk at this time. What is this talking about? When a group of people crowded together to watch, a short, fat man holding a big chicken leg took a bite and asked curiously to the others next to him. Emperor True of the South Blue Sea has come to the New World, and it seems he doesn't know what kind of bloody storm he will cause. Said Jesus, the ship's sniper. The fact that they came to the New World was announced yesterday, wasn't it? Why are you still so curious today? Lakilo asked curiously. Because when they saw a new newspaper yesterday, everyone was surprised. Emperor True, who was in the South Blue Sea, actually brought several generals from his country to the New World. He was still there. They speculated whether it was related to the battle for territory in the New World, but in the end, their vice-captain reminded them that this group of people must have a different purpose in coming to the New World, so this speculation was put to rest in the end. But Lakilo looked at the group of people staring at the newspaper with equally shocked expressions, so he was a little confused. He was obviously shocked by something yesterday. Why was he still so shocked when he mentioned it again today? He only cares about eating what is in his mouth, and does not pay attention to many things at all. And with such a big body, he couldn't squeeze into the crowd. When he saw a newspaper, he could only look at them with shocked expressions. I didn't expect that Emperor True had already done a big thing as soon as he came to the New World. It seems that they can't wait to show off the power of their country. Beckman, the deputy leader of the red-haired pirates, said. We all know the situation of Edward Wilbur, but we just can't imagine how they bumped into each other. Jesus asked. It should be the old woman's problem. The biggest image the true empire displays to the outside world is that they are very rich. After several years of development, it is estimated that the amount of money has been beyond the imagination of others. That old woman likes money so much, she must be. I also went for this aspect, but I didn't expect that the opponent's strength would be so strong. Chapter 332 Next Destination. After all, as the top powerhouses on the sea, if the battle between them is experienced, it is possible for them to fight for half a month, but the gap between the strength of the two parties is indeed beyond imagination. The strongest man in the Apex world ended the battle in just 4 hours. No one in their group underestimates Edward Wilbu's strength. Similarly, they know Wilbu very well, a powerful and almost unscrupulous guy. But just because of this, they were shocked that Emperor True had defeated the opponent in just 4 hours. Although the newspaper reported that Wilbu escaped in the end and did not suffer much substantial damage, this already explained a big problem. This battle did indeed reflect the powerful strength of the Toru Empire. At least they will not let those among the top forces dare to underestimate the strength of the Toru Empire. Just one battle can make everyone clearly understand what the true empire looks like today. The 4 emperors and 1 emperor were not just used to show off. Why should we pay attention to this kind of situation? It has nothing to do with our pirate group anyway. We should still eat and drink. There is no need to pay too much attention to other things. Lakilo said with an indifferent expression. Anyway, no matter who enters the new world, he has nothing to do with their red-haired pirates. He is broad-minded and fat, so he is probably talking about such a person. But Ben Beckman has a different view. As the core brain of the entire pirate group, this guy has already figured out that the problem is not simple just from a newspaper. First of all, since yesterday, everyone has been wondering why the true empire has nothing to do in the South Blue Sea, so why does it want to go to the New World? They brought so many powerful people to the New World at the same time. What was their purpose? All these problems are still unknown. It is obviously a first-level member country of the world government, but in the end, it actually insulted the Tianlong people in front of so many people and angrily criticized the Navy headquarters admiral. This situation does not look like it. This is what a world government member country can do. Besides, he didn't believe that this country would go to the New World to get a share of the pie. Now that everything had been sorted out, the remaining questions would be those that lingered in their minds. Everyone is getting ready to leave. This time we are going to Bahai. In a short time, we will not be participating in these things in the New World. Ben Beckman shouted directly to everyone. He is only the deputy captain on this ship, and he can also directly override the captain in certain orders. No one had any objections to Fang Da's order. Although they were a little confused, they started to start the ship and move in another direction. Today's New World is already lively enough. If another true empire is added to join in the fun, not to mention these 4 emperors on the Sea of the New World, even the Navy headquarters and the world government will probably have a headache. But at this time, Chongnyo, they still maintained the same attitude as before in their previous voyage. The Infinity was sailing quickly on this calm sea and was heading towards the goal they had set beforehand. Gagoya, the guy who informed Dressrosa, said we expected to arrive this evening. Changyo was lying on the lounge chair outside, drinking an iced drink leisurely, and then said to Gagoya, who was also lying next to him. Jun is also lying here. The two of them are almost dressed in the same way. The bikini suits they have worn all their lives look particularly seductive and charming. Everyone wears big sunglasses on their faces. Although the sky is only cloudy at this time, the temperature makes people feel a bit sultry. After hearing what His Majesty the King said, Gagoya immediately sat up and said, "Your Majesty the King, the other party had contacted him an hour ago, and also stated that he would come to greet him in person. I'm a trash among trash. It's no big deal if I don't welcome you or not. I'm just curious about some things, so I just went over and asked." Chongnyo said with his eyes closed, without any expression on his face, as if he didn't care much about this matter. "Did you go over to meet Doflamingo?" Jun asked. "It's really troublesome," Chongnyo said, then slowly opened his eyes, and lay there turning his head to look in the direction of Gagoya. The comparison between women has begun not to be based on the height of standing, but the height of lying down. From what aspect? This woman Jun is indeed slightly better than Gagoya. After just one glance, Chongnyo ignored the woman. Instead, he lay there with his eyes closed and muttered to himself, "Who on earth will be imprisoned there?" Although the people on the Infinity are not like the pirates, who will hold a large banquet and get drunk when they have nothing to do, but the people on the Infinity are also not boring. After all, the entertainment facilities in the cruise ship are always included. There are still quite a lot of them. Most of them usually go to the gym or other entertainment facilities in the room to play when they have nothing to do. These modern high-tech equipment almost kept them in a state of lingering. Although this group of people did not have much authority on the ship, they could still enter and exit the rooms of these entertainment facilities at will. But for them, the biggest enjoyment every day is to lie here and enjoy the sunrise, sunset, and the scenery on the sea. From time to time, they can even appreciate the two beauties on the ship. After all, there were too many things that they couldn't do, and it wasn't just the people from the True Empire on the ship, the two guys from the Whitebeard Pirates and the guy from Fishman Island were all hanging out here every day. Mixed drinks. Of course, after a few days of sailing, they gradually became familiar with each other. From time to time, we would sit together to drink and discuss other situations. Anyway, we could learn a lot from each other. At the end of the previous battle with Wilbur, Mark personally treated Moshank, who had been seriously injured. This guy's devil fruit ability has to be said to be quite good indeed. Chapter 333 Dressrosa. Everything seemed relatively normal now and was proceeding in an orderly manner, so by the evening of the next day, they had arrived at a new target location. This place looks like a rocky country, at least from the outside. They are all at least 100 meters above the sea. This is the country of Dressrosa. It can even be said to be just an island, because the country's land area is not as large as imagined. Adding up all the area, I am afraid that even the smallest island in the true empire is now mostly not. But in a place like the New World, Dressrosa's reputation has long been known to everyone in the New World. The port here is not particularly large, and the construction is extremely simple, just a relatively long wooden plank road. But connecting the entire island is a long staircase, which looks somewhat similar to the feeling of Marie Joya where the Draco people live. Dong dong. As the knock on the door rang, Chong Nyo had already stayed in his room and fell asleep. What else could I do if I didn't sleep at this time, but I didn't expect it to be here so soon. But there is no need for Chong Nyo to get up and go to open the door. Gagoya, who is standing outside and knocking on the door, has the right to open the door. After knocking twice, Gagoya opened the door and said to Chang Nyo who was lying on the bed, "Your Majesty, Dressrosa has arrived. Should we disembark now? Or wait until tomorrow morning?" Landing on the island. Alas! Chong Nyo sat up directly. The moment he heard the knock on the door, he was completely awake. Looking at Gagoya standing in front of the bed, in this dim light, he stood upright at the door, and the door of the room was not even closed. "It's better to go now. I don't know how many people will pay attention to it tomorrow morning." Chong Nyo said helplessly. "Okay, Your Majesty the King, I'll go over and make arrangements right away." Gagoya said, then slowly exited the room and closed the door. At this time, in the port of Dressrosa, even though it was already midnight, there were still a lot of people standing here. The one standing at the front is Doflamingo, the current king here. As for the man next to him, he has a face full of snot and a guy with snot on his body. It is probably disgusting no matter how you look at it. Others, they are all members of the Doflamingo family. At least being able to have Doflamingo come to greet him in person proved how much he took this matter seriously. "Oh? I really didn't expect that the king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, would come to greet us in person." As soon as Chang Nyo and his party got off the boat, they directly saw their group of people from the Don Quixote family. Chang Nyo even pretended to be a little surprised and said, "Phew phew phew phew, it is truly an honor for us to be able to come to greet Emperor True." Doflamingo said with a smile. While speaking, he had already started to take a few steps forward. This was the first time the two people met, and they met in the middle of the night. Almost all the people from the Don Quixote family have arrived, and each of them maintains a serious image, obviously attaching great importance to this reception. At least it's not because the true empire is stronger than them, that's why they are like this. Doflamingo. Marco stayed behind and muttered to himself, looking at Doflamingo's figure. The others were also awake and followed him with curious faces. At least they also want to know what Dressrosa looks like today. As the Shishibukai Doflamingo who belongs to the world government, he is definitely a standout, a guy who was notified by Black and White. Others are also curious about what kind of character this person is. Chong Nyo stood there and carefully looked at these members of the Don Quixote family. He was not interested in the other people's weaklings at all. I was also interested in a little girl, but I didn't see it this time. I really welcome Emperor True. Dover has been waiting here for a long time. This is not the place for conversation. Everyone from the True Empire, please come to the palace to talk. At this time, the snot-nosed man standing next to Doflamingo opened his mouth to speak. The snot on his nose was still hanging on his lips, making him look a little nauseous. Chong Nyo also didn't care. As long as the other person didn't touch him, he could just take a look. It wouldn't disgust him anyway. Then let's go. Chong Nyo said with a smile, who would turn to Gagoya and say, "You must remember how many of us are coming this time, and if you have any doubts about how many of us are coming, just kill them all." That's it. This time, the words were not only spoken to Gagoya alone, but also to those behind them. Everyone's face was confused, but Doflamingo was sweating on his head at this time. Others didn't know what was going on, but Doflamingo himself knew very well. What are the conditions in the country like? He did not dare to show too many expressions, and could only say with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "Phew phew phew phew, His Majesty King Tru can rest assured that as long as any situation arises in Dressrosa, we are willing to take over any situation. Price. It's best to have you say this. After all, our two countries are still relatively good trading partners, right? Chang Nyo said with a smile. The current smile was a completely terrifying threat to Doflamingo, and he didn't even know how much the other party knew about his country. But looking at the topics and attitudes discussed in the other party's words, it seems that he is not too interested in people like himself. Dressrosa has been the agent of the New World for the True Empire for a long time. Doflamingo is not only doing business in the underworld, he also does a lot of property distribution openly. At least when it comes to cooperating with the Toru Empire, he is more attentive. Chapter 334 Emperor Tru's Warning. Although everyone in the Don Quixote family was very unhappy inside, they didn't show any of it on the surface. The sudden visit of the True Empire made them feel incredible, but they didn't expect that when these guys came to their first destination in the New World, they actually came to their own Dressrosa. Although they were a little confused, they still came out to greet him, but the cynicism between these words was still a bit difficult for this group of usually aloof people to accept. After saying these words, Doflamingo still smiled on the surface, but his words were much less spoken, and he could only walk in front and lead the way. Today's Dressrosa is almost the same as it was in the later period. Even in the middle of the night, there were still more people walking back and forth on the street, almost all of which were toys of all kinds. The title of The Country of Toys started 2 years ago, but no one can think of how these toys are made, as if they don't get tired and don't use any abilities. In this way, I can do various tiring tasks endlessly. They seemed to have no thoughts or any emotions, but when many toys saw Doflamingo accompanying Chang Nyo walking on the street late at night, they quickly moved towards this side as if they were not afraid of life and death. Rushed over. The guy walking at the front, who was covered in thick snot, after seeing this scene, the snot on his body quickly stuck to the ground. For those toy people who had no strength to begin with, they couldn't move for an instant. The group of videos that followed were also quickly clearing them all away. Hey? What's going on with these toy people? Gagoya asked curiously. Others seemed to have seen some clues. Why did these toy people rush directly towards their king without control or orders? Chang Nyo didn't want to pay attention to these things. As for the future matters, he would leave it to him later. In this world, he was not a so-called virgin-like figure. The life and death of others had nothing to do with him. Dry? Ignoring these things, Chang Nyo continued walking towards the high ground ahead. It didn't take long for the highlands to be revealed in front of everyone. This was a royal palace that didn't look very luxurious. In some ways, it even looked a bit shabby. I really couldn't understand Dover. Brother Langming has so much money, why does he still live in this stupid place? But the moment they stepped onto the high ground, a high-pitched voice came over, accompanied by a huge man who appeared here instantly from nowhere. Dover, are you back? Such a big guy, but his voice turned like this. The people from the True Empire who followed him, except for Enel, who suddenly couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, there was nothing strange about the others. Variety. But the moment he heard others laughing, the big man wearing a helmet suddenly showed a different light in his eyes. Pika, why did you come out? Doflamingo asked. Oh. Sugar has fallen asleep. I felt bored, so I came over to take a look. Pika said. This guy Chang Nyo is quite impressive. He is a person with stone fruit ability and superhuman ability. He is relatively strong. Doflamingo, please find someone to take them to have a good rest. I have something to talk to you about. Chang Nyo said, completely ignoring Pika standing in front of him. This guy looked huge, but his voice was so hard, no wonder others would laugh at him. Before Doflamingo could reply to Pika's words, after hearing what Chang Nyo said, he immediately said respectfully, don't worry, my Emperor Taru will definitely make arrangements for them. As Brother Ming spoke, he already started to signal the cotters behind him to lead them to another place. The people from the True Empire did not refuse to directly follow the instructions of His Majesty the King and follow them. Jun seemed to be a little reluctant in his heart. He wanted to know what the purpose of Chang Nyo's coming here was. Why do you meet Doflamingo, the Shishibukai? And from the extent of their conversation, it was not difficult to tell that they had known each other a long time ago. But after the previous incident on Fishman Island, Jun has relatively restrained herself a lot. She no longer pursues all the answers excessively, and she also knows that she has no right to know these things now, so in the end he could only follow the rest of them and walk in other directions. Those of you who should rest should go and rest quickly. There are some things that you can't get involved in. After everyone left, only Doflamingo and those members of his family were left on the scene. Chang Nyo still turned to Doflamingo and said again. Everyone was confused in their hearts, but they just looked at their eldest son with their own eyes. But at this time, only the big man asked Chang Nyo in a high-pitched voice, "Where is Dover?" "Right there." "Roll." Chang Nyo scolded lightly, but the next second, the shock wave emitted by himself instantly shook the Pika away more than 10 meters. The moment it fell, it caused a cloud of dust to rise on the high ground of the palace. "Phew phew phew phew, His Majesty King True, there is no need to be angry. These are all my dear subordinates. Please don't forgive me." When Doflamingo saw this situation, he quickly smiled and said. He didn't dare to offend the true empire for such a trivial matter, and he didn't even have any thoughts in this regard. Now he just wanted to send these people out of Dressrosa quickly, and he could already thank God. This is indeed the truest thought deep in his heart. Although he is the largest merchandise agent of the true empire in the New World, what does this mean? I don't like to say some things twice, but don't worry, at least I have no interest in you or this country. Chang Nyo sneered and said. Thank you very much. Since the two of us are chatting, this place is definitely not suitable. Please come over here. Doflamingo didn't dare to say any more nonsense and hurriedly walked in front to guide the progress. As for the people under him, they all stayed here, looking a little at a loss. Pika flew out for a long time, and they didn't see anyone come over to help him or show any worry. It's just that for the big guy, such an attack is probably just a scratch, and won't cause any substantial damage, and may not even scratch the skin. Chapter 335 The Secret of Impel City. Looking at the backs of the two people walking in front, the members of the Don Quixote family looked at each other in confusion. None of them would move at this time, even if Pika in front was lying on the ground and struggling in pain. It's so scary. Emperor Toru makes me feel even scarier than the young cow Kaido. A man in the crowd with a shark face and high heels opened his mouth. There was still some lingering fear on his face. When faced with such a strong man, the expressions maintained by others were almost the same. Each of them may be said to be completely arrogant in normal times, but when faced with a height that they can never reach, they will become so humble. You don't need to tell me, haven't you read the news in the past 2 days? What a terrifying guy! The man in a red robe said with a smile on his face. Perhaps the smile on his face was just to cover up the fear in his heart. For a man standing at the top to perform like this, he did not exceed their psychological expectations at all. After all, the moment the true empire informed them of the reception, everyone was already prepared to face this special emperor whom they had never seen before. These people not only have expectations in their hearts, but also some apprehension. Oh gee! This is how a real man should behave. An older-looking guy in the crowd immediately put on a strange pose and said with the same shock and smile on his face. Don't we have to help a bunch of Pikas? The man with the shark face said. Why are you helping? This guy won't die. If he looks like this, he'll be fine after just 2 days of rest. The man in the red robe said something, then turned around and started to leave. The others just glanced at it and were also ready to leave this place. They didn't want to face Emperor True's terrifying appearance again. The other party kept a relatively calm expression on the ticket, but as long as they stayed by his side, they could always feel an inexplicable sense of fear, always lingering on his own head. Under the leadership of Doflamingo, they walked directly up the steps to the highest level of the royal palace. This is the highest place in the royal palace of Dressrosa, and it is also the main hall where the country handles various affairs. The highlands are different. You can even see the entire Dressrosa situation from here. Of course, this place is not particularly big. The entire country is only a dozen square kilometers. In comparison, the country of Dressrosa is not even half the size of Sky Island. Even Apaidu on Sky Island is at least nearly 4 times larger than this island. There is no scenery in Dressrosa at night, everything looks extremely dim, and there is almost no noise. But at this moment, staying far away, a woman was staring closely at the situation on the high ground with her own eyes. Her eyes glowed slightly with purple light. Even though she was almost several kilometers away from the palace high ground, she could still see Chang Nyo standing on the edge of the hall at a glance. She looked at the man's appearance and expression expectantly, as if he was standing right in front of her. Looking at it from the looks of it, he must be with Doflamingo too. This woman was a little disappointed, even a little lost. He stared carefully at the man standing above the entire highland, but in the end, he could only say these sad words in his heart. Among the palace heights. I wonder why His Majesty King True came to Dressrosa? Doflamingo asked cautiously as soon as he entered the hall. He couldn't figure out what kind of personality the person in front of him had, and even the investigators dispatched had no information at all. The situation obtained by the world government is the same. The people sent here disappeared once they set foot in the place where the Toru Empire Palace was located. Not to mention any information, not even a single person came out. No one felt strange or surprised about this. After all, everyone knew and understood the current strength of the true empire. After Chongnyo entered the hall, he walked straight to the balcony outside. Standing here, he could overlook the entire scenery of Dressrosa. Although he couldn't see anything, with his perception, almost all the situations in Dressrosa had appeared in his mind. I came all the way around, just to have a look and ask you a question. Chongnyo stood on the edge of the balcony, without even turning his head, still looking forward, and asked in a calm tone. I didn't expect that such a thing would require you to come here in person. Just tell me. As long as I know, I will tell you the truth. Doflamingo asked, leaning down. You don't have to answer so cheerfully. After all, the matter I want to ask is likely to involve your wealth and life, as well as the so-called protective umbrella behind it. Is it possible for you to stop thinking about it? After hearing this, Doflamingo froze on the spot. Even though he was well informed, he still didn't realize what the words of Emperor True meant. Although he is only a Shishibukai, there are very few people who know the situation behind it. Even among the family members who stay with him and follow him, except for the original one, no one else knows that he has it. What kind of background? But facing the words spoken by Emperor True, he unknowingly even felt a little shuddering. I wonder why His Majesty the King is asking. The situation in Impel Down City. Dovero Folksong asked him cautiously, although he didn't know what it was like. But after he got out, the other party directly asked such a question, which made him really not know how to answer it for a while. Impel Down City is known to almost everyone in the entire sea. This place is almost the end of pirates, the ultimate prison where the naval government imprisons pirates. It is located in the triangle between Marinefando and Judicial Island. Chapter 336 Negotiating Terms? Doflamingo was a little confused. Why did the other party ask this? Or even completely unable to grasp what the other person is thinking. The pressure that Chongnyo can cause by just standing there can be imagined. Even though Doflamingo is relatively powerful, facing such an existence, he is really powerless. Feeling that this guy Doflamingo hadn't spoken for a long time, Chongnyo turned his head slightly and glanced behind him, and said again, the Don Quixote family has become a celestial dragon 800 years ago, so we have to say, you, Don Quixote Doflamingo, have already become a relatively outstanding one, so don't try to fool me, what I can know is completely beyond your imagination. Doflamingo, who originally wanted to be perfunctory, suddenly had a look of fear in his eyes after hearing these words, and even his already bent waist took a step back unconsciously. He didn't know where the other party got this information from, but he was certain that it would never be revealed from someone close to him. Doflamingo, if the news that you are a celestial dragon spreads out, do you know how miserable your death will be? Chongnyo threatened calmly. Why do you want to know the situation in Impel Down City? And how do you know my identity? Doflamingo stood there, tried to calm his mind, and asked pretending to be calm. As for the news I want to know, you don't have to ask or think about it. In short, knowing too much will not do you any good. You can be afraid of Kaido, but I think you should be more afraid of me. Because Kaido is far away now, and I'm right next to you. If I don't get the answer I want this time, maybe I don't mind destroying you. From the current perspective, there are many ways to destroy Doflamingo, such as the entire Dressrosa toys. Chongnyo turned around with a cold smile on his lips. He didn't care what the other person thought now, he just wanted to know the answer he wanted. The reason why I say so much is to let the other party know that I, the true empire, know far more than you think and can help you up or even crush you to death at any time. With the blessing of this threat, Doflamingo, who was usually arrogant, also felt scared at this moment. What he is afraid of is not the opponent's strength, but the opponent's brain that can know everything. The key points are hard to beat, and you can't say anything. In the end, things have to be done according to other people's ideas. Tell me, what exactly do you want to know about Impel Down City? Doflamingo sighed suddenly, clenched his fists, then took a deep breath and asked directly. Just tell me the overall situation of Impel City. Of course, I'm not just talking about the situation on the upper 6 floors, but also other things. I don't know what you mean by asking this. I only know the situation on the 6th floor of Impel Down City, and I don't know anything else. Doflamingo said. Do you feel that the person standing in front of you is just a clone, so I can't do anything? Chongnyo's cold smile rose again, he raised his head slightly and asked. Phew, since you know so much, you should know better. As long as I tell this matter, what will follow will be an endless pursuit. For me, today I will tell you the fact is, I will definitely not be able to survive in the future, and there is not enough benefit, so why would I say such a thing? Doflamingo felt like he had broken a jar, and he smiled. The fear just now was gone, and he began to talk about his conditions. As a country, Changniu is not afraid that the other party will not negotiate terms, but it is afraid that the other party will not say anything. If you go to investigate, you probably don't know how much effort it will take. Why do you need to run over and risk a problem that can be solved with just one mouth? How about taking such a big risk to see it? What conditions are required? Just say it. If I can do this, it doesn't matter if I promise you once. But the premise is that what you tell me is at least true, otherwise I will make your death ugly. Changniu said. Faced with this situation, Doflamingo has begun to feel relieved. The two of them can be regarded as conversationalists, and they no longer have the initial sense of restraint, at least for Doflamingo. What he has here is just a clone. Being able to be seen through at a glance already shows that the other person is still useful to him. Naturally, it is better to indulge when it is time to indulge. Throughout Dressrosa, under the darkness of night, many toy people were basically doing various jobs endlessly, as for those toy people who were slightly disabled. It was simply thrown away in an unknown place by other guards. If you knew these toys were real humans, you don't know how much panic it would cause. The snot-nosed man from the Don Quixote family had already quickly run to another place the moment Doflamingo left Taru alone. This is just an ordinary room, but the little girl sleeping in the room is not an ordinary person. No one dared to disturb him. Even the second in command of the Don Quixote family, the snot man, could only stand obediently and guard his mouth. However, the other generals and followers of the true empire who came with Changniu were not as honest as they seemed. All the cotters of the Don Quixote family have left one by one, leaving only some calami. What ability can this group of people have to stop this group of relatively powerful beings? They might start to enjoy the night view of Dressrosa on the street. Even if they can't see it, just walking around like this should still feel a lot more comfortable. The title of the Country of Toys has spread throughout the world a few years ago, and even they have heard a little bit about the toys here. Especially with a smile, he could intuitively feel that these toys were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. But at least sitting in other people's countries, he can't say anything. Once the current Toru Empire gets involved in the new world, it will definitely arouse strong resentment from the Navy and the world government. This is not a good situation for a Toru Empire that has always strived for stability. Chapter 337 The Shocking Existence. Dressrosa is Dressrosa's business. No matter how this country develops now or what kind of suffering the people are suffering, the true empire will not blink an eye and maintain any sympathy. It's not that they don't want to do it, but they really can't do it in a short time. In the palace, Changniu finally got what he wanted. However, Doflamingo was not as cooperative as expected. The situation inside Impel Down City was almost impossible for outsiders to understand, but Changniu was a person with the eye of God. He did not need to know too much about the situation inside. But some things were just unfamiliar to him, and these things were what caused him to turn around and turn to the country of Dressrosa. But when it came to the specific situation, Doflamingo only said, as for the situation of the entire underwater prison Impel City, I only know about the same as you. There are 6 floors in total, all under the sea. Among them, the most powerful ones are almost all locked up in the 6 layers of the seabed. As for the others, even if you come and ask me, I don't know very well. Alas! Changniu sighed slowly and didn't say too many words. However, when he turned around, red light began to appear in his eyes. He doesn't want to spoil this guy over and over again, so what he can do now is to directly use the devil fruit of the psychic system to control the other person's thoughts. In the following time, Chong Nyo did get the specific situation of Impel Down City as he wished, and the situation inside was much more than what he knew. Although I don't know what kind of secret Doflamingo holds to threaten the world government and the celestial dragons, Chang Nyo doesn't want to know the specific situation now. He just wants to know the inside story of Impel Down City. It's really surprising, I didn't expect that guy is still alive. Chang Nyo said to himself with some seriousness, but Doflamingo, who was sitting over there, had dull eyes at the moment, his hands were naturally placed on his knees, and his whole person had no expression at all. The psychic devil fruit can directly control the other person's thoughts and even rewrite the other person's thoughts, especially for such a being with a large disparity in strength. Chang Nyo might just have an idea to make Doflamingo completely honor him in the future, but what is the key effect? Even so, Chang Nyo did not intend to let Doflamingo go so lightly. He directly used the psychic devil fruit to penetrate his spiritual world, leaving more or less some traces in it. Only then did things begin to release the control of the psychic devil fruit. After waking up, Doflamingo still kept smiling. Perhaps it should be said that he continued the smile before he was not controlled. During this period of time, he didn't know what happened to him. All of this seemed to pass naturally. For Doflamingo, the words he just said were as if time and space jumped directly to this moment. Your Majesty King True, this is all I know. If you can, I will help you investigate the rest later. Doflamingo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile on his face. It's great that you have such a heart. If there is anything you need to do in the future, I will let others communicate with you. But I am very interested in your little girl. Find me a place to live. Place, remember to ask him to come over and see me after tomorrow morning. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile on the surface, but there was an undeniable seriousness in his tone, and his eyes were fixed on Doflamingo sitting there. The other party was suddenly startled, and then began to smile again and said, since His Majesty King True already knows, then he must also know how important this little girl is to me. I like it, everything else is easy to say, but this girl is I can't give it to you. It's not as superficial as you think. Maybe when you enter Impel Down City, I will naturally let this little girl come over. Chang Nyo said, then turned around and started walking outside. Now that I have come here to know the answers to the questions I want to know, I already know almost all the answers. As for the rest, there is no need to think too much about it. Doflamingo is a very treacherous and cunning guy, but I have to say that he is indeed a very good existence. At least in some aspects, Doflamingo's actual effect is better than others. Too powerful. If it weren't for the fact that Chang Nyo was relatively powerful, or that the true empire's strength was far greater than that of the Don Quixote family, the other party would probably not even want to meet him. But the news he got this time was indeed enough to shock Chang Nyo for several days. He didn't expect that those people who should have died long ago are now in Impel Down City. This place is far from as simple as imagined. There are now more questions surrounding this world. Some things are not as simple and easy as they seem. But now that everything is known, doing these things is relatively easy. The next day, at dawn, the entire Dressrosa had already begun to return to a lively atmosphere. This country does not have as many people as imagined, and the number of people that exists so far is only about 500,000. But even so, in such a small place, the concentrated residence of these groups has all been condensed together. Not many people knew that the true empire had come to Dressrosa, but for the forces outside that had always paid attention to the ship Infinity, everyone was quite confused as to whether they had come to Dressrosa. What to do in a small place like SA? At least few people in Dressrosa's own country knew about it, and it didn't cause the slightest sensation in comparison. At least the Yonko Kaido, who is relatively powerful in the New World, often sends people to a small place like Dressrosa. In the palace hall, Chang Nyo finally saw a very buggy existence among devil fruits. The sugar in front of me looks like a little girl of 5 or 6 years old, with lovely green hair, wearing a long skirt with white dots on it, a loose red coat, and a hat attached to it. There is a gold-colored crown, and from time to time he holds some snacks or fruits in his hand and stuffs them into his mouth. Chapter 338 Childlike Fruit. But those who know also know that this woman is now 17 or 18 years old. The devil's childlike fruit will remain in its original state after being eaten. This age will always be with this little girl until she dies of old age. The forces sitting in the entire palace hall were directly divided into two sides. The Don Quixote family sat on one side, and the true empire also sat on the other side. But for the members of the Cod family who unite in Dressrosa, everyone maintains an expression of readiness. They can even be described as very nervous. On the other hand, the true empire seemed much more relaxed. Strength is the hard currency in this world. As long as you are strong, you can maintain extreme confidence no matter where you go. A little girl like this stood blankly in the center of the entire hall, as if she was accepting the admiration of others, but she was still eating by herself, not caring at all what other people were looking at her. When he had nothing to do, he hardly read the newspapers, or knew little about the outside world. Apart from knowing the situation of the Don Quixote family, no one would deliberately disclose the outside world to her. Even today, facing the most famous person in the world, Sugar himself stood in the center. Except for the people who knew their Don Quixote family, he didn't know any of the remaining people, and they were even strangers to the extreme. "How do you feel, General Yuxiao?" Chang Niu stared at Shaitang, with a smile on his lips. He turned to look at Yuxiao sitting next to him and asked. "It's nothing nice to feel, but this girl's strength is not low." Yuxiao said truthfully. "It's nice to look at, but why are we looking at a little girl?" Junhe whispered softly. The other people from the true empire who followed also looked curious. They couldn't figure out what they were doing. Why did so many people come to watch a little girl? What's more important is that they don't know what kind of person this girl is and what kind of strength she has, but they don't dare to say anything. After all, being able to attract so many people to watch has already proved this. There is something strange about little girls. His Majesty King True, this is Sugar. He is the most important cadre of our Don Quixote family. Doflamingo said, sitting on the chair directly opposite Chang Niu. Anyone can see the pride in his words. "Dover, why are so many of you asking me to come here?" At this time, Sugar directly asked Doflamingo in a milky voice. "It has nothing to do with him. I just want to take a look at you." Before Chang Niu could wait for Doflamingo to speak, he stood up and took a few steps towards Sugar. Staring at the other party's cute face, Chang Niu even squatted down the moment he got closer and looked at the little girl in front of him carefully. Suddenly, such a stranger appeared and kept staring at him. On the surface, Sutang had a smile on his face, and he stretched out his right hand and began to touch Chang Niu. When the people of the Don Quixote family saw this scene, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Doflamingo was so frightened that he stood up. He was afraid that Sugar would use his demons later. The moment the fruit's ability touches the opponent, if it succeeds, it's okay. If it doesn't, then Doflamingo may not be far from death. But while everyone was in a tense state, Chang Niu took the lead and stretched out his right hand, held it in the opponent's hand, and said with a smile, "I can still maintain this look at the age of 17 or 18. The abilities of Devil Fruit are really surprising." But it was no longer him who was surprised, but others. Everyone on the Don Quixote family's eyes widened. Even Granu's own eyes widened, looking at the man in front of him with disbelief. He really couldn't understand why his right hand didn't turn into a toy when someone touched it, and why he could communicate with him so normally. Other family members also looked towards Doflamingo, but at this time, no one dared to breathe heavily or open their mouths to speak. "You, how are you okay?" Sugar asked in shock. "Are you talking about why you didn't turn into a toy when I touched you? It seems that you can consult Brother Ming in the future. We still know too little about the outside world." Chang Niu said with a smile, and then squatted there and looked at Su Tang's face, and before everyone noticed, a red light flashed in his eyes. Sugar, who was standing opposite him, was just stunned for a moment, but the next second was no different from his normal appearance before. "Why is your Majesty so interested in a little girl?" Anilu curiously asked Abena next to him. "Don't ask me about this kind of thing, I don't know either." Abena has also been in a state of confusion from the beginning to now. Others may not be much better, but they can all see that the little girl in front of them is not as simple as they think. After Chang Niu looked at Sugar's expression for a while, it was rare that the other party didn't resent the man in front of him holding his hand. Although everything was a bit unexpected, at least since he ate the devil fruit, this was the only one. A man who can shake hands and communicate with himself normally. Even though he has always maintained his body and age, as time goes by, Sugar's age and body remain that of 5 or 6 years old, but his mind still grows with age. After reading it, Chang Niu stood up and turned to Doflamingo with a smile and said, "Don't worry too much. I've told you before. What's yours is yours and no one else can take it away. But in the future, if we fall, the situation will be different. Thank you very much for your hospitality today. It's time for us to set off next. Remember what I told you. Mainly because Changnyo looked at Doflamingo standing with a look of surprise on his face. Although he understood what the situation was that caused him to be surprised, Changnyo still kept a smile and talked to him. Communicating. Chapter 339 Leaving. If they hadn't already known how old Sugar was, everyone present would have thought that this little girl was just a 5 or 6-year-old child. Both her face and body movements are very childish, and sometimes it is even impossible to imagine what level of strength this little girl will reach. After all, her record is still ahead of her. As long as he is touched by his right hand, that person will eventually become a toy to be played with, regardless of his strength, and no one will even be able to remember who the other person is. The bug-like childlike fruit is indeed a waste on Doflamingo's side, but there is really no need for them to conflict at the moment, especially for such a little girl. All the seeds that should be left behind have been left. As for the future, it is only a few years away, and they are not as anxious as they imagined. The people on Changnyo's side looked at it and saw that the parts that needed to be moved had already been moved. It was like a fruit. Plant it first and wait for it to sprout slowly until it bears new fruit in the future. After the incident was over, some people from the True Empire did not make any stay here. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, they began to stride away from the palace of Dressrosa. The difference from the previous greeting was that this time Changnyo did not ask anyone from Doflamingo's group to see them off. Especially since the other party's reputation in Dressrosa is not that good. All the things are hidden in a deep ditch. If these things are taken out one day, it will be really serious if they are seen by other citizens. With this relationship between the Empire and Doflamingo, it's unclear how they will spread rumors in the future. But at this moment, in the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo was still sitting there leisurely. After the group of people from the True Empire left, he seemed to feel a lot more relaxed, and the big stone on his chest fell instantly. What Changnyo brought to all of them was endless pressure, which was so great that it could make them all breathless. Dover, who was that guy just now? Why is my devil fruit ability of no use to him? Granu finally asked the question in his heart. After all, he didn't have many hobbies. In addition to eating every day, he also liked to study some toys and the like. But this time, when he touched the other person, he didn't. The other person turned into a toy, which shocked and intrigued him. Phew 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 phew, Sugar. He is the king of True of the South Blue Sea, and he is so powerful that he is even more powerful than Kaido. And what you see now is just a mirror image. According to reports, the real True of the South Blue Sea is the moment the Emperor appears, all creatures with weak strength will not be able to raise their heads again. Doflamingo said leisurely, his life full of feelings of envy and admiration. Dover, is that guy really as powerful as you say? A high-pitched voice came out, and Pika, who had been staying behind, asked curiously. Let's not talk about anything else. After all, he is the only one among everyone here who can withstand the opponent's heavy blow. At least that's how it was in front of them, but it's hard to say how much strength Changnyo used, or whether he used any strength at all. He is really an interesting person. I don't know what he will develop into in the future, but I am looking forward to it. Phew phew phew. Seeing Doflamingo talking to himself alone, those people didn't dare to ask anything else. Changnyo walked silently in front of the group of people walking out of Dressrosa Palace, and the people behind him were even several meters apart. All four of them could tell that His Majesty the King was deeply concerned at the moment, but they did not go forward to consult him. The streets of Dressrosa are quite lively during the day, and almost every 2 people walking on the street bring a toy with them. These toys may be in the shape of humans or other animals, but no matter what, they are alive. A group of them walked directly on such a street. Changnyo didn't pay much attention to these situations. Even when a toy man bumped into his leg while walking, he just glanced at it. And don't have many other ideas. It wasn't until he silently walked to the edge of the sea and saw the infinity that Changnyo silently put away his thoughts, and a smile began to slowly appear on his lips. After another voyage, Changnyo had at least cleared up most of the doubts in his mind. They now have a lot of time to sail on the sea, and there is no need to worry about the situation in the country. Even if something happens, they can rush back to the country in the next second after a message from the True Empire is conveyed. Even if you are drifting on the sea, you should just let yourself go out and relax. Did you notice anything wrong with His Majesty the King? After the Endless sailed for a whole morning, Jun asked Gagoya curiously on the front deck of the ship. After all, there were only 2 of them women on the whole ship. Nowadays, there were too many things going on and Jun didn't want to get involved too much. He just reported the whereabouts of the Toru Empire people to the Navy headquarters. But this time he felt something was obviously different. After coming out of Dressrosa, he revealed that the Emperor's behavior was completely different from before. Although he still maintained his original personality in terms of behavior, he was now a people stayed on the top deck and began to show their thoughts. It was just because of this that Jun was more curious. Gagoya, on the other hand, does not have so many ideas. What thoughts His Majesty the King has are his own business. As a servant, all he can do is to rush over when others are in need. So in the end, he just glanced at Jun, smiled slightly and said, "We don't know what His Majesty the King is thinking, and we don't want to ask, but it seems that he is either encountering something annoying or a relatively happy situation. You have followed him for so long, aren't you curious about what he thinks?" Jun asked again. "Why do you have to think about it so much? Besides, such things are not something we can even consider." Chapter 340 The Next Secret Trip. In fact, Jun has long since forgotten about the things on this ship, as she was so serious when she first got on the ship. After all, after interacting with these people for a few days, I realized that they were not as disgusting as I thought. At least the Toru Empire's behavior may be more in line with the justice in his heart. After all, with the current development of the Navy, even their own senior officials don't know how many bugs there are among the personnel. A series of things have led to the fact that today's Navy is not popular with many people, and its majesty on the entire sea is not as high as imagined. Although the weather in the New World is weird and changeable, you don't encounter that kind of weird weather from time to time. At least in more cases, the sea still maintains a calm effect. As the Infinity sailed all the way, it wasn't far from where they reached Whitebeard. After all, the New World is only that big, and the place where Whitebeard is almost the closest to Fishman Island. After almost 2 days, the Infinity had arrived at the sea area that Chongnyo had visited before. This place is already within the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates. On the surface, the Whitebeard pirates are just a group of pirates, but in fact, from another aspect, this pirate group is almost equivalent to a pirate group. Same as country. From many aspects or levels, the management of the Whitebeard pirates is more humane. Regardless of the country or island they belong to, their pirates do not charge any protection fees or other related fees. Basically, most of them are free of charge to protect the living and housing conditions of these people. "Marco, where are Mr. Whitebeard and the others now?" On the top deck, Chongnyo was lying there leisurely, holding a glass of drink with ice cubes in his hand and shaking it constantly. He turned to look at Marco who was sitting not far away and asked, "Hey? I don't know the specific location of Dad. The Moby Dick is not fixed at one location, but the general area should be within the surrounding area." Marco smiled and said helplessly, "I think Dad's ship is not far to the southwest, right? At the current speed, it will probably only take 2 or 3 hours at most." Jose sat next to Marco and reminded him in a low voice, "I want you to talk more." Marco glanced at Jose and said without wanting to speak, "A distance of 100 kilometers. For the people on the Infinity, at least 3 of them can sense this distance, let alone the Infinity, which has a relatively powerful scanning function. Your Majesty the King, we will meet the strongest man in the world in 2 or 3 hours. I'd better go and tidy up my clothes first." Enelo was a little excited and said excitedly, "The strongest man in the world." After all, this was already a word that was circulating in the whole world. Whitebeard's ability is almost universally recognized by everyone, and he is the strongest man in the world. This is also something that is generally acknowledged. But just as Enelo stood up, Junhee, who was lying next to him, opened his eyes slightly and grabbed him directly. "You can change your clothes, but remember to put on your Lieutenant General Troll Empire uniform." Enel was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but after a pause, a smile appeared on his lips and he said, "You don't need to remind me about this kind of thing. It's really been a long time since I saw that guy. It's been so many years before I knew it. It's really exciting." Yuxiao said to himself, but these words had already been heard by the people next to him. Fortunately, the weather today is quite good. It is completely cloudy above the head. Although there are some rough waves on the sea, they are not particularly big. Especially when sailing under such conditions, it feels very comfortable. The feeling of relaxation accompanied by the smell of the waves also gave them all the feeling of anticipation. Let's go change our clothes too. After all, we are facing different people this time. Abena also stood up, adjusted his clothes, and spoke leisurely. This meeting is likely to be a more serious scene, and there is still a relatively large seagull following above the head. This guy is just sent by the newspapers so that he can get first-hand information from the true empire as soon as possible. But this time it was completely different. As they went to change clothes, there were not many people on the entire deck. Changniu was still lying there leisurely drinking a drink. Marco and the others not far away were looking out from time to time. I don't want others to know how to do this meeting. You should understand, right? Changniu closed his eyes and began to speak directly using his mind. However, the person he spoke to this time was the seagull flying in the sky and following them. However, at the same time as these words were spoken, a man in a dark room somewhere suddenly received such a message. He opened his eyes suddenly and looked at the shining screens in front of him. Although he was puzzled, he still did what the other party said. He smiled at the screen and said, "Don't worry, His Majesty King True, our newspaper will never dare to reveal a single word about this matter." With the help of the light of these screens, the guy standing in front of the screen has a face similar to that of a bird, and his body is also covered with many feathers. He is the boss behind the current world economic news, and he is also a devil fruit user. Since the other party has already spoken, he naturally does not dare to get too involved in this kind of thing. These words were not just what he said to the screen, these words could still reach Changniu's mind through the seagull. After saying these words, the seagulls above their heads that had been following them began to turn around and fly in another direction in the next second. Changniu just raised his head slightly and looked at the seagull that had flown away. He could already sense the specific location of Moby Dick even from this place. They no longer even need to give any orders to the Infinity. The system's navigation will automatically start to lock on the position of the Moby Dick and quickly move in that direction. Chapter 341 A Greeting Gift from Whitebeard. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the Moby Dick, everyone on the Infinity who belonged to the true Empire had changed into their own military clothing. The generals were wearing their proper general uniforms. From this moment on, they returned to their serious expressions. After all, it was the Whitebeard pirates who needed to communicate this time. The communication with them was no less than with a communication between countries. When everyone was ready to go, the one who felt the most uncomfortable and confused was probably Jun. She didn't know whether she should report it or not. After all, if anything went wrong in this matter, the Navy and the world government would also be affected. A huge impact. The black phone bug was always lingering in her hand. After leaving it there for so long, she didn't know whether she should notify her of such a thing. But in the end, her faith defeated her reason. The moment the phone rang, Jun couldn't wait to report what she saw and heard this time. But the other party just said lightly, "No need to pay too much attention." Bang! It had only been sailing for an hour, and the Moby Dick had not yet been seen. A violent sound came over, and not long after, waves reaching a height of at least 200 meters began to rush towards them quickly. Others on the Infinity began to look at all this in horror, but as the admirals, their faces were calm. As for their king, they were still lying there leisurely, enjoying the moment. Sunbathing. Dad, this is really casual. The meeting ceremony to welcome us doesn't have to be so big, right? Jinbei watched with wide eyes. The huge waves had begun to surge towards them. Waves of this height were a fatal threat to any sailing ship. Even a steel cruise ship like the Infinity probably wouldn't be able to survive it. Such a huge impact. Marco had a wry smile on his face, and at the same time he turned helplessly towards Changniu, who was lying there leisurely. With such an expression on the other side, it was obvious that he was already confident, and the boat belonged to someone else. The other party was not panicking, so why was he so nervous? "Your Majesty, let me do it." Abena walked forward, nodded slightly and then said calmly to Changniu. "Abena handles it, who can solve it in the future? We cannot lead to disasters in neighboring countries just because we welcome us." Changniu still said with a leisurely and comfortable expression. "It seems that it can only be the old man. General Junhe's ability is sharp attack. General Moshank cannot control so much sea water in a short period of time. Since the meeting ceremony has already begun, I think the old man should be able to take over." He rolled his eyes with a smile and said with a slight smile on his lips. "It is true that the Whitebeard pirates gave such a big meeting gift. I really don't know what this old man thinks. But since he is the king of a country, Chang Nyo naturally does not need to handle everything by himself. The reason why he takes them on this trip is not only to let them see the darkness of this world, but also to let them experience the reality of the world. Feel the experience. Things are always just talk on paper, but it's not easy to come and see them. The strong people in this world always allow them to gain a lot of knowledge. He said that he was going to teach them a lot, but in fact, he could only teach 3 people. General Yuxiao and Abana have been on the sea for a long time, but those people who were born and raised in the Turo Empire have never seen the New World, let alone seen it. What does the so-called strong person look like? That's it. Let me look forward to your performance. Chang Nyo said. Abana walked to the front position and faced the coming huge waves. He did not panic at all and still maintained the hugging posture before. But at the same time, the dawn in his hand seemed to feel the fighting spirit of its master. When this huge wave was about to approach, Abana pulled out the dawn in his hand with just a flash of lightning, and a black slash shot up into the sky instantly. The power of the great swordsman was clearly demonstrated at this moment. The 200-meter high wave was split into 2 halves at this moment, and the road in the middle could just allow the infinity to pass safely. But everything has passed, but the huge waves behind them are still moving forward. Once this situation is not curbed, it will definitely have a huge impact on the surrounding coasts. So while Abana opened a passage, as the general, Smile began to move his hands at the same time, and the power of the devil fruit began to emit from his body. Under the blessing of countless gravity, before those waves started to move forward, at that time, a huge deep pit with almost no end appeared on the entire sea level. After the water from those waves poured into the deep pit, it still didn't make any waves. Under the huge gravitational force, these waves calmed down instantly. Although there are still some relatively small waves that are still moving forward, these things can't travel very far and are no different from normal waves. Abana's sword display immediately stunned everyone. At this moment, the white clouds connected to the sky had been cut into 2 halves. Another great swordsman. Jun couldn't believe what he saw. Although he had guessed before that General Abana of the Toru Empire was probably a swordsman, he had already made full preparations in his heart. When I really saw the opponent's strength, I still didn't want to believe it. Sure enough, such powerful swordsmanship. Jinbi couldn't help but nod in approval. Not to mention anything else, at least the strength of this sword had surpassed him. Of course, this can be regarded as a gift in return for the meeting gift given to them by the old man with white beard. Not to mention more, it can at least prove that in addition to the king, others in the true empire are also capable of proving the powerful existence of this country. Not long after the waves dissipated, the huge figure of Moby Dick appeared in front of everyone. Although there was still a distance away, his huge body could still be seen, and behind the ship, nearly 4 smaller ships followed. Chapter 342 Ace comes to the New World. Chang Nyo really hadn't thought of this before. It was impossible to imagine that when he first left Windmill Village, this guy was just preparing to set off. In just 3 or 4 months, he had already reached the New World and had such achievements. Also, they had never read newspapers in the past period of time, and it was even less possible for them to know what happened on the sea, especially for such fledgling pirates. Captain, Whitebeard seems so powerful. Why don't we stop challenging him? What are you talking about? Everyone is here now, even if you say I have to challenge you. The guy who spoke was the guy who came out of Windmill Village, and Ace had just gone to sea not long ago, but everyone didn't expect that he had already come to this place, and now he has begun to challenge Whitebeard. It's really hard to believe that such a good thing as the key happened to them. The Spade Pirates' legs were so frightened when they faced Whitebeard's punch. After all, someone could trigger a tsunami with just one punch out of thin air. How could they not be shocked by this situation? No matter how you put it, this group of people is just a group of Karami, and their strength is even more pitiful. For some reason, they have already traveled to the New World. Being able to reach this place in 4 months with a sailboat is already impressive. It's a little unbelievable. Ace pretended to be calm. The punch that Whitebeard had just given him had already given him stage fright. However, out of dignity, this guy still had the courage to fight. Even when the crew behind him tried to dissuade him, Geely still did not intend to give up this opportunity. He walked past everyone and walked to the bow of the ship and shouted to the Moby Dick where Whitebeard was, "Old man Whitebeard, I've been here for 2 days. Can you tell me whether I accept the challenge or not? Dad, this little guy is really disrespectful." How about I go over and teach him a lesson? On the Moby Dick, a Bista wearing a hat and holding 2 knives stood up and said to the Whitebeard sitting there. Goo-ha-ha-ha, it's just a child, why bother? The most important thing now is to welcome our guests and my dear son back. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and shouted with a laugh. Now everyone has seen a huge ship coming from the distance, the overall size is almost the same as Moby Dick, but from their point of view, a ship without sails, how does it make people feel awkward? But Dad, what to do with this annoying little guy? Bista glanced at Ace, then turned to Whitebeard and asked again. He didn't dislike the little guy who challenged him, but so far, there weren't as many pirates coming to challenge him as he thought. At the same time, he also admired Ace's courage for actually daring to challenge him. You can come and challenge the strongest man in the world just after leaving the sea. What made him more bored was that Ace had been shouting for 2 days in a row since he came to this place. Apart from sleeping, he almost spent the rest of his time shouting for Whitebeard to accept the challenge, and he also wanted to fight. If Whitebeard hadn't ordered everyone not to act rashly, this little guy would have been beaten so hard that he couldn't find his way back. Now Ace is also forcing himself to find a step to get down. After all, he has been clamoring for a challenge for 2 days, but now the opponent has caused such a huge attack with just a punch. This is obviously for him. Shock. But little did he know that there was no need to scare such a little guy who had just come out of the sea. It was just Ace trying to put money in his face. The Infinity slowly began to approach the Moby Dick, and the ship Ace was on was not even a fraction of the size compared to them. With the arrival of the Infinity, the entire Spade pirate ship stopped shouting and all looked towards the huge ship. The unique shape and appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even those on the Abbey Dick began to lie on the fence and watch. The Endless came from afar. When the 2 ships were almost close enough, the Infinity began to slowly stop. However, in the process, the small boat Aishi was riding on was directly added to the middle by the Infinity and Moby Dick. The crew members on the ship were all panicked, and some were so frightened that they were about to jump into the sea, but unexpectedly they stopped at this moment. These are all really bastards. Ace cursed angrily and prepared to jump up to fight them. But just as he was about to jump up, 2 crew members around him hugged his thighs and shouted in a tearful voice, "Captain, can we just stay aside for now? The other party obviously seems to be coming and going, so why should we go out into this muddy water? Then you can't be so angry." Ace said, still a little angry. "But we also need to see the situation clearly. I don't know the rest of this ship, but at least I know the flag hanging on it. This one is called the Emperor among the 4 emperors and 1 emperor. The existence of the Toru Empire is completely it was beyond our imagination, and we saw the news 2 days ago that King Tru came to the New World in person. This must be him, so we gave in this time and went back to recover the rest of the scene." The crew member lying on the ground cried bitterly. They had already started to prevent Ace, the captain, from coming to challenge Whitebeard. Even these crew members did not understand when their captain became mentally ill. You have nothing to do to challenge the strongest man in the world. Can you, a fledgling little guy like you, challenge him just by saying it is a challenge? Restricted by the 2 people, Ace thought for a moment, then said with a grin, "Okay, let me go, don't make trouble, and don't challenge me anymore, but I'm curious, what does this true place look like? Are you telling the truth?" The crew member lying on the ground looked at Ace, the captain, in disbelief and asked again with some uncertainty. "Don't worry, I will do what I say, let go of your hand." Ace reluctantly confirmed it directly. However, on the Infinity at this moment, the moment the ship stopped, Chongnyo had already stood up from his original lying state. This meeting was completely different from the last time. The last time they were floating on the water, but this time they said the height was slightly higher. Chapter 343 The 2 people we met again. Although the 2 of them are not absolutely condescending now, after all, Whitebeard is so tall, so even if he is sitting there, Chongnyo is still at the same level from the perspective of vision. After the Infinity stopped, the personnel who followed, including the chef, had already put on their own naval combat uniforms, and stood on the front deck in full standard. Chongnyo slowly walked to the edge of the guardrail, stood there holding on to the guardrail, looking forward, with a smile on his lips. As for Marco and Josie, who originally belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, they had already jumped onto the Moby Dick with Jinbe the moment they stopped. "Dad, we are back." As soon as he jumped onto the Moby Dick, Mark greeted Whitebeard with a smile on his face and shouted, "Dad!" Jinbe also called him the same name. Looking at Whitebeard, who was still sitting there leaning against the wall, he showed unprecedented respect. Whitebeard looked at the three people who came up, just smiled, and then said, "Just come back." Just for a moment, his eyes returned to the infinity again. "Old man, we haven't seen you for a long time. Are you okay?" Chongnyo stood on the side of the ship, shouting with a smile on his face. After all, it has been almost half a year since he last came to this place. Now Whitebeard has not taken the bottle of medicine given by Chongnyo last time. "I look a lot better now, at least I don't have to sit there with a water bottle hanging all over my body." "Guhahaha, boy, true, my old man is in very good health now. Even if he is gesticulating, there will be no problem for a while." Whitebeard shouted with a loud laugh. "This man is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world? Why does he look completely different from what he imagined? I'm afraid it's hard to even stand up at such an old age. How can he become the strongest man in the world?" On the infinity, Enel looked at the Whitebeard like this and said to himself with some doubts. "This is a strong man from the older generation. When they were roaming the sea, you were not born yet." Aben responded directly and mercilessly. "You can't use someone's current body to deny everything they had before. This is definitely unrealistic. And even though Whitebeard is already very old, the skinny camel is still much bigger than the horse, and he can still dominate the sea just sitting there. Junhee, send us the gifts we prepared in advance for this visit. This can be regarded as an expression of respect for us as juniors." Changyo turned his head and shouted to Junhee, who was standing behind him. In fact, when they came out of the True Empire, they didn't bring anything with them at all. The reason why they brought some gifts was because Chongnyo temporarily purchased them from the system space. Junhee nodded slightly, then turned around and started walking towards the inside of the cabin. Chongnyo didn't say anything more to Whitebeard. Instead, he turned to the people behind him and said, "Let's go." As he said that, a transparent bridge similar to a glass plank suddenly floated in front of Chongnyo and the others, and it led directly to the Moby Dick. His Majesty the King must be walking at the front, followed by General Yuxiao, and the others slowly followed. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick were not as disrespectful as the first time, but this time they have maintained their full performance. This is a recognition of the strong, including those captains who opposed it. All of them consciously retreated to the back. They don't think that I, Trudy, have nothing to do with running so far and starting a war with the Whitebeard pirates. Now they just need to watch how their captain communicates with the other party's king. Marco, bring some good wine? Today we are starting to prepare for a grand banquet." Whitebeard smiled and gave instructions to Marco, who was standing next to him. Others were quite willing to do such a thing, but among the crowd, there was indeed one person who kept staring at Chongnyo. Blackbeard has already shown a very tolerant mind now. With this momentum, it is probably an achievement that most people cannot achieve. Chongnyo also glanced at where he was, and walked directly onto the Moby Dick without saying much. Several generals behind him also followed, and even Jun, who followed the navy, stood silently behind the crowd. "Hey, you guys, I'm here to challenge you. Can you go and reminisce after it's over?" The moment Chongnyo first stepped onto the Moby Dick, Ace couldn't hold back the spade pirates below their ship and shouted again. After all, the people on both sides seemed to get along so harmoniously. The key was to leave him alone as a provocation, making him feel very humiliated. Chongnyo happened to turn his head and glance at the other person. He was quite fond of this shirtless guy with a face full of freckles. "Old man, it seems that if you don't find someone to accept the challenge, this little guy will be in trouble forever, right?" Chongnyo said with a smile on his lips. "I don't know where this passionate young man came from, but people with such courage are rare these days," Whitebeard said. After Chongnyo took a few steps in his direction, he slowly began to sit cross-legged on the ground. But in this case, communicating with Whitebeard requires him to raise his head slightly, and the distance is only about 10 meters. After all, that guy is too tall. The moment he sat down, a space barrier instantly rose around Chongnyo's body, and even his white beard was directly covered within the range. As for everyone else being blocked from the barrier, at first, the Whitebeard pirates suddenly showed their alertness, but the moment they reacted, Whitebeard had already stretched out his hand. He took out his right hand and signaled them not to act rashly. As an old guy who has been on this sea for decades, he no longer needs to explain too much to understand that Emperor True has no fighting spirit at all. The reason for this must be that he has something to communicate with him. Chapter 344 His Identity? But not everyone is so honest. At least at this time, Blackbeard's eyes are always looking into the enchantment space from time to time. Tell me, it seems there is something extraordinary that can make you take it so seriously, Mr. True. Whitebeard's expression instantly became much more serious than before. The leader took a sip from a bowl of wine, placed it on the ground, and then said to Chongnyo. It may not be such a big deal, and it doesn't matter to me as much as I thought, but I feel that he might be of some help to you. Chongnyo said with a smile, his eyes always fixed on Whitebeard's expression. When the other party didn't respond, he said again, do you know the identity of the little guy below who comes to challenge you? Hearing this, Whitebeard almost didn't think about it at all. After all, he really didn't know who Ace was now. I don't know what you mean by that, boy True. What I'm saying is, stay down there. The guy on the boat is named Ace. Podcast Ace. Chongnyo said, and then began to observe the changes on Baybeard's face with great interest. So far, the other party still shows no signs of surprise, not even some curiosity. It seems to be from the D family. I wonder what this has to do with my old man? Whitebeard asked again doubtfully. Alas! Chongnyo sighed slightly, and of course he could understand Whitebeard's thoughts now. He was not someone who knew much about Ace's situation, so in the end he could only explain the matter in detail himself. He is Roger's son. Chongnyo pointed out this matter directly. Roger. Whitebeard still looked confused, but this doubt only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. It can also be said that his doubt itself was filled with shock. You mean he is the son of Pirate King Roger? The expression on Whitebeard's face finally changed at this moment. From being shocked just now to looking shocked now, his eyes even widened, and he couldn't help but turn his head directly down to look at Ace who was shouting towards them. This is the son of the Pirate King. I guess you can't even imagine it, right? Chongnyo said with a smile, with a completely successful look on his face. However, at this moment, Whitebeard had mixed feelings in his heart. Although he had been roaming the sea for decades and had various interactions with the former Pirate King Roger, time has passed and everything has disappeared. After a while, Whitebeard sighed slightly, but still maintained his strong demeanor and did not study this kind of thing too much. Chongnyo looked at Whitebeard who had returned to calmness. He didn't expect to meet Ace when he came here this time. This guy had actually come to this place. It seemed that the fate in the dark was impossible to escape no matter what. Passed. After the space barrier dissipated in the next second, Whitebeard was able to return to his normal state, but now the Ace under the ship was still screaming. Which of you will go over and challenge me? At least let this little guy retreat from the difficulties. Whitebeard turned his head and shouted to the busy people over there. But at this moment, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates is already busy preparing for the banquet. Each and every one of them has not even heard of them. The only one who is more leisurely should be regarded as coming to the Whitebeard Pirates. Fishman Island Jinbe. While others were busy working, he sat not far away and watched all of this quietly without any movement or expression. I'm pretty good at beating this fat guy by myself, so let him go over and challenge me. It seems that no one can escape the destiny's arrangement. Chongnyo shook his head slightly and sighed. From this point on, the official plot really begins. After this battle, everything probably started to develop according to the original plot. The emergence of the true empire only added a lot of color to the original plot, and the rest did not play a substantial role. Whitebeard looked at Jinbei who was sitting far away. No need to say anything now, the other person stood up directly and started to head towards the direction of the Spade Pirates dutifully. Later, during their banquet, there were almost endless traces of collisions between water and fire on the sea. Ace's strength was almost on par with the current Shishibukai Jinbei. According to the current situation, it is estimated that if the fight continues for several days and nights, there will be no winner. The two of them were fighting back and forth, but it was a lively scene aboard the Moby Dick, with everyone eating meat, drinking from big bowls, and enjoying the banquet life. As for the fight between the two people, except for some people with relatively low strength who stared with interest, others, including the generals from the True Empire, almost didn't bother to watch the fight between the two people. For them, this kind of battle is almost the same as children playing house. Why does it take so long to solve something that can be solved in 2 minutes? Boy True, why did you come to the New World this time? Whitebeard held a huge wine bowl in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Chongnyo sitting opposite him and asked in confusion. The rest of the people were also a little curious to see how Emperor True would answer. After all, the question asked by Whitebeard this time did not evade anyone's thoughts. Chongnyo smiled slightly, and then said, "I'm just looking for something." "I see." Chongnyo didn't explain anything clearly, but Whitebeard seemed to relax directly at this moment. Even if he didn't have an answer, he was already tacitly understanding it at this moment. There is no need to explain some things too clearly. It is important for both parties to understand each other. As for other things, there is really no need to study them too seriously. You are still very young, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. The former Captain Rox didn't dare to do it, Roger didn't dare to do it, and the same goes for us. Invisibly, it seems that a lot of fighting spirit has been lost. Maybe it is the most correct choice to leave some things to you." Whitebeard said calmly, the corners of his mouth already beginning to show a smile that recalled what he once looked like. These words seemed to be advice, a handover, and even felt like last words. Chapter 345 The storm is coming. But the other people sitting around were all listening in confusion, and they couldn't figure out what the two of them were talking about. These people didn't seem to be communicating on the same plane, although most of the lively sounds behind them were about eating and drinking. But each of the several generals in the true empire almost listened to these words in detail in their minds. "Old man, there are some things that are more appropriate than leaving them to me, but how you do them is the most important thing," Changmyo said. "How do you plan to get there?" "I have my own way." "What about the road signs?" "This thing is completely unnecessary. Even if there is no target, it can still pass," Changmyo said. "Guha ha ha ha, why bother talking about these things? When you see it for yourself, you will probably have the answer in your heart. It's better to come over and have a drink today, and have a banquet that is just for you." Whitebeard laughed and shouted, and the others all picked up the wine glasses in their hands and bumped them directly. The lively atmosphere has once again been exaggerated, but how many people are happy and how many are worried? He was destined not to stay in Whitebeard's place for too long. There was no need to go around to his place in the first place. He just wanted to come and take a look at this old guy. The most important thing is to have a sense of presence in front of him. Some plans will still need to rely on the Whitebeard pirates for implementation in the future. In any case, the original plot plan must follow the previous trajectory, otherwise the plan that the Empire has been preparing for so many years may really come to nothing. Chongnyo's long-standing idea is still to bring all the rhythms into the original plot. At least if he proceeds according to the routes he knows, he will have a better chance of winning. But even among the people around him, I am afraid no one knows about this kind of thing. In other words, even the people next to him, no one knows what the thoughts of Emperor True are. Even the generals who followed him thought they were just here to take a look at Whitebeard and had nothing extra to do. But Chongnyo has at least understood one thing. The result of their exploration this time is that at least the current 4 emperors know this kind of thing. Similar to what he had guessed before, the establishment of some things may not be as beautiful as he imagined. After spending a day aboard Whitebeard's Moby Dick, almost everyone was drunk, even Changmyo was no exception. Although the person drinking is just a mirror image on the outside, the true self in the inner space also cares about it. Early the next morning. Now the voyage belonging to the Taru Empire has begun again, and the battle between Ace and Jinbi on the sea is still going on happily. Both of them seem to be fighting tirelessly, but to these strong men, this kind of fighting was no different than children playing in the mud. All of them can be described as weak and pitiful. When the Endless really started to leave slowly, Whitebeard stood up in a rare moment and watched them leave directly. There was no joy in the expression on his face, but he seemed very calm. It wasn't until the infinity slowly disappeared on the horizon that Whitebeard sighed helplessly. There were still many people aboard the Moby Dick in the morning who were still awake. The most enjoyable thing about being a pirate is that, living in a state of intoxication on the sea every day, at least in the sea area near the Whitebeard pirates, there is no need to worry about any safety issues. "Dad, what's wrong? It feels like you have a lot on your mind." Whitebeard stood on the edge of the Moby Dick, facing the rising sun and looking at the infinity that had disappeared. At this time, Marco's voice came from behind him, and he asked with a hint of concern. "It's okay, my son." Whitebeard turned his head and looked at Marco slightly and said, "Did your side reach an agreement with the True Empire before? Or maybe it was their side?" "Marco. The storm of the sea will hit soon. Dad is already a long time and won't be able to protect you for too long." Before Marco could finish his question, Whitebeard started talking directly, even as if he was deliberately interrupting his question. Dad, you don't have to think so much here. Your sons have grown up now, and their strength is not at the mercy of others. We are just pursuing a peaceful life and don't want to fight with the world, and we don't have any particularly big problems. The ambition is just to maintain a normal life on our pirate ship. Presumably neither the Navy nor the world government have any thoughts about the Whitebeard pirates? Marco said. I hope so. Whitebeard knows very well what his fate will be. He has lived a lifetime, and every day he lives is considered to be a big profit. When everyone knows that he is the pirate king, doesn't Roger have enough strength to get rid of the entanglement of the world government and the Navy? This kind of problem is obviously impossible, so on the day Roger died, the sea was deserted. Except for Shanks now, no one else participated in the past. Everyone understood that since leaving after embarking on this path, their fate has been arranged. For these emperors who have almost dominated the sea, their true glory is not to die peacefully on the ship where they are. My voyage to the true empire has really just begun. Everything now is just the first step of the plan. Various subsequent problems will always appear in a steady stream. In Ravdru, where the Infinity's target is located, all everyone wants is an answer. It's just that there is only one person who can read the historical text, but it's unknown how many people actually there are. Everything is almost consistent with what Chongnyo guessed. Every one of the 4 emperors above the sea has witnessed the secret of Ravdru. It is because they knew the secret that they were willing to stay in the New World, a place full of danger. Everyone has always longed to become the king of the pirate world. Is it possible that those things don't have the strength to achieve this level? It's not that I don't want to do it, but I don't dare to do it, at least for now. Becoming the pirate king is more than just a status, but more importantly, a responsibility. Chapter 346 The Ultimate Secret. Now no one knows how big a sensation it will cause by publicizing Ravdru's secret, and even what consequences it will cause. It can make so many strong people choose to remain silent. The Pirate King even exposed it at the cost of his life. This is a dark scene in this world, and no one dares to imagine or guess the final outcome. The Infinity may have begun to head directly in the direction of Ravdru with some kind of mission. Everyone on the ship may be the one who breaks this dark age. It's just that it's too early to say anything now. Even though Changno has guessed many endings, he still doesn't dare to make any remarks until he sees the real object. Whether it is One Piece's right-hand man Pluto Rayleigh or the Whitebeard we see now, they all seem to have colluded and kept this secret to the end. No one has the idea to talk about this topic. They can rely on themselves to explore this ultimate mystery. Ravdru at the end of the New World, what kind of place is this? Anyway, in today's pirate era, no one can reach it. The power of the 4 emperors seems to be guarding the road to Ravdru in this new world as if it was an agreement. They seem to automatically screen out a person who has not been blessed by strength and willpower. Don't these 4 people have the strength to compete for the so-called Pirate King? This kind of thing is obviously impossible. The strength of each of them is beyond the ability of the Navy to directly stop, but each of them has a tacit understanding to guard their own territory, even if they have the ability to go to the place where Ravdru is. Road sign, but no one has ever thought about going to that place to become the Pirate King. All the final answers can only be revealed by themselves, and the rest can only be judged by time. On the Infinity, as Chongnyo got closer and closer to the final secret, Chongnyo seemed to feel as if countless shackles had been wrapped around his body. Both his heart and body felt extremely heavy. General Yuxiao, you said that we should get close to the secret of Ravdru, is it right or wrong? In the end, Chongnyo couldn't suppress his inner thoughts. He stood on the side of the ship, looking at the sea in the distance, and asked Yuxiao who was also standing next to him. There must be no right or wrong in this kind of thing. Even if you just do it, His Majesty the King should give everyone the same feeling. If you dare to do it, how can you question what you think today? Said with a smile. It's not a so-called doubt, it's just that we still don't know what kind of secret exists in Ravdru. Pluto Rayleigh knows it, and it seems that Whitebeard also knows it. Maybe it's because they know that they are willing to guard it in the end. What can we do to end our remaining lives in a peaceful place? I vaguely remember that when I joined the Toru Empire, His Majesty said that when the Toru Empire has enough power, then it will protect the place it should protect. A force will protect a person. Use all your strength to protect this world. This is why Lao Chan is willing to join the true empire, and Lao Chan believes in His Majesty the King. Yuxiao opened his white eyes and said with a serious face. As a general in the entire true empire, Yuxiao is also the most meticulous. Although he cannot see with his eyes, he knows better than anyone else in his heart. His Majesty the King brought these people here to explore the secret of Rafdru. Even though everyone on the ship knew it, no one was discouraged or had other thoughts. The moment he met Pluto Rayleigh, Yuxiao already felt that their destination might not be as smooth as imagined, but so what? Your Majesty the King, no matter what choice you make in the future, my subordinates will always be willing to follow you. Even if it means death, I will have no regrets. Junhe stood up at this time, with a very serious expression, and took a few steps towards Changniu. Then he knelt on the ground with one knee, supporting the ground with one hand, putting the other hand on his knee, and lowered his head. He said solemnly, Your Majesty, we all believe in you and believe that you can lead us to a better world. Abina also walked forward and sat down and said the same thing as Junhe. Needless to say, these two people are already Changniu's most trusted beings. Junhe grew up with Changniu, and almost all of his strength can be attributed to Changniu's single-handed guidance. As for Abina, he was following his oath, an oath that kept him out of a nightmare place. The deck on the top of the ship seemed more like a conference room at the moment. Everyone on the seats in the circle had a heavy look on their face. Anilu and Moshang stood up at the same time, looking at Changniu with firm expressions, expressing their attitudes without the need for words. Although Jun came from the navy, he could already feel the atmosphere and domineering power of the Toru Empire at this moment. He already knew 2 days ago that the Toru Empire's destination would be Rafdal, the secret of the Pirate King place, but he did not choose to report the matter to the Navy headquarters. In fact, the more important reason is that from the moment she boarded the ship, she was already under the constant shadow of the psychic devil fruit. The reason why it takes such a long time is that it can completely change a person's thinking, and it can make a person change his original point of view unknowingly. Psychic devil fruits are not without their shortcomings. At least for the more powerful people, it takes longer to change their inherent opinions. But even so, the ability of the psychic devil fruit has indeed become a bug-like existence. Once a person's inherent thinking is rewritten, even if the devil fruit user disappears, the ability he exudes will not weaken. Perhaps speaking from another level, who among the people present is not under the long-term shadow of this psychic devil fruit? Get up, I understand everything you said. Changniu turned his head and looked at the two people kneeling on one knee, and said with a calm tone and a smile on his face. So what if we get the answer? But now they just want a result. A result that can rewrite the current world structure. Chapter 347 You guys deal with it. Changniu is not the only one who has a heavy heart now. The other people who followed are also extremely uneasy in their hearts. As the ultimate secret on the entire sea, it would probably take them about half a month at most to reach it directly. For them, this distance can already be considered within reach. 4 days after leaving the Whitebeard pirate ship. To be precise, they have now entered the territory belonging to red-haired Shanks. This is a relatively special area in the New World. At the same time, except for the sea area, there are no islands within at least 500 kilometers, only one in the center. The island of about 2 square meters can be regarded as the base of their red-haired pirates. But this time, the group had no desire to stay. The Infinity was still sailing quickly towards its destination. As for the red-haired pirates who originally belonged here, they were about to leave the New World range and began to move towards the North Sea. After leaving this sea area, the rest of the process is almost straightforward in the direction of Rufford Road. There will be no obstacles in the process, and it is impossible to encounter any pirates. Almost all pirates who came to the New World from the Grand Line have been blocked within the sphere of influence of the 4 emperors. For those people, they either join the 4 emperors group or simply sink into the sea. There may be a third option. But on the calm sea, far away from them, a different kind of pirate ship began to appear. Even from a long distance, you can see another shape of this ship, and this ship seems to be alive, with a sunflower bow shape, and a smiling face all the time. On this ship, Peros stood a little uneasily, and behind him, he was not the only one. Smoothie also appeared here at the same time. In addition, there were several other girls standing on the boat. Judging from their appearance, they should all be Big Mom's daughters. Wow! Is that the Toru Empire's ship? It's really different from the others. It doesn't even have a sail? It looks really strange. Could it be that the other party's strength is really as strong as Mom said? No matter how I feel, that's all. Among the Big Mom pirates, a cute-looking little girl made 2 circles with her hands directly towards the Infinity, and looked at her eyes. The moment they saw the whole picture, they couldn't help but start cheering in surprise, but the words that followed were not as beautiful as they imagined, and even looked a bit mocking. This little girl looks to be only about 7 or 8 years old, but this image really makes people dislike her. Flamp, if you can't speak, just shut up. If I hear you say such words again, there will be no need to come out with us again. Smoothie turned around and looked at his sister with a fierce look on his face. Flamp is the 36th girl of Big Mom. She is not very strong, but she has always been very vicious. Even the brothers and sisters don't seem to have a good impression of him. Perros had no such idea. His long tongue kept licking the lollipop next to him. He was recovering his health and stared directly at the endless number heading towards him. This time the infinity was not only the purpose of their trip, but also the reason why they came with an arduous mission. As the sons and daughters of the Big Mom pirates, none of them know what the consequences will be if this matter goes wrong. As for Big Mom, I'm afraid it's enough for them to bear. On the infinity. Your Majesty the King, this is the ship of the Big Mom pirates. It seems to be coming towards us. Do we need to dock? Gagoya said. Let's take a look at what they want to do. I guess the old woman invited us to eat some cake because she had nothing to do. Maybe she wants to marry my daughter to me because she has nothing to do? It's not the first time that this has happened. Changyo said with a smile, without even raising his head, and continued to taste the processed fruits on the table next to him. Why don't Your Majesty the King take a look at what Big Mom's daughters look like? If possible, it would be okay to marry them back. Yuxiao said with a teasing smile. That's right, Your Majesty, we can't do anything like this if we want it. Junhee followed. Others couldn't help but joke as well, with smiles blooming on their faces, and the silent atmosphere on the ship became more relaxed at this moment. Chongnyo didn't refute these words. He began to recall the images of Big Mom's daughters. In fact, it didn't mean that there weren't some good-looking girls, but those two and most of the others were almost crooked. So what does it matter if the ticket looks good? Chongnyo had no intention of doing this at all. Big Mom is not as good as others. From time to time, another side of his personality will appear when he comes into contact with this bitch. Even his children don't know what kind of mother they may face in the next second. But now the boats on both sides have begun to get closer and closer, but at this time, Chongnyo stood up directly, turned to Yuxiao and said, General Yuxiao, the next thing is left to you. If that old woman invites us if you want to eat cake, you don't have to rush to refuse, but just say you'll go there in a month. Your Majesty the King, the Big Mom pirates are only 2 days away from us. Why do we say we can only join after a month? Gagoya asked with some confusion. I don't want to waste another 2 days and take a detour to Cake Island, a place where birds don't poop. It won't be too late to wait until we come back from exploring. You guys have to deal with it yourself. I'm going to go back and take a nap first. As Chongnyo spoke, he began to yawn at this time. As long as he doesn't come forward and face the Big Mom pirates in person, there will definitely be no problems with the rest. Even if he refuses, he only needs to refute them when the time comes. Now is not the time to directly fall out with these big forces in the sea. Maybe there will be time to take advantage of it in the future. Without paying too much attention to the situation, Chongnyo turned around and started walking directly into the cabin. The worries he had been worrying about in the past few days had indeed prevented him from getting much rest. Especially when he was approaching the secret of Rufford Road on the sea, it made him feel a lot of uneasiness. Chapter 348 The Big Mom Pirates are coming. It's not that he trusts his group of people more, but Chongnyo himself doesn't want to deal with these matters at all. Everyone has already arrived at this place, and the rest should naturally perform their duties, heading in the direction of Rafdru. After knowing the secret, it doesn't matter if we continue to discuss the remaining matters in detail. Big Mom's invitation is almost like a lice on a bald man's head, it couldn't be more obvious. And he did as he was told. After finishing his enrichment, Changyo walked directly to the room where he was. After extinguishing all the lights, he walked straight to the bed and started to lie down to sleep. Although he was domineering and could unconsciously sense everything around him, he really didn't care about who came. But the people above were a little troubled. The people from the Big Mom Pirates were extremely respectful from the moment they approached. Gagoya was serving as a receptionist, and the Infinity did not treat the other party as a guard. At the moment it approached, it even stretched out a step and directly connected to the other party's hull. Peros was the leader, followed by Smoothie and his sisters. This time, they did not bring any gifts, but it was just a friendly invitation from a group of brothers and sisters. When she felt the infinity at close range, the younger Flamp couldn't help but open her mouth slightly in surprise and looked at everything around her. What a beautiful ship, it would be great if it was ours. Flamp's words instantly revealed a slight anger on the faces of the two people walking in front. The true Empire Endless welcomes you all. You can visit the ship as you like, but there are some things you cannot say. Gagoya greeted Peros and the others with a smile on his face, looked at Flamp who was walking at the back, and spoke in the same friendly tone. But this is also equivalent to reminding them what they should say or what they should and should not do. After all, this is not their cake island. They cannot say what they want or do what they want. Peros and Smoothie could still hear the threat in each other's words. Although they had been masters for too long and were not used to hearing such words, they had nothing to do. In their perception, there are already many people whose strength exceeds their own. On this ship, even the chefs who cook are almost as strong as them. Not to mention the generals from the true empire and the emperors among the 4 emperors. This beauty is really joking. My sister-in-law's words were not thoughtful and offended just now. I will personally apologize to Emperor Toru on behalf of the Big Mom pirates. Peros held the lollipop in his hand, lowered his head with his long tongue out, and said respectfully. Flamp seemed to have felt that she had said the wrong thing. She was standing behind, hiding behind others in a somewhat obscene manner. However, she could only see a smile on her expression, but she could not feel it. No matter how scared she felt, it was as if someone would bear everything for her. There is no need to meet in person to apologize. His Majesty the King has already rested and has not woken up yet. All you have to do now is to deal with our general smile of the true empire. Gagoya said, and then directly led everyone to the Infinity, which was still on the front deck. As for the generals of the true empire, few came out to greet them. They just stood on the edge with a smile, watching them from the railing of the ship. Peros also raised his head and glanced at them. The leaders of almost every force knew the famous people on the ship. In any case, the revelations in the past few years have revealed that the Empire has been on the cusp of the storm. Almost every move was put on the headlines of newspapers for sale. How many people in the entire pirate world don't know about the situation in the Toru Empire? Anyone who has some strength has almost firmly remembered the famous beings in the true empire in their hearts. Peros would not be so arrogant that he did not investigate the situation of the true empire before coming here. Although he had not read the newspaper before, but this time he accepted such an order in a critical situation, he still needed to come and do it. From the moment he heard that he would not see Emperor True this time, Peros seemed to suddenly let go of the heavy burden in his heart. Before they came, there was already a lot of anxiety in their hearts. Even though Peros was the eldest son of the entire Cake Island, there were times when he still began to have a certain amount of fear in his heart. Brother Peros, the one standing above looking at us should be General Yuxiao. Smoothie whispered to Peros, who was also looking up. I understand, let's go. Peros sighed slightly, maybe because his tongue was too long, it was directly on his lips. Unlike before, you can still roll it around your face a few times and then lick the lollipop in your hand. At least after boarding the ship, Peros's expression was almost the same as when he met Big Mom. Gagoya looked at the 5 or 6 people who came up together. After sizing each other carefully, he started to guide them towards the top deck with a smile on his face. No matter what the purpose of this group of people coming over, she couldn't participate in them, and she couldn't even say unnecessary words. All Gagoya can do is guide and serve. As for the people on the top deck at this moment, except for the smiles and slightly serious expressions, others were still chatting and laughing. One by one, they were either lying there like Junhee, or they were sitting there peacefully like Moshank, wearing standard military general clothes. For them, meeting these people from the Big Mom Pirates is not a big deal. Besides, Big Mom is not coming in person, but just letting his eldest son come over. It is enough for the Toru Empire to have a general receive them. Other side. No one paid too much attention to it. In fact, there was really no need to pay attention to it. After waiting for a while, the figures of Peros and others began to slowly appear at the corner of the stairs. Smoothie was the tallest among them, and the shortest one looked like he was only 7 or 8 years old. Chapter 349 Tea Party at Cake Island. After Peros and the others sat down uneasily, Yi smiled at this time and began to slowly walk towards them. His Majesty the King has previously ordered that I will be responsible for all reception matters. I wonder what you are here to do. Yuxiao stepped forward and asked directly without any hesitation. When Peros looked at the other party, he stood up directly, rolled his tongue twice on his face and then said with a smile, I just want to invite Emperor True to the Cake Island for this year's tea party. This is the festival that my mother is most looking forward to. So I was specially asked to come and invite you. Tea party? I heard that there will be a lot of delicious food at this festival on Cake Island? I just don't know if it's true. After Enel heard this, he rushed over instantly, his body flashing with lightning. After all, he was not interested in managing these things at the beginning. He was still leisurely staying in the swimming pool, but it seemed that the next second, as if he heard something terrible, he instantly transformed into the form of lightning from the swimming pool and ran to them. Natural devil fruit. Although Smooji had already known that there was a natural thunder fruit user in the True Empire, he did not expect that after feeling the oppression brought by him at close range, he still felt a huge shock in his heart. Peros turned his head and glanced at Smoothie, then rolled his tongue in a circle and said with a smile, of course there are a lot of delicious food, so I'm waiting for you to come and taste it. I already know your intention to come. Hugh can also agree to this matter on behalf of His Majesty the King. However, the fastest time will take a month to go. At present, we have things to do, so within a short time, it is definitely impossible to go. Yuxiao opened his mouth and said. Is that so? Peros, who had a happy expression just now, calmed down instantly. It seems that Mom just asked us to come over and invite us, but didn't say when exactly we would go. Since we have agreed, doesn't that mean our mission has been completed? Peros stood alone and thought about it. He really didn't dare to disobey Big Mom's order, but the question of when to go was beyond his control. At least this mission was perfectly implemented for him. The other sisters could only sit there without saying a word. Smoothie carefully looked at everyone on the ship, and his domineering perception allowed him to clearly see the horrors on the ship. But there are some core places that even he cannot sense until now. In fact, after the previous battle with Wilbu, the secrets belonging to the ship they were on had been pulled onto the Infinity. Although so far, all of them still haven't figured out what the patient's red light is, and what is the item that can isolate the domineering color from seeing, hearing, and hearing. But at least for them, it's good to know that there is such a thing that can isolate the domineering power. So far, this thing is placed almost at the core of the entire ship and does not expand the scope of the entire ship. Brother, my mother asked us to take them with us when we come here this time. Now they directly say that it will be in a month. Wouldn't that be very disrespectful to my mother? While Peros was still thinking, Flamp, the youngest sitting behind him, opened his mouth to ask uneasily at this moment. Peros' whole body seemed to have been shocked by electricity, and he woke up from his thoughts in an instant. Then he turned to look at his sister and shouted angrily in a low voice, "Shut up!" After scolding, Peros turned his head and continued to look at General Yuxiao with a smile on his face. His expression was completely different from the one just now, and he said with a smile, "Please don't worry about it. Emperor True and everyone can enjoy the Face Cake Island, Mom. To save face, the specific time is still arranged according to your time. I will inform my mother of the specific situation as soon as possible after I return. Regarding this, you can rest assured that the True Empire will definitely do what it says. When you go back, you can also tell Big Mom that our king is also looking forward to meeting her," said with a smile. "I will tell you truthfully. I'm sure my mother will be very happy when she hears it. I hope so." After finishing speaking with a smile, Gagoya once again walked up to Peros and said with a smile, "Everyone, the Infinity has been here for a long time waiting for you. I guess if there is nothing else, I hope you can go back first, or leave a contact information first, and we will notify you when we go there. Good work." Smoothie nodded and said. The purpose of their boarding the ship was just to inform Big Mom of what they had conveyed. More importantly, they were to complete the task assigned by the other party and invite the True Empire to go to Cake Island for a tea party. But now that all the tasks have been completed, there is no need to go again. Stay here. What Gagoya said was already obvious, that is, eviction orders have been issued. They have their own things to do. Naturally, there is no need to detour to Cake Island. It will be the same when they come back. Peros didn't bother too much. He held the lollipop in his hand, saluted the generals who were looking at him, and then turned around with a slight smile on his face, taking the few behind him with him. The younger sister started to walk outside. Although they were a little surprised not to see Emperor True this time, it at least allowed them to face the negotiation process easily. After all of them left, Gagoya shouted directly with a helpless expression, "Hiling, continue to speed up." The people on Cake Island continued to dock here, looking at the endless that had begun to gradually move away from them. Everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. Cold sweat broke out on Peros's back. He had been nervous from beginning to end just now. Although he didn't see Emperor True, the pressure given to him by the generals on the ship was enough. Especially a smile that brought him as much danger as his own mother. Although Peros is not the strongest among Big Mom's children, he is at least at the level of Lieutenant General. The sense of oppression brought to him by the other party is indeed real. Chapter 350 Stealth Advance. What do you think is so arrogant about the true empire? They turned a blind eye even to their mother's invitation. And why should we be so polite to them? At the moment when everyone was silently watching the infinity leave, Flamp, who had been walking on the verge of committing suicide, suddenly questioned the two brothers and sisters standing in front. Fortunately, they were no longer on the infinity. Whether it was Peros or Smoothie, they both turned their heads at the same time, with angry and cold faces, staring directly at Flamp, a girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. The huge lollipop held in Peros's hand was crushed to pieces in one hand in his angry state. He didn't say much, and the long tongue exposed was no longer what it was at first. Always spinning around in front of me. Watch your mouth. Next time, I don't mind letting you sink into the sea. Smoothie said to his sister in a cold voice. Return. Peros shouted loudly. Although Flamp was more afraid of the expression and language that Smoothie showed just now, she was still a little unwilling in her heart. She muttered to herself, "It is what it is, why don't you let others say it? You said it so lightly. Do you know what kind of person King True is? If he didn't have the strength, do you think my mother would let Brother Peros come to greet him in person? And the king never came out to meet him from the beginning to the end. Once. It seems you should be more careful in the future and don't let your mouth kill you." As soon as Flamp finished speaking, Big Mom 26, who was standing behind him, said with disdain. Each of these dozens of brothers and sisters has its own distinctive characteristics and personality. It can be said that each one behaves almost differently. Some are taciturn, and some are chatty like Flamp. People. But there is no doubt that the Big Mom gene is too powerful, and every child has become extremely powerful from birth. But it is precisely because of this that their personalities have been determined since they were born. Some people like them, and there are also many people who dislike them. Under the leadership of Peros, the members of the Big Mom Pirates began to move towards Cake Island. It can be said that they gained something from coming here this time, or it can be said that they gained nothing at all. At least for Peros, the task assigned to him by Big Mom can be considered a perfect completion. After all, his mother did not set any time before coming, so this trip back can be regarded as an explanation. These people from the True Empire are unwilling to go to Cake Island. It is impossible for anyone to force them. Even if Big Mom comes in person, it is probably impossible. As Peros, who has always been by his aunt's side, and as his eldest son, this guy knows exactly what his mother's character is like. But this is no longer important to the group of people staying on the Infinity. Your Majesty the King, why are you unwilling to participate when those people from the Big Mom Pirates come over? It was already late at night. Chong Nyo stayed in the room and just woke up and came to the restaurant to start preparing for dinner. At this time, Anilu, who had been sitting there and was a little restless, asked curiously. "Eat your food," Arbon said. Facing Abina, Anilu was speechless and began to put away his curiosity. Chong Nyo also sat there eating and didn't make any response. At least it wasn't the time to meet Big Mom yet. The two parties had already been in contact a few years ago. There was really no need to meet now. What's more important is that their whereabouts are almost always exposed to the eyes of all major forces, and more importantly, the Navy and the world government are also closely monitoring them. Now they were heading to Loch Drew, not wanting to cause any particular big fuss. Nowadays, those seagulls that have been following have already left one by one. Even the Navy Jun who is staying in bed, under the influence of the devil fruit ability, knows what should be reported to the Navy and what should not be reported. When the food in front of him was finished, Chong Nyo gently picked up the tissue in front of him and wiped his mouth, and then said calmly, "Hiling, how far is it from the destination?" "Dear His Majesty the King, it now takes about 10 days to reach the destination of Ravdru." As soon as Chong Nyo's voice fell, Hiling's figure instantly appeared beside him, and he kept bending down and answered respectfully. During the following voyage, everyone began to activate stealth advancement, and the objects obtained previously that can shield the domineering power began to cover the entire hull. Chongnyo ordered. "Okay, Your Majesty." Hai Ling said, and the next second his entire figure disappeared in an instant. As the first level lander of the entire ship, Hai Ling must obey any orders given by Chongnyo. Even if they advance invisibly, it will not have the slightest impact on their internal lives, and everything even seems to be extremely normal. Even standing on the deck, they can see the location of their own ship's hull. If they don't go out of their way to know, they won't have a sense of what state their ship is in. It's just that after entering the invisible state, the speed of the infinity has accelerated a lot compared to before. From here to the place of Lovdru, there is no supply station for them on the way. For people in the pirate world, without road signs as navigation, they would not be able to go to the area of Ravdru at all, even if they have the eternal record pointer. So in the next few days of life, I will maintain the previous state every day. The only difference is that there is only a tumbling spray of water visible on the sea at this moment. It can make people feel that a huge creature is moving forward, but it is impossible to tell what kind of thing it is. Furthermore, after reaching the current position, how could there be people from the Navy or other forces on the entire sea? The main purpose of activating invisibility is to prevent special situations from occurring and not to be too ostentatious. What the Navy and the world government are most worried about now is the alliance between pirate forces. Another point is that the secret of Ravdru's location was discovered. Ravdru is the ultimate treasure in this world. Even if you think about it with your feet, you can probably guess where it is. It is not as easy to get in as you think.